Hello, YouTube. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. Patch notes are here. I didn't make a video about them just yet today, so maybe I'll take a clip from the stream and I'll put it up tonight, just like a short little thing about it. But before we dive into the snap reviews, I would love to talk about some of the things in these notes. There's some stuff here that they haven't revealed yet that's actually really exciting. We'll get into that here in just a moment. So if you have not seen the patch notes yet, we got some good news in here, you guys. We got some good news. So very excited to cover that with y'all. Hello, Christy. Welcome. Samantha Nation, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Much appreciated. Witchy Butt, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Also, very big shout out here to Belle with the first bits of the week. Thank you for the big 200. And Weasley with the super generous 1,000 bits here during the intro. I hadn't even had a chance to say hello, and you guys are already helping us hit that goal. Thank you. So yeah, a lot to cover today. A lot to cover. Not only do we have a lot of snaps to look at, so we'll try to make good progress on those, but we have patch notes. And this is the first thing I want to chat with you guys about because, like I said, there's some pretty exciting stuff here. So if you haven't checked out these notes yet, we'll go over them together right now. Danielle Gaming says hello. I think this is the first stream I've caught. Oh, no way. Welcome to the show, my friend. Welcome. Great to have you here. Good day to be here because we got some fun stuff to discuss. Okay, so in regards to these patch notes, I'm just going to kind of skip over the intro. It just tells us when the update's coming, and I'm going to skip over new content. Correct me if I'm wrong for those of you that have read this, but I don't think there's anything in this portion that wasn't in the teasers. Like it talks about the Star Path and Hercules' house and Hercules and Phil, new stuff coming to the premium shop, stuff like that. What I really want to dive into here, man, Gameloft is really listening, it seems. A lot of the stuff that I complain about quite often, like the fact that, you know, we don't have unlimited skips on Dreamsnaps, but we kind of do. It's just silly, because you can vote on Dreamsnaps and you can skip 10 times, but after that, you have to back out and then re-enter each time, so you can skip unlimited as it is now, but it's just a headache. You know, you just got to back out and reload it, and you know, it's a silly system. I've always thought, you know, when it comes to how people want to vote, just let them have their freedom with that, and that's the direction they're taking. So with this new update, we will have unlimited skips. This is great for me as a content creator because I occasionally do little voting videos where I intentionally try to seek out like 10 really fun snaps to showcase. And sometimes they're hard to find. Tiger, thank you. Dang, 36 months, let's go. I think you got the rainbow cappy today. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, that's a solid 3 years there. Now, yeah, unlimited skips, first thing up here. So, very interesting. It says, as of the Hero's Journey update, we're removing the limit on skips during Dreamsnaps voting, allowing you more freedom on deciding which photos you'd like to vote for. Very cool. A little overdue, but happy it's here. Now, here's something else very cool they didn't really show us. You know those decorating presets I was talking about? And I was kind of mentioning how these could be very useful if you start building your Dreamsnap, but then maybe you want to switch it to a different floating island, or maybe the way you've built your snap, it's not really facing the sun and you want to get better lighting. Well, these new, you know, furniture mode presets can allow you to kind of group select your Dreamsnap build, save it as a preset, and then move it to another area. Now, group select, unfortunately, does not select path, it doesn't select houses or buildings, and it doesn't select pocket items, but that's okay. You know, the fact that you can move 90% of your build and then just re-add the 10% is huge. But here's what they didn't reveal in the video that we have here. It says, if you don't own enough of an item to complete a saved preset, a highlighted placeholder called a mirage will stand in its place. You will then be able to interact with the mirage to buy or craft the missing items and place them instantly. That's huge. This is a huge quality of life change. This is really exciting. I was wondering how that was going to work. I almost assumed that if you didn't have the items, you just wouldn't be able to place the preset, but this is way better than I thought it was going to be, so that's really cool. Now, the next thing kind of goes into Olaf's Grand Exhibition here. It talks about the 2 new rooms opening, of course, being the Forest of Valor and the Glade of Trust. And then general improvements for the exhibition. There will be transparencies for needed items on each keyhole. A list of names of for each item needed in the description section. Tracking keyholes. Sorry, I can't read today, apparently. Tracking keyholes. Now observe the backpack instead of the global storage. And if a room is unreleased, there is a coming soon note on it. All right, so in photo mode, there's something massive here. I think it might be the biggest thing in the entire patch notes. We already know that we're getting new villager, pose option, where we're going to be able to choose exactly where our villagers go.
Unlimited skip.
Hey! Yeah, it's exciting. Thank you, Life Shark. Thank you for the dono. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome. So we already knew we were getting the new villager toggle options, which are going to be really great. We're going to be able to choose exactly where and how we place our villagers, what attitude animations they'll be using, and even, pause them in the middle of those animations. So if you want to get, maybe there's a snap where you want Donald to be throwing his tantrum, you'll be able to just activate that and pause it, and then boom, you have it. It'll be super cool. You want Belle reading, boom, select that, pause it. But this is what's really cool. So one thing you guys have all probably heard me kind of complain about is that the camera could be so much better than it is. For example, if I want to take that seated shot, we have to go through all this trouble where we crouch, then we uncrouch and toggle, and then we get this low position, and now we can take this shot. And it would be great if we can just do that in free mode. So when we're in free mode, you'll notice the camera always looks at this downward angle, and it's just not that great for dream snaps. I mean, I still use it for, I've used this for several dream snaps. It can be really good if you're elevated, but the fact that it has this downward view has always kind of hurt it. And it's forced us to do all these different things, like using these items to push our camera closer and doing these like weird little crouch toggles so we can get those ground shots. But check this out. That might all be a thing of the past. We'll have to see how this looks when it comes out. But camera views, in addition to the villager pose options, we've also improved the long range / free camera view to give you more flexibility to get the perfect shot. So we might not ever have to place items to push the camera ever again. And this is huge. That means you're not going to have an item casting a shadow into your scene. You're going to be able to hopefully get those ground shots instead of having to do the crouch toggle trick. This is absolutely massive. Now, we have to see how it works. They've said they've improved it, but we don't really know how much until Wednesday when we can actually get our hands on this new feature and actually use that free mode to get a good feel for it. I have high hopes for this, though. I think the reason they're making this change is because, like I said, myself and many other creators have kind of complained that, you got to go through all this trouble to get, like, these good angles. Using items to push the camera, using little tricks to, like, get the camera to be low on the ground. It's not necessary, If the free movement mode had a bit more freedom, then we could use this for just about everything. And depending on how this turns out, that might be the new meta. There might be a completely new meta coming to Dreamsnaps if this new free mode really gives us a high level of freedom when it comes to camera placement. So absolutely massive news there. Again, I think that might be the biggest and best news in the entire set of patch notes. So yeah, overall, very excited. We already knew about the player level thing. And chat, let me know if there's anything I missed here. That wasn't already covered. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a lot of snaps to review. So, oh yeah, I guess critter schedules, they didn't cover this. Yeah, we got to talk about this too. So, as you're probably all well aware, some critters are just kind of annoying to, like, catch. Not catch, like, interact with them, but they're annoying to log on and find. because some are just only available like in the middle of the night, like 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. And some are only available on, you know, 1 day a week and things like that. So they're changing the schedules to make locating these rarer critters a lot easier. And if you're curious about the schedule changes, they have it all listed here. I'll put a link to the patch notes in both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. So if any of you guys want to save it or view it in your free time, you can look at the rest of the information in here. Yeah, Miss Maori, I am a little bummed we're not getting floating islands. I felt so sure that we were going to see Storybook Vale floating islands in this update, because it would have been perfect to have a Mythopia island with Hercules. That said, while I'm a little bummed out we're not getting it, I'm very happy with the changes they are showing us. And yo, no way, Marie, thank you. Dang, Marie with the very generous dono. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Already over halfway on the goal. Let's go, let's go. I gotta add Left Sharks on there too. So we're at... Oh, also it says goal 108. It's actually goal number 180. So we've hit 179 goals consecutively on this stream, which is insane if you stop and think about it. So 1360 plus math. 3360 is what we're at right now. Okay, okay. Quick update there. I gotta change it to 180, not 108. Yeah, every day we hit the goal right now is a new record, by the way. Our previous goal streak record on Twitch was 113, and we have, like, absolutely blown past that. We might actually hit 200 in a row. I don't know. But concerning that, you guys, if we ever miss the goal, like, you know, I don't think anybody should ever feel bad about that. Don't pressure yourself ever. If you want to support the content, that's great. That's great. But, you know, the fact that we've hit 179 in a row is actually, you know, it's actually insane to me. I don't know if I've ever had a streak this long before. So we're kind of overdue a miss. So if we do end up missing a goal somewhere, like, you know, I want you to know I'm not going to be upset about it. I think it's crazy that it's gone this far. Oh yeah, another really important thing to cover. Sorry, I'm so excited about all this that I'm just like, my mind is kind of all over the place today. Jen, thank you. Jingle Bells coming in with the very generous 409 here, getting us to a 69 on the board, of course, of course. They are also, and again, this is another thing I constantly kind of complain about. I'm not, you know, I don't try to whine too much about the game, but there are just some things that really irk me. Like the way the camera works, you know, the free mode not having that good movement range, dealing with villagers when taking dream snaps, and the Scrooge shop. And they're fixing all of it, it seems. They're making the camera mode much more viable. They are giving us a lot of improvement on how we position villagers for photos. And now the cherry on top here, it says, in this update, we've also improved spawning odds for items that are not owned to have more diverse options between Scrooge's store and different villagers, and better chances of seeing new items from one day to another. Now, how much they've improved that spawn, you know, it remains to be seen. I would love to see this game take a route to where there's like at least one new item in the Scrooge shop each day if you're missing anything, especially when it comes to DLCs. My thoughts on DLCs is if you pay for a DLC, and many of us actually buy like the deluxe edition, so that scared me. Thank you, Bob's, hello! Dang, Bob's coming in with a big 1,500 here as well. Thank you, my friend, thank you. You guys have almost, wow, we're like almost done with the goal already. Let's go. Welcome in, Bob's, welcome in. So, where was I? I got scared. I got scared of my own alert. Now I don't remember where I was. And also thank you again, Bob's. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. Oh yeah. My thoughts are, if you purchase a DLC, and many of us actually buy like the gold edition or the deluxe edition, so we, you know, show a lot of support to the game. But when you buy a DLC, I feel like part of what you're buying are all of those Scrooge items, you know, and the fact that some of us have had Storybook Vale for like a long time, and we're still missing things like the stone fence. That's a big one. We're still missing things like the stone vines, or it could be something from any of the other DLCs. A lot of people had issues with Witch Blossom Ranch items not spawning. So my thoughts have always been, for DLCs especially, there should be a much higher spawn rate for the things that you are missing. So as far as how this will turn out, it really just depends on how much they improve the spawning odds. Hopefully it's, you know, almost to where it would like guarantee an item that you're missing. I do think they've already kind of fixed this issue by having those red vault chests, though I did hear a few people reporting that they were not, that when they opened their vault chest, they actually got things they already owned. But those people also said they received items they already owned that they had sold all of. So if you want to make sure your vault rewards are going to be new things, if you get the chance, go into your Scrooge shop and just see if there's any Scrooge items you have 0 of, and if you find those, maybe buy one of them so the game knows that you do have that unlocked. Hopefully that's fixed. I don't know. Now, one thing that I'm kind of worried about here is I didn't see anything about PlayStation, like in these patch notes. Maybe I'm looking for the shooting stars. Fix an issue with a railway station ticket booth couldn't be placed. Okay. Fix an issue with the cozy observatory house. Oh, here we go. Here's PlayStation. Fix an issue on PlayStation where completing a Storybook Vale puzzle would play a repeating ticking sound. Okay, not what I was looking for. Fixed a PlayStation where the shortcut for autofilling could not be used. Well, it does look like there's some good PlayStation fixes here, but I'm sure they did fix this, though. I mean, we'll see when the update comes out, but I know there's several premium items that came out for the PlayStation player base, like the blue wisps and the shooting stars, the autumnal book tower. A lot of these items are missing their graphic effects. Like the autumnal book tower, there was no books flying around it. The shooting star item wouldn't show the rocks spinning in the air. And a lot of these issues were very heavily on PlayStation. I did hear some people report they were having similar issues on Xbox. Either way, premium items should, you know, anything that cost the in-game currency that you can purchase, I think always needs to be working properly on all platforms. So hopefully that's been addressed. I think it likely is.
I'm still missing that darn fence. Frowning face emoji.
Camille, hello! Also, again, just want to say thank you for your generosity the other day as well. And I want to say, too, that fence, I really hope you get it this time around. And thank you for the $4.99. That is very nice of you, my friend. With these changes coming to the Scrooge shop and with the vault rewards, I think you'll have a pretty good chance of getting it. But that's exactly what I mean, is that, you know, Storybook Vale has been out for ages, and I think it's wild that some of us don't have all the items that we, you know, should be entitled to when we purchase that DLC. I understand you got to unlock stuff by checking the Scrooge shop. You know, I get that. I think that's reasonable. But if you've had the DLC this long and you've been checking the shop, like at a point, I just kind of gave up on certain items. And I did get one of them from my vault reward, so I was very happy with that. Yo, Cranny, hello, welcome back. Good to have you. We'll add that to the goal as well. Thank you. So anyway, yeah, I think that's about it. As far as things we didn't know about, everything else here was already showcased in the teaser videos they released. So if you haven't seen those videos, you can find them on their X account or Facebook or wherever you want to look. But yeah, I just wanted to focus on some really exciting stuff here. So to really fast recap, and then we'll get into snap reviews. First off, unlimited skips coming for Dreamsnaps. So we can finally, everybody has the freedom to vote how they want. For the decorating presets, if you don't own all the items from the preset you've saved, there will be a highlighted mirage in that item's place, and you can either immediately craft it or immediately buy it, placing it instantly. We also see that there's a big change coming to the free camera movement option, which is the third toggle. And it's going to give it more flexibility. And they stated to give you more flexibility to get the perfect shot. So it might have like full movement and angle now. Like it might be the new meta to just use free mode for all of your shots. And you might not need to push the camera up anymore. That said, I even think with that, there might still be like a small benefit to pushing the camera up, because at least if you do this, you know your camera's always going to be in the exact same space. But, you know, that's still not something you absolutely have to do. But that is one thing I like about the items, is they kind of create, you know, like even if I were to take a few steps back, having this item here to push my camera, it's still going to be in the exact same angle, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I think the days of pushing our camera up and the days of having to use all these like wonky little camera tricks like this to like get the ground shots, I think these days might be behind us. I think we might actually have the freedom and flexibility with this camera that we've always wanted. And to me, that's probably the best thing in the patch notes. I think that's everything though. Oh yeah, and the critter rescheduling, very nice, very nice. And the Scrooge's shop, as we just discussed. So yeah, lots of fun things in the patch notes. Very excited about that. And with that out of the way, we can move on to Dreamsnap Reviews. And we have a lot to look at. There's a ton of reviews here. Did I update? No, I didn't update my goal yet. Give me 1 second here. Okay, Camille's don't know as well. Thank you, my friend. What does it say? I think it says something different on... Okay, 5269. For some reason, it didn't update on this side. Okay, 5269. There we go. 5768. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Yo! Dekai, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Well, we're done with the goal before I even open my first stream snap. Look at that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Y'all drop some love in the chat for everybody showing the support. Thank you, you guys. Thank you. 6169 is where we're at now. And much appreciated. Much appreciated. Another new record. Another new record on the stream that is now 180 consecutive goals met through these streams. Thank you so much, you guys. I would not be able to do what I do without the love and support you guys show this community. Huge shout out to all of the YouTube channel members, to all of the Twitch supporters, and, you know, to everybody that goes out of their way to support the content. It really means a lot to me. I love what I do, and I wouldn't be able to do it without you. So thank you, thank you. And a big shout out to all my lurkers as well, or, you know, one of the most valuable things you can give any streamer is your time. Your time is, it's a precious thing. You know, it's not unlimited. So the fact that so many people bless me with their time throughout the week means the world to me. So thank you, thank you. Even if you're not in a position to support the stream financially, you know, just being here is enough. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Alrighty. So I always kind of do the same spiel every week when it comes to these reviews. If you've never been here for these snap reviews before, the first thing we do is kind of cover the theme itself. We'll just read out loud. I'll kind of let you know what we're looking for. And when it comes to the advice I give, it's always totally optional. A lot of people are submitting their snaps for review because they're looking for an outside perspective and they're interested in hearing, you know, what my thoughts are. When it comes down to it, the tips that I'm giving, they're not really rooted in what I like. You know, I might like darker snaps or villainous snaps. So the advice I'm giving is not really directly related with my preferences. It's more related to what we see with voter preferences. Because every Dreamsnap challenge essentially comes down to the votes. And the best way to ensure that you have a good shot at 4K is trying to be a bit competitive with your snap. You know, really focusing on the theme, really playing up the theme so you can win over even the pickiest of voters. And then focusing on things to help it grab attention during that voting process. A lot of people vote on small screens. There's a lot of people that vote on Nintendo Switch or Steam Deck. So having your photos stand out in those matchups can be great. Some weeks, you know, I've seen so many really good snaps fall short of 4K, and many of them obviously deserved it, but it's tough sometimes, you know, depending on, you know, what kind of competition you get. But that's why the advice I give is tailored towards being as competitive as you can be with your snap. Now, of course, I want to clarify here, that doesn't mean I feel like you need to spend 18 hours of your week on your stream. I'll give you a quick example of what I mean here. There's been several snaps that I've just on weeks where I just did not have much time, like Pattern Party. You know, this took me 25 to 30 minutes. And it got a great rank. You know, it was around like 112 or 114 or something. But when you're short on time, a good approach you can take is just not building as deep. You can build things closer in. And that's one of the things that led to this working out. Is just having great lighting. That's something we always look for. Some challenges, if it's like a challenge about darkness or being a villain or nighttime, then some of these things change. So there's always some exceptions out there. But for, you know, most of the challenges, having that nice high quality of lighting, having that sun behind the camera, really helping the scene become saturated with those beautiful colors. Dreamlight Valley is one of the most beautiful life sims on the market. And, you know, if you're considerate of how you're using lighting, you can ensure that you have a high beauty factor in your Dream Snap, which of course doesn't mean it's going to beat all of its competition, but it might at least get the voters to have to think about it, you know? So even on weeks where you know, didn't win some of those 1v1s, you should never look at your snap as if people didn't like it. I can't tell you how many times I've been voting and I've seen two snaps right next to each other that are better than anything else I've seen all day. Like, I could vote for 100 snaps and then I don't find anything that like really, you know, blows me out of my seat where I'm just like, what am I looking at here? And then two photos that are better than everything else I've seen pop up next to each other, and I have to choose between them. So if you happen to have a snap not, you know, underperform at any circumstance, don't ever assume people hated it or didn't like it. You know, I've had to choose between amazing snaps, and I love both of them. I think we've all been there. All right, so with that, this week's theme is Forested Book Nook. It says, create a cozy, woodland-inspired reading corner. Just like Belle, decorate and dress to tuck yourself safely away in nature. So let's talk about some key words here. Of course, the title is something everyone sees when they vote. Some people might read the text under it. Some people might, you know, be very particular about theme. But I think when it comes to your scene overall, the title is something you always want to be very considerate of. So with the challenge being Forested Book Nook, one thing you really want here is a foresty vibe. You know, you want it to feel forested. And then book is obvious. Nook, now, I don't think voters are going to be super uptight about the definition of Nook. I think if it feels forested and you have lots of reading material and it has a really nice bookish feel, I think you'll be fine. But the definition of Nook is a small recess or corner. Think about when cleaning, you know, they say get into all the nooks and crannies. And I even had to look this up when we did our reviews on Saturday, because I was like, I want to be sure I know exactly what a nook is here. But, you know, that's something you could consider when you're making your snap. Like I said, I don't think voters are going to be super harsh on that aspect. And you don't have to have just one nook. So if you have like a big, like, book area, you could always create little nooks within it, like a little area with like a small carpet, a small chair, you know, you can just set aside a little area there. But again, I never know exactly how voters are going to respond to people's approaches, but I just don't foresee people being super picky on whether or not you have like a nook as defined. But it could be a good idea to make sure you do. You never know, you never know. As for the rest of this, you know, you do want your area to be cozy. So it says create a cozy woodland-inspired reading corner. Now, there's a lot of ways you can interpret cozy. But there's some great ways to communicate that as well, which we'll talk about as we explore some of these snaps. The challenge also mentions Belle by name. She's a great villager to use this week. I've seen many snaps using Belle that also added Lumiere and Cogsworth, and they're all really fun together. So, if you're looking at using a handful of villagers, Lumiere's a candle, so having him there for some reading light is a super fun way. Cogsworth, it's tracking the time, and Belle could be reading a book alongside of you. So the three of them together with your avatar could be a great way to do some storytelling. But again, you absolutely don't have to use all three. You don't even have to have a villager, but it is good. If you pop up against a snap during voting that matches yours in terms of beauty and composition, sometimes the deciding factor between which image the voter chooses will be, well, these are both really good, they're both really beautiful, but this one went out of their way to include a couple of villagers, so I guess I'll go with that one. Things like that, that's what we talk about when we discuss making snaps competitive. It also says dress and tuck yourself safely away in nature and into your favorite book. Now, as we talked about in the tips video and as we talked about in the Saturday reviews, there's actually some really fun ways you can tuck yourself into your favorite book. I've seen many Dream Snaps that have taken those routes and many that have not. So again, right here, something I don't think you necessarily have to do, but it could be a fun element of storytelling. And what I mean by that is, if you wanted to have a book in front of you and showcase, that you're actively here reading. So you can use the fox pose, you can use the little robot pose. There's some fun things you can do here. In this one, we're gonna wait for the avatar to reach over. And then we'll hide our little robot. And you can have her reaching for her next book as she's finished up with this one. So she's into her favorite story, or series of stories. There's also this Ugly Duckling book over here on the left-hand side. And if you use the fox pose, you can be looking right at it, which could be really fun. There's all kinds of ways to, storytell with Dream Snaps. And I do think voters appreciate a bit of storytelling. All right. There is one last thing I want to mention before we get into the reviews here. If you're new here, and I mention this every week because I always want to make sure people don't feel like I'm ignoring them. The review streams for me are very busy. We get a lot of submissions. So while I'm doing these reviews, I will not always have chat open. Now, if you come by on a Wednesday, a Thursday, or a Friday, I almost always have, a lot of interaction with chat, and I'm reading as many comments as I can. Just be mindful that on Fridays, Mondays, and Tuesdays, while I'm doing the reviews, I have Discord opened up on my left monitor, your Dreamsnap opened up on my main monitor, and then my broadcasting software in my top monitor. So all it's just a lot harder for me to read chat, as just focusing on these snaps usually has me run well over my average stream time. Sometimes I'm here until midnight doing the reviews, so it can be a lot. So I will periodically, after every 5 or 10 reviews or so, I'll jump into chat, see how you guys are doing, check in with you. If you really want to get my attention, for something really important, you can always mention one of the mods and they can play a sound, or there's ways to pull me out of my hyper focus here if you need to. But yeah, I will be occasionally come back to chat, but I just want everybody to know that during these reviews I'm not as interactive as normal. I hope that's okay with you. I'm always worried somebody new here will be like, well, I came to his stream, I said hello, and he didn't say anything. I don't think I'm gonna go back there because he doesn't talk to his chat. So I especially with me, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been streaming for 6 years, and I think one of the things I'm really good at is engaging. So I always feel kind of self-conscious when I'm not looking at chat. But yeah. I think that's everything. Okay, let's get started. And thank you again, guys, for knocking out the goal before we even got started. That was really kind of you. Hey, Nursey, thank you for the gifted membership. Let's go. Much appreciated, my friend. Good to see you, Nursey. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, we have quite a few here. I'll show you guys what we're looking at. We did manage to knock out a lot of reviews on Saturday, thankfully, but we still have... yeah, we have a lot to look through. All right, first up is Lunaris. This is my favorite theme so far, and I really want to do well, so any advice is super appreciated. Thank you as always. Dang, your favorite theme? Let's go. Your photo came in quite small. When I zoom in on it in Discord, it's very pixelated. Oh, here we go. This one came in much better. Okay, there we go. That's better. Are they the same photo? I think so. Beautiful. All right. Made a couple of small changes after watching the tips video this week. Okay, so there were a couple differences in this one. All right, that's great. We'll go with this one. It was hard to see the other one. I don't know why it came in tiny. All right, first up, love the foreground with this new archway in the middle here. And I love that you've clearly defined your book nook. We talked about this by having like that little pocket carved out within the scene. It does feel very forested. The willows, excellent choice here. It's a newer tree. They're absolutely beautiful. They add really good texture with the way these willow leaves hang down. I love your outfit. Great pose here. You're into your favorite story. You also have Belle here. Now, you said this is your favorite theme so far, and you really want to do well, so any advice super appreciated. First off, you know, I think this is a very strong snap. I think it's got a great shot at 4K. There are some things you could do to make it even more competitive. One thing we mentioned a little bit earlier in the stream is you could also consider adding Lumiere and Cogsworth potentially. You do have a nice little pocket here. Like if you had Lumiere right here, and he's like giving you candlelight to read by, that could be really fun, especially with Belle featured in the photo as well. So there's not much space for opportunity here because you filled everything in really well. The only opportunities I see here is potentially this pocket we could do something with, but not much else, You know, you've got everything filled in very well. We've got great details here. We've got some beautiful lighting coming through the tree line here. Like we can see that sunset, like orange horizon in the back. The Belle Library House from that bundle. So yeah, I think, you know, if you wanted to try that, you know, you can always keep this one saved to your gallery. If you end up liking it more without them, then of course you can go with this one. But I think one of the very few things you could do to make this more competitive would be to consider adding in Lumiere and Cogsworth. They'll play really nicely with Belle. They'll play really nicely with the Reading Nook. And if you want to add a critter companion, you could also attach Can we attach the footstool dog to Belle? Because that could be nice. I think you can attach the footstool dog. Maybe it's just Beast. I might have to check. Hang on. Let me see. Because if you can, that would give you Lumiere, Cogsworth, and the footstool dog. If you have them. I don't know if you have them, but that could be a fun addition. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, you can attach it to Belle. Okay. So, yeah, if you wanted to add some additional elements to this, Lumiere in this pocket here next to you, giving you some extra reading light, could be super fun. Cogsworth could be, you know, on the path, like right here behind you a little bit. And you can even have the little footstool dog walking around in the scene as well if you attach them to Belle. Aside from that, like I said, there's not much room to add anything else. The lighting is nice. It's a beautiful little nook. I think you did great with the theme. Well done, Lunaris. Well done. Queen says, I'm a bookworm, so I'm really hoping to nail this one. All right. Let's see. Looking good. Great lighting here. Belle's dress is absolutely beautiful. Wow, you got some great beauty factors here. Oh, good job hanging the light back here. Very nice. You know, we talked about those red lanterns. This is the alternative. It needs a bigger table, but yeah, you got it up there nicely. I love this glow in the back. Very cool. Feels forested. We got some good trees here. We got one here. You got some wood growing on the autumnal clock here as well. Aurora. Belle actively reading also her dress with the gold. I like the gold plates up here. Like, you have the gold candelabra, you have the gold chandelier, and then Belle in the gold dress with, like, the warm candlelight. You even have, like, a little coffee maker here. So, beautiful work here, Queen. Beautiful work. I think this has a great shot at 4K. The only 1v1 scenarios I would be a little worried about would be some of the shots that played up the forested vibe a bit more and made their Nook more of a Nook, like more of a small isolated pocket. Again, these are not things you have to do. I think this would only matter if you pop up against those types of snaps and you have voters that are more particular about the theme. And there's no guarantee you're going to pop up against snaps like that, or that you're going to have those types of voters, but they're things we should always consider when building our snaps. So a lot of snaps out there are going to be very forested with like a small reading area for the Nook. So they're going to play up the forested aspect very heavily, and then they're going to have their little reading Nook here. The area we have in your scene here, absolutely beautiful. Again, love the gold, love the fireflies. But it's a rather large space, so it feels more like a nature library than a small reading Nook, if that makes sense. But again, that's not guaranteed to matter. It's just something I would be conscious of, and that's it. If you did want to make any alterations. Now, the lighting here is great. The other thing is there will be several poses out there that are doing a bit of storytelling. You know, getting lost in their favorite book or teasing these swirling papers. You know, there were a lot of people that got those, and they're doing like the sunbird animation to like, you know, interact with that item to be like, wow, look at these swirling story pages here next to me. So some people are reading, some people are interacting with things within the environment. I think the pose you have is very cute, but as we discussed, voters do tend to love a bit of storytelling, especially with the avatar pose. This is more than good enough to beat, you know, most snaps out there. The only place it you know, could struggle with some 1v1s is if you pop up against some really good competition out there. And I think I have a little folder here. Yeah, I have some of the really good snaps we've looked at from earlier this week. So we haven't, I don't know if we've reviewed Beyblades yet, but we have like this one. Like this little rug is, the rug kind of symbolizes their Nook. Like this is their little pocket, and then the rest of the space is here. And then we have a lot of scenes like this where, you know, they have this small opening here. There's still books everywhere. The scene is big like yours. But this is what I mean by scenes that are a bit more forested. You know, they feel like they're in nature. And one thing I want to point out with what the theme says is that it says, just like Belle, decorate and dress to tuck yourself away in nature. So not only are we creating a book Nook, but we are tucking ourselves away in nature. What could potentially be a drawback here is that you do have some nature around, but it feels like a very developed space. It doesn't quite feel like you're being tucked away in nature. Like I said, you have nature around. Whereas a snap like this could be viewed more as being tucked away in nature because they're kind of surrounded by that nature. There's no walls, there's no, you know, it doesn't look like the inside of a building as much, if that makes sense. And we see that with a lot of these snaps where, you know, their backdrop is like an abundance of trees. It's very forested. And for something to feel forested, you need a forest, you know, not just a few trees, but a forest. And again, I'm not saying you have to have that, by the way. I'm just trying to express that if you pop up against snaps that do have that forested feel, that might be the determining factor for some voters. You never know. So when it comes to any Dreamsnap challenge, what's helped me be very successful with my submissions is that I always try to make the key elements of the theme so obvious that people could guess what the challenge was without even knowing the theme. So if I saw something like this, like if I saw this photo, I would know right off the bat it has something to do with reading and books. And when I saw all these trees in the back, I would figure it had something to do with forests or nature. Now, again, you do have those elements in your photo. There's just a lot of photos out there that feel they're playing up the forested aspect of the challenge a bit stronger in their case. And that would be my only concern, you know, with the way you've set up your scene here. Again, beautiful lighting like we discussed. Beautiful dream style for Belle. I love the environment you've put together. And the tips I've given might not even be necessary for you. You know, like at the end of the day, it's your choice. It's your dream snap. I'm just giving you food for thought on some of these 1v1 scenarios and what they could potentially look like. All right. We'll keep it moving here. Next up, we have Hope. Hope said, as a book girly, absolutely in love with this challenge. I can't decide which one is best. Oh, and thanks for giving me more ideas. Couldn't stop playing with it. I think I'm leaning towards the more colorful one. Okay, so we have this one here. And then we have this one here. And this one here. Now, I'm guessing the more colorful one. Yeah, okay. I definitely think this is the best of the three. Great color diversity. Beautiful scene. Wonderful lighting. Great feature of Belle. Great pose. You know, you do have some good storytelling here as you're like reaching for a book. We even got Lady over here. Some pretty little butterflies. The rainbow looks great. And yeah, I wouldn't go with this one. You know, main reason being is that we don't get to see that forested aspect as much since we can't see over these bookshelves. It's a beautiful scene, and even this would, you know, I think have a shot at 4K, but I do think this option is a bit more competitive because we get a much heavier forested feel. You know, you have all these big trees in the back. We have this nice, beautiful blossom tree here on the left-hand side. And again, lighting is great, pose is great. I would definitely keep this one as it is and keep it saved in your gallery. But I would love to see a secondary review from you where we consider playing up the forest in the back instead of the bookshelves. We might like this one more. I don't know. I would have to see it, you know. But this is a great Dreamsnap as it is. So you'll have it as an option to fall back on, even if you do try something new. But it could be cool to see, you know. And yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. I like that you have some like little pixie dust down here. Getting some gold orbs in the bottom of the scene. Very nice. Candles around you could be a great way to add a couple of additional details. One opportunity I see in this snap for a little addition would be like this pocket right here. Like a nice little candle right there could be a good filler. And I think you could take this pine cone that you're clipping into, and I think you can move it down just a little bit. So you'll have a pine cone kind of coming out of the foreground right here. And you'll have a candle here. This is good because you got a tiny bit of grass here. Then we have the gold orb. So I don't think you need anything here. But yeah, my advice on this one would be to take advantage of the little bit of opportunity we have right here. And snap this again, save it to your gallery. And then we can also experiment with playing up the beauty of the forest in the back. And who knows, you know, this might be the best option. But it could be great for a secondary review just to see how it feels. If you do take that route, if you do want to give it a try, just keep in mind, you know, having things like a nice silhouette behind the forest, especially with these willows. They look so good when you get some light glowing behind them. But yeah, could be fun, could be fun. But yeah, this is great as it is. You know, so I definitely don't think you have to get rid of the bookshelves. I'm just saying it could be an interesting snap to compare this one to, and then see which one, you know, you like the most. Skylar is next. Oh, beautiful submissions here, Skylar. These are very nice. We got this one. Oh, nice. You tamed the grass here. Okay. Yeah, I like the new one. Beautiful. They're both great. One of these weeks, I will watch your video before building and submitting, but today was not that, this week was not that week, so here we are with my before and after video options again. I didn't like the grass on the first one, but I really didn't want to rebuild it. But after watching your video, I bit the bullet and rebuilt it in the bind, and I think it looks 100 times better. Thank you again for everything you do. I feel like I am getting better every week. Any advice is appreciated, as always. Oh, and wanted to share, just in case others did not know, but I just found out because the Frozen Ice River Kit, whatever it's called, is coded as a table. You can put the red hanging lanterns. Oh, I didn't think about that. Dang, good idea. Wow, I learned something new today. Let's go. Thank you for sharing that, Skylar. That's huge. That's huge. Wow, I might change the way my snap's set up now. Dang. Yeah, you can put the... Yeah, let's go. Well, thank you, my friend. Also, I think it was a great judgment. You know, the shift here. This was already beautiful. You had already been doing a fantastic job with the way you styled this scene. I love the layering of the trees. This is what I've been talking about when I mention the forested aspect of the challenge. I think that's what makes this one very strong. You have this beautiful forest behind us, and instead of more books and bookshelves, we really get to play up the natural beauty of this forest. So back here, where we have these openings, we have this beautiful silhouette light coming through, and you even position smaller trees within so we can see their silhouetted form in these pockets, adding an additional layer of beauty to this submission. This feels really well thought out, really well defined. And you know, during the tips guide I made for this challenge, I talked about the struggle of using the Forest of Valor. Of course, it's reasonable to choose the Forest of Valor for your build this week because it's a forested book nook. But the downside of the Forest of Growler is out of all the biomes in the game, it has some of the most unruly grass. And unfortunately, with the way Gameloft codes the grass, since it's like 2 different shades and they all look like little motifs almost, they look like little, you know, the grass doesn't have the best look. And a lot of times it actually, you know, gives the photo a little bit less of a beauty factor. But I think you did a great job with the way you had the grass layered here. Now that said, I do absolutely love the new scene. Really dialed in the book nook concept here. You know, you have a small little pocket here. The candles look great. You have some golden orbs rising up from the pixie dust. A little open book here. Featuring both Lady... Oh, you have Tramp too. Oh, you have him sitting. Nice. Featuring Lady, Belle, and Tramp. And you still went out of your way to showcase, you know, this beautiful silhouetted zone here where we have these openings. I see you're also playing with some of the hanging lanterns. We got some nice light casting here and here. And here. So yeah, beautiful colors here. Very good execution. You have a really good forest build in both. Now I know this one does have the grass that we talked about. But still, I think even if you stuck with this... This is like an absolutely gorgeous submission. I think this would still have a very high chance for 4K. But so does this. You know, they're at the end of the day, these are both very solid. These are both very solid. I do like some of the tricks you're using in this one, like the hanging lanterns to cast some extra light. But the benefit of both of your options here is they both feel very forested. This one, the forest feel is a bit thicker because, you know, on floating islands, you have a bit more space to go back with, and you can really layer in a lot of trees. But this one, color-wise, is very cohesive throughout the entire image. And, you know, you don't have to deal with the grass. The grass in the bind is much shorter, and it looks a lot cleaner. So yeah, these are both really good, Skylar. These are both really good. I honestly feel like you could choose either one of these and have a great shot at 4K. If possible, in this little zone you have right here where you have the silhouette, if you, I don't know if you have the room for it, but if you move the lights a tiny bit further back, I think we can get more definition on the silhouetted form of this tree. Like, you don't have to move it back by far, just like a tiny bit more, and we'll see a bit, you know how at the base here, the light's really bright, so you don't see as much of the form. If it was a tiny bit further back, we'd see more of the tree form here. I mean, I do like it blending in. I'm not saying to, like, move the light so far back that the tree is not, you know, catching light. But having the form of the tree stand out a little bit more will break apart, you know, this brightness from this brightness just a tiny bit. But yeah, absolutely beautiful photo. Really well done with the hanging lanterns. Well done with the villagers. Yeah, I would discuss, like, maybe the footstool dog or even, like, Lumiere, but you filled out all of your space really well. I don't really think you need any, you know, additions here. And as mentioned, these are both really good. The forest vibe on this one is beautiful. And in this one, you still have a very heavy forest vibe. And the colors are very cohesive and the shot feels cleaner. Overall, great job. Great job. Well done, Skylar. Miss Spock is next. Was hoping to pass on Friday, but seeing the amount of submissions already, I believe this will be on Monday. But here's my submission for this one. You were so close to getting a review on Friday. I think if we did like another 6, we would have got you. Okay, so first one for Miss Spock here. And then second one. Minor differences here. I actually do like that you're showcasing the letters from The Blowing Wind. That's really fun. Lots of books here, playing up the forested vibes with the big trees in the back. And you have defined your Nook here with this little, with the little leaf here. You've kind of carved out your own little pocket. Using some good nature-inspired book items like this little log here. Now, between these two, they're both great options. I like this one a tiny bit more. You still have the wind, but it's a bit more tame. And I also like the fact that you added the wind with the swirling papers. I think that's very clever. And actually getting the letters in the air here is really nice. Over here, behind Belle, you have a nice little silhouette in the back. And this is great as it draws some attention to Belle. I do love her green style for these bind builds as well, because they, you know, you have a bit of green, your little carpet is green, and Belle is green, and it kind of helps all of that stand out, and it separates some of the colors. Now, if at all possible, where the lights are, it may be worth having like a little tree branch kind of carve over them. You can still have this whole pocket silhouetted out, but having like something we discussed earlier, Let me pull it up real quick. Actually, I can just look at an old Dreamsnap to kind of showcase what I'm going to say here. Maybe this one. Yeah, with silhouettes, it's really nice to have some things in front of the silhouette light, like, you know, bending branches or smaller trees. You still get the beauty of that silhouette, but you get this very natural foresty feel when things come out in front of that silhouette, if that makes sense. This, keep in mind, this is not something you have to do. I just think it's a beautiful way to design those silhouetted pockets if you have time. Let me find another little example of this. I think, yeah, Dark Cottagecore Dreams has it. So, we have these, like, little dead bushes, and then we have, like, medium-sized trees that are, like, not too tall. And then the further back we go, we start seeing the light take over the trees. But having some things at the front of the silhouette that are able to break it apart, give it a bit more depth, make it look like it goes back further than it does. So it could be fun to consider here. Now, I think you're in the bind, so you might not have space for that. You might not be able to do that, which is totally fine. This is just like a tiny little, you know, tidbit. I don't think it's going to make or break your Dreamsnap by any stretch of the imagination. And you also, it's a small pocket, so, you know, it would have to be a very skinny little tree if you could even put one there. Overall, very solid, very solid. Very heavy on the book portion. At the end of the day, you know, how you do is ultimately always determined by your 1v1s. So, you know, there will be snaps out there that lean very heavily into the book direction, while some lean, you know, like this snap, for example, they have the books, but they're not like really putting the books everywhere. They're putting the books in the Nook, and the rest of the scene is the forest. And it's really hard to say what voters are going to prefer in this case. You know, that's why one of my biggest pieces of advice is just to make sure the theme is clear and make sure the photo is beautiful. And you got some great beauty here. You got great lighting. And you got a good forest vibe. You know, you got lots of nice large trees in the back. Very heavy on the books. But that, you know, doesn't mean that's a bad thing. Overall, solid work, Miss Spock. Solid work. Crafty Joe is next. All right. So we got you in a pose reading. You got Belle reading a book behind you. Very nice. Now, one little word of caution here, Crafty Joe. When you look at other players that are doing a similar pose, notice how much more attention they have on their avatar. You see how the avatar is like kind of centered in this shot, and they're a bit larger in the photo frame, and see how tiny you are, and you're, you know, a little further away from the camera. What you can do, we discussed this, Crafty Joe, in my guide video. I know it's tricky, and hopefully in the next update we will never have to do this again, because they're adding some great changes to the free camera mode. But if you have an item that pushes your camera up, like I have here, if you go into selfie mode and then crouch, and then you uncrouch and change modes, your camera will be low, and you can do a seated pose just like you're doing, but you can actually still have your avatar be the primary subject of the scene. You can have her right in the middle of the scene, and you can really showcase your makeup, your outfit, your pose. So you're going out of your way to do this very good pose, but a lot of what we see in your photo is like, you know, the wood beams at the top. If you were to get your camera lower to the ground, you could make, you know, you could make more of what you're doing here with the avatar. Again, popping up against snaps like this, Like if this was your competition, it's going to be tough to beat because the way they frame their avatar is going to make this pose, I believe, a bit challenging compared to this. And the same here with Miss Box that we just looked at. You can see she's very well centered. We can see the outfit very well. We can see her green eyeshadow. And I know it's tricky to do this, but just to recap, if you wanted to give it a try, you need an item to push the camera up. You go into selfie mode. If you look at the left side of the screen, it'll tell you how to crouch. On my Xbox controller, I have to hold left trigger and press Y. Now, Y also changes camera mode. So when I stand back up, I have to immediately change mode. So left trigger, Y. I just have to release the left trigger on that second press. Kind of annoying to do, but hopefully we won't have to do this again in the future. Now, the last thing I'll say with the scene here, you do have good forested vibes with like the big tree here, and I think you've done well to define your book nook. Like we can clearly see this carpeted area right here is the nook. So I think you've communicated the theme very well. I think one of the biggest challenges for this photo when it comes to its matchups would potentially be shots that are framing the avatar a bit better and shots that showcase more of a forest. So there's a lot of scenes out there that are really going out of their way to highlight that this is a forested nook. And again, you do have those good forested elements. Like you have the big tree here. We see lots of leaves. We see some smaller trees back here. But that's the tricky thing, playing very close to this pergola is, you know, it's going to be harder to see into, you know, the backdrop of the environment. But overall, this is a good photo, Crafty Joe, and it does have a good shot at 4K. You've done the most important thing, which is communicating the theme well. I think the theme is clear here. I think you have a well-defined book nook. I think it feels forested. And I also like that you took the time to get Belle into this pose. I like that you included the footstool dog. I think that's fantastic. If you wanted to keep your scene exactly as it is and not, you know, change the angle like we discussed by getting the camera closer and on the ground, you could keep it like it is and then maybe add Lumiere right here next to you because you have a little bit of space right here, which could prove an opportunity. But yeah, overall, beautiful snap. Great job with these hanging lanterns, by the way. That's another thing I wanted to point out. The fact that you added these hanging lanterns in, you did a great job getting this beautiful light casting back here in this pocket. And then you have more of it right here. So you're doing a lot of things here very well. Overall, great job. I think you got a shot at 4K with this. DVS Brad says, can you tell I have burnout? Well, let's see if I can tell. I mean, it looks like you put a good bit of effort into this. I don't know what to put in to fill in the blank spaces. I'm drawing blanks. Any advice and help is appreciated. Thank you, Simbai, for reviewing. Of course, of course. So by blank space, do you mean like kind of here in the foreground area? Kind of like right here in these regions? First off, great pose, great pose. I have the same recommendation for you that I had for Crafty Joe. I would aim more for, you know, we've seen that pushing the camera closer is very popular with the voters. If you look at 4K submissions week by week, you always see so many shots that are either very close to a villager if the avatar is left out, or very close to the avatar. So, again, this is not 100% required for 4K because in a lot of ways it's going to come down to your matchups. However, it is something voters have proved time and time again that they're fond of. So I think the first thing I would recommend here is employing that same trick we just highlighted and if you end up wanting to do this later, like if you're not making changes right now and you're like, dang it, I can't remember how Senpai said to do that. How do I do that trick? It's in the Thursday tip guide. If you just skip to the part where I start going over the example scenes, I'll walk you through it there. And when you're in selfie mode, you'll see a option to toggle or your crouch and uncrouch. Essentially, you just crouch, untoggle crouch, and immediately switch to portrait mode, and your camera will stay low, just like it was when you were crouched. So that could allow you to feature your villager more like this player is and more like this player is. As again, you know, we've seen that this is very popular with voters. The scene is beautiful. I think you did a great job with the light here. You have a very forested feel to this. You know, lots of big trees. And again, I like the silhouette in the back. So if this is our reading nook right here, I think potentially what could be fun to add around your nook, since the nook is its own little secluded spot, and since it's a book nook, you know, it's a little spot for reading, you can always have like some kind of small stool. You could have, there's some really fun items you can put around you actually. Let me go back to this here. I don't have a small stool in mind. I tended to surround it with a bit more nature. Like I have, this is a huge tree here, but I'm really using it because it gives us this bush that kind of clips into the ground, and it gives us a fern that comes up a little bit, which I really like because, you know, it kind of cuts off the sides of this and seals off this nook. And then on the other side, you know, on each side, we have these little book logs, which are really fun. You can do little rocks. I have like book tiles, pine cones. There's all kinds of things you can kind of surround your little nook with. And here's the fun thing. If you did get the camera lower and closer, as seen in those previous photos, you actually wouldn't need to fill in as much of this space. Like you wouldn't need to worry about this as much, because if you had foreground items here, they'll fill in the space from that angle. Does that make sense? So if we go back to this example, you can't see behind this fern really, or behind this log. So if there was any space right here, I wouldn't need to fill it because we're not really going to see it. Unless you're filling it with tall items like this, you know, that'll come over that space. But sometimes having things in your foreground or your midground that block us from seeing the open space behind it eliminates the need to fill that space. So what you could potentially do here, DVS, is use the camera trick to get nice and close to the avatar, and then fluff up your foreground a bit with some items, and that'll eliminate the need to fill in a lot of this space. And if you still want the chairs to be visible, you know, you could bring them a little closer if you wanted to. But yeah, the lighting here is lovely. I love all the red light you have here. I like that you have some trees kind of in front of it. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was referencing, you know, trees kind of standing in front of the silhouettes. This looks really good. You got Belle reading. And if you wanted to include additional villagers, again, Cogsworth and Lumiere could be great here. You have plenty of little candles around you and the floating candles. So, you know, with Lumiere being a little candle set himself, he could be good to have near you. You could do like Lumiere on one side, Cogsworth on the other. But again, you do not have to add them. They could just be good for filling out any space that you may feel is an opportunity for more. But yeah, I honestly can't tell you're burned out just by looking at this, because I think it's beautifully crafted. You got great lighting. You filled out the scene well. You do have opportunities like here, and an opportunity to showcase the avatar a bit better, but you chose a great pose. You chose a great outfit. You chose a great villager to showcase. And you've, you know, communicated the theme well. Bella is next. 3 different shots this week because I couldn't decide which I like best. Thank you for your advice. Thank you, Bella. Thank you. Option number 1, option number 2, and option number 3. Okay. I really like this outfit. This has actually turned out to be a very popular outfit this week, Bella. So I think going with this option could be, it just looks so good with the bind, to be honest. I like the reading shot. Good job getting the camera angle like this. This one's fun as well. Now, with all 3 of these, kind of the same thing we pointed out to a couple of others, is depending on your 1v1s, you have a few trees, but since you're right up against the bookshelf border of the bind, it's not really enough trees to be considered forested. So when you have a scene like this where we have layers and layers of trees where they go back into the build, this feels like an entire forest. And of course, this could be forested. For all we know, the trees are in front of it, right? They could be on this side of the camera. And make no mistake, any of these could still get 4K, even if you don't change them. They all have good lighting. You featured a forested vibe in all of them. And you have that good book nook quality in all of them as well. For this pose in particular, when you use that fox pose to read, the downside with the angle you're using here, with how you've set up the shot, is it's not really the most flattering look on the avatar, where your face is tilted down like this. Keep in mind, we talk about this a lot. When it comes to the beauty in Dreamsnaps, and really, you know, like, look at how beautiful the avatar looks here. Like, you know, we see this gorgeous smile on her face. And then, you know, we see it here as well. In this one, the angle is not doing justice to the beauty of the avatar here. And with the fox pose, that's one of the tricky things. But facing the camera dead on with your head tilted down like this, I wouldn't personally recommend. I do have an example because I did a scene with the fox pose. Let me pull it up here. So, you see how when we look at the fox pose from a side perspective like this, we can see the smile on her face, we can see the color of her eyes, and we don't have that head tilt towards the camera. So I would consider, and it also gives us a very good look at the book you have open, I would consider trying the pose this way. And, you know, if you like your pose more, it's your snap, you can stick with that. But I do think the beauty factor can be a bit stronger with that fox pose if you reposition the angle of the villager just a little bit. And then also you'll see in this one, this is kind of what I mean about the forested vibe. So here in the foreground, we have the book nook, right? This is our small little space for our books and reading. And it's a forested book nook, which means it's within a forest, right? It's got that forest built around it. Again, you do not have to take this route for 4K, but like I always like to say, do your best to design the Dreamsnap in a way to where the theme can be guessed. That just makes it even more competitive. So you are doing the theme. I want to be very clear about that. You know, you're 100% doing the theme with all of these shots. Though in this one, we're using the fox pose, you know, we have like one big tree, which plays into the forested vibe. But what if you made it very clear that this was a forested book nook by showing us a forest? And we see that in some of these other submissions, like here. We see all of these trees, which give up, you know, they really play up that forested feel. Hey, Raydell, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Welcome back. Or with this snap here, you know, this one really plays up that forested aspect really well. And then this small little space here is the book nook. Out of all three of these, I would say this one probably has the most of a forested feel because we have the big tree here. There's one here. There's the one behind you, and we can see some tree here. But you know, we see the cliff edge kind of right behind you here as well. If you were to build out a tiny bit more, like even in this one, I'm not done with this, you know, with this example scene. What I'm, you know, if I use this as my snap, I am going to put a lot of trees back here, and I'm going to add a wall of lights here so we don't see the cliff. And in doing so, the voters' imagination will have to fill in what's behind that wall of light. And what I want them to imagine, essentially, is a deep forest. You know, that way our book nook is, you know, within this nature-inspired area, within this forest, so to say. You know, all things, I think, worth considering this week. Again, I feel like there will be plenty of Dream Snaps that get 4K that don't take that route. You know, that don't go to those lengths. So for players that have less time and don't feel like building out a forest, something like this is totally fine. Could be a great option. My only, you know, my only word on that would be if it comes up against snaps that are more heavily forested, they could give it trouble in the voting phase. So yeah, good job with the scene so far, Bella. You know, if you go with I think the fox pose is great here, by the way. I think this is the one I would go with. I would just consider altering the angle a bit just to get some of that beauty out of the avatar. And if you do, you know, you can always keep this one saved to your gallery, and if you end up liking it more, you can go with this one. But if you want a secondary review tomorrow, I would love to see a very similar scene where we're not as close to these book walls, and your nook is within a forest. That is if you have time. Jedi Lauren is next. I really like how the bookshelf hid perfectly behind the arch. Thank you. Any advice? Okay, let's see. Oh, wow. This is so good, Jedi Lauren. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Great job on this forest. Amazing. Oh, yeah, and that's so cool. I see what you're saying. I'm kind of blocking it, but when we look here, yeah, the way the bookshelves are like within these arches, that's super fun. Yeah, they fit in there very nicely. And a great way to do a standing shot, too. The fact that you put this book up on the table and you have her looking at it as if she's going to reach for it. I see you have Belle waving instead of doing the book reading animation, which is just fine as well, because this would be a great place for someone like Belle to hang out. Great foreground elements. The piles of books here, the table, the little plant, this little flower down here on the bottom right, the candles. Really good job here. I also love that you put the yellow street lights. One right behind this little opening and one right behind this one. Very balanced photo. I like that the focal point is the path through the forest. But yeah, this is really good, Jedi. I think this is a very competitive snap. I think you've communicated the forested book nook concept very well here. And if you wanted to do anything else with it, you know, you do have an opportunity right here on the open rug. Maybe just the footstool dog or Lumiere right here, or Cogsworth even. You might have enough candles already, so maybe you don't want to use Lumiere, but Cogsworth could be really fun in that spot. Or, again, the footstool dog attached to Belle, kind of walking around right here, could be fun. So you do have some fun options with this tiny bit of space here. But that's it. You know, I don't think there's really any other opportunity to, you know, add anything else. And I think you've delivered very well on both the forested aspect of the challenge and the Book Nook aspect of the challenge. Well done. Bad Wolf is next. Oh, another... Dang, you guys are doing a great job with these, like, forest, like, you know, and these centerpieces here. Very cool. Yeah, because we just had one with this archway, and now we have another one with an archway here. Bad Wolf says, "Hi, Senpai. I've recently come across your videos and decided to have a crack at submitting a review. Although I probably won't be able to catch it live as I live in Australia. FYI, I have the base game plus Eternity Isle." Okay, okay. Well, you did a great job for a base game and Eternity Isle submission, considering you didn't have the bind. So wonderful work here. The swirling papers are really fun. Great shot of Belle, featuring her close to the front of the frame here with the book open, is fantastic. You even got little squirrels in here. I think this is a super fun pose to use as well. You're using the dragon pose, but you've angled the character in a way to where it looks like she's, you know, excited for the, you know, to see these swirling papers here, or enjoying her time in the Book Nook. Great job adding a nice little silhouette behind the forest here as well. I do think it might be worth considering pulling the light a tiny bit further away. That way, you know, we can see these trees split the light a little, a tiny bit more here. Again, that's a very small thing, though. But yeah, I think you've played up the forest aspect of the challenge very well here, as well as the Book Nook. Now, this whole area here, it is rather large for like a Nook, but again, I don't really foresee a lot of voters being super picky about that. You know, like if your Nook is like more of a big space, I think that's gonna be okay. You know, I just like to remind people to be mindful of the Nooks being these like smaller secluded spaces. But again, I don't think you need to rework your entire space here. I just want you to be aware of that going into voting. And yeah, excellent job playing up the forest here. I love the pathway. The fact that you have Beast back here is very fun. Now, you do have a bit of opportunity, like right here where we have, you know, these rugs. I'm not saying to clutter them up with more items because, you know, we want to keep the pathway open, right? But what you could put here would be villagers. You know, you could add Lumiere or Cogsworth within this little range because they're very short, they're small. We're going to be able to see over them easily. It's not going to obstruct our beautiful view of this archway. And if you wanted to get them in those spaces without having to wait for them to just like walk through them, you could use the Touch of Magic trick where you trap them with Touch of Magic items, and then you pause them, and then you toggle off the Touch of Magic items. Now, for them to fit in these small spaces, you would likely need to use some smaller Touch of Magic items, and really that can be tricky because there's not very many Touch of Magic items that have a small footprint. What I commonly use would be these Daisy trophies. However, I have 25 of these. These cost 500 Daisy coins apiece. So you can only get one every 5 days. But they are great to use. However, with the update coming, you're not going to need to worry about these anymore because we're going to be able to put the villagers right where we want them. And I don't think it'll be necessary to have these anymore. An easier option with a bigger footprint would be these tables. You can craft these, and you can always trap villagers with a few of these, but the footprint is bigger, and it might get in the way of some other items you have in the scene. And aside from these Daisy trophies, if you were playing around Christmas and you had wrapping paper, there's also small Touch of Magic Christmas presents that you can craft, that you can trap villagers with. All of these could work for you. But that could be one of the ways you could get, you know, Lumiere and Cogsworth, like, on this little pathway right here. And it would allow you to add some fun detail here without having to clutter up your walkway or add more items to the photo. Great lighting here, by the way. The fact that you have the sun behind the camera. Great lighting on the avatar. Great lighting on Belle. You played up Belle very well here. We have the autumnal clock tower, the swirling papers, Beast in the back. This certainly has potential for 4K. You did a fantastic job filling out this bottom left-hand corner. The fact that we have a little tea set here is great. I love the seating arrangements, like the hanging seat here and a little couch back here. Overall, very solid, very solid. Certainly has an opportunity for 4K. Ultimately, you know, it always comes down to what kind of opponents you get, what kind of voters you get. But I could see this in the 4K range for sure. One of the few ways I could see to make this a bit more competitive would be to, you know, add, like, I don't know if you have the Footstool Dog, but Lumiere and Cogsworth could be really fun within this region here. Considering you don't have Storybook Veil, you did a fantastic job with this Bad Wolf. Great job. Meredith is next. Hello, I made a special effort to work on the lighting this week. I did buy the flying book pages. I did want to use the Mulan lanterns, but they haven't shown up in my screw shop yet. I'll happily take any advice and critiques you can offer to improve this. All right. So we have our first scene here. Well, very cool with the silhouette, Meredith. Very cool. And then we have this one here. Let's see. Okay. So, when it comes to lighting, Meredith, one of my biggest tips with lighting is to use the sun as kind of a giant spotlight where it shines onto your character and onto your scene. So here we have like the sunset time of day lighting. And you can see we have like this beautiful light hitting the avatar here. So we've positioned ourselves right in front of the sun. Now, if you're not in front of the sun, like in your photo, I can tell that you're either in the shade or the sun's off to the right. So if the sun's not behind the camera, it's not quite what I recommend in terms of lighting. We can see some light hitting right here. You see how different colors can appear when they're being met with light versus when they're not? So we have two colors here. There's this like very prominent bright tan, and then there's this darker brown. So our sun seems to be kind of off in the right-hand side direction. So because of that, we're not getting these brighter, more colorful yellows. We're not getting these brighter, more colorful oranges. Lighting is one of the most important things when it comes to Dreamsnaps. Now, if you don't have light hitting your avatar, not to worry. There is a great option for that. So let's say the sun is not hitting my scene. Like we'll go to nighttime. You'll notice my character is a bit darker. The scene's a bit darker. But you can go down to your character lighting and you can turn the character lighting up. Now, you know, the avatar really stands out. She's got this beautiful light hitting her. So when you don't have light actively hitting your avatar, you can use your character lighting. Though, when it comes to lighting in Dreamsnaps, I think you've done a wonderful job adding a beautiful backdrop to the lighting here. And it looks like you've also boosted your saturation to get some very good yellow in the back of this. However, my biggest advice when it comes to lighting is to combine those kinds of elements, like silhouettes and things like that, with, especially for daytime scenes, with the sunlight itself hitting your scene. I want to show you some snaps. So this would be Weasley. Weasley is very talented when it comes to snaps. They've been in the top 100 a lot. They've been in the top 5. I'm not saying you have to make something this competitive with this level of detail. What I want you to take note of here is the lighting. Notice how there's no shade on the avatar here. Look at where their shadow is going. It's going behind them. So the sun is behind the camera. And because of that, the sunlight is hitting everything in this photo. That's why we have all these beautiful, vivid colors. And when we look at another high-ranking player here with Beyblade, this is the sunset time of day. You see how their shadow is going back behind them here? So they too have the sun behind their camera. So they're they're using the sun like a giant spotlight. So they have all this beautiful light pouring into the scene. The tricky thing, and lighting is one of the biggest things when it comes to getting 4K consistently. If you can master lighting, you can see a huge increase in potential performance. So let's say hypothetically these two pictures were up against each other in voting. One of them is going to stand out very well. I did make yours a little bigger here, so we need to go to the same size. So it is good that you're using these glowing rugs because these pop really well. But the rest of the photo doesn't have much light hitting it. And again, it is good that you put a silhouette in the back of the scene. But what I would advise you, working on and trying to master is treating the sun in this game as if it were a giant camera light. Like, when we were, I don't know if they do this worldwide, but at least here in the States, when you were in elementary school and middle school, we always had a photo day for like the yearbook, and professional photographers would always come and take pictures of each person one at a time, and they would have these big lights aimed directly towards the photo, aimed towards you, aimed towards the backdrop. It is a great idea to look at the sun the same way. Look at the sun in this game as a giant photo spotlight. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a beautiful sunset in the back, but that is more technical. If you want to capture a gorgeous sunset in your photo, you'll need to adjust a lot of settings to make sure the photo still pops visually. But what you'll see with like most of my snaps, if I take snaps during the daytime, like any snap I do in the day, almost always uses the sun this way. So in this scene, the sun is behind the camera. We added our own sun to the sky up here, and that's why all these blues feel extra blue and all these greens feel extra green. And you'll see the same thing throughout, all of these submissions. Notice how Jasmine's shadow is going back here. Aladdin's shadow is going back. It's because the sun is behind the camera, and we're getting all this beautiful light. We can even get little shadows here off the top of this plant, like, as the light illuminates the petals. We get these extra details from the shadow. We get light reflecting off of the glass flowers here. So all of this light coming in not only gives us additional details with the way shadows work, but it also gives us very good natural saturation, and it allows the picture to stand out very well in the voting process. And like I said, you'll see this in almost all of my daytime photos. Typically, I use the sunset time of day, but sometimes I use, regular daylight. I believe in Weasley's shot, I think they were using regular daylight for this one. This is regular daylight, because sometimes with where you are, sunset won't work because it sets behind a mountain. So for a scene like this, if I had used sunset, it would have just been, everything would have been in shadows. So I wanted to make sure we got that good lighting, so I used, the hour before sunset where the sun is not quite sunk down below the mountain, but can still cast beautiful light onto the scene. Here you see my shadow going back as well. So this is something I see from almost everybody here that is consistently getting 4K. Every once in a while, they'll do a shot with the sun setting in the back, but 90% of the time when they're building their Dreamsnap, the first thing they consider is where the sun is going to be for the time of day they're using. So again, I think you've done a great job adding some nice lighting effects to your photo. But what's even more important than that would be the position of your sun. So if we go back here, we're going to be using sunset time of day. Now, these red hanging lanterns, they're not on yet. They only activate after 6, so of course it looks really dark over here. And when you have dark spots, you can do kind of like you did here, where you add like glowing elements, right? So you're doing that very well, as mentioned. But I can show you how this photo looks when these lights are actually activated. So we have this beautiful sunlight hitting the front of the scene, and the areas that were darker, I put lights over here. Now, I know you don't have these lights. So if you don't have these lights, just don't add anything to the scene that creates a big shadow. I intentionally made these areas shaded because I am using these lights. So if I didn't have these lights, what I would have done was built the scene a little bit differently. I would have not had this here. That way we can have light hitting all of that. And I would not have this here. That way we can have light hitting all of that. The reason I have these here, creating these big shadows, is because I wanted to make the most of these lanterns, and adding a little bit of extra shade to those pockets allows me to do that. But again, if you don't have the lanterns, you can just focus on having a lot of light coming into your scene. So what I would encourage you to do for your snap this week is, if you're going to build in the bind, choose the time of day you're going to use first. That's the first thing you'll do. And again, I advise going with the sunset time of day, so it would be like 6 p.m. So for me right now, it's 5:12. So I would go plus 1 hour. Now it's 6:12 according to the game. And now we have the sun right out there. It's facing towards the scene, and we get some beautiful light. Since you don't have these lanterns, you would just not have big items like that here. That way you can get all this beautiful light on your trees and into your scene and onto your avatar. And then you could still do the same things you're doing very well. You could still add a beautiful silhouette in the back of your image. So you could do the same trick that you're already doing. You could take some lights. I'm just going to drop blue lights because they're the first thing that popped up. I'm not saying to use blue. I think the yellow you're using is perfect. But yeah, at sunset, these lights will be active and we can get this nice silhouette in the back. And another benefit of this, if you did decide to rebuild your snap, is it would give you an opportunity to play up the forest aspect a bit more. So since this challenge is called Forested Book Nook, you do have some good trees here. But I probably wouldn't use 2 of the pergolas side by side. One will be great, and then you can play up natural forest elements on both sides. Like if you look at snaps like this, look at how they're using a lot of trees, how they have the sun behind the camera. And then we see that here as well. Beautiful lighting here. They have lots of trees. We see that here. So in closing, for your submissions here, I would love to see a secondary review for you. You can keep both of these saved to your gallery. And if you end up liking these more, you could always go with one of these options. But if you change location, if you come to this spot in the bind, or you could do this spot over here, they're both, you can look at the shadows of items to kind of see where the sun is, or you can look towards the sun. But I would encourage you, if you really want to master lighting and make the most of it, I would encourage you to view the sun in this game as a giant spotlight. And when building out your scene this week, do your best to play up the forested aspect of the challenge combined with the Book Nook portion of the challenge. And if you got away from the edge here, you see how you're kind of right up against this cliff wall. If you came up to, the front of the island, like where we are with this one, you would actually have the space to put in far more trees, and then you can put a silhouette behind that, and you'll have, a more forested feel. And you can always focus on having your, little book nook being right at the front of your scene. But yeah, great job with the silhouettes. Again, really like the way you adjusted the saturation and got this really nice yellow light. If you end up not having a bunch of time this week and you kind of want to go with this, I would add Belle to it, like right here, and get her in her reading pose, and I would boost my character lighting. But if you do have time, I would encourage building an alternate version where you can really make the most of that beautiful sunlight, and you can still make the most of these silhouettes as well. Great job, Meredith. Great job. Mama Dukes. Wow, very nice. Look at those colors. Check that out. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Oh my god, I love the scholarly dragon here. That's so cute. Also, really good job on the makeup, the lip, the hairstyle. I love these glasses. Yeah, you look like you're really into reading. Great pose with the book here too. Beautiful glow from the fall leaf rugs. Very forested feel. Like even if we look back behind these fences, we see lots of trees. And then we have one very large tree here with the books embedded inside of them. Belle sitting down reading. Man, this is gorgeous. And I like how instead of relying on using the placeable candles, you're using the ones attached to the log and the ones attached to this scholastic sycamore here. Fantastic work here, Mama Dukes. I don't really have any recommendations for this one. I love the dragon. I mean, you could always add, like, Cogsworth or Lumiere, but I probably wouldn't even do that because I would want the attention being on how cute this is. But yeah, very good forested feel, very good position of the avatar here, great avatar design, great beauty elements, great lighting. Outstanding work. Jingle bells. We got Jen coming in. Whoa. That's cool. What a great idea. We talked about something similar to this in my tip video. I mentioned, you know, you could use just about any villager or pet if you wanted to come up with a really creative way to show what kind of story you're reading. And this might be one of the most creative snaps I've seen so far. This is really cool, Jingle Bells. This is really cool. So what we have going on here is we have our forested book nook right here. They've added a nice yellow silhouette in the back of this forest. They have plenty of trees, and we have a very clearly defined book nook. Not only is the avatar here reading the book, but she's visualizing the story in this portal. This is so cool. I also love the pets. The fact that you have Mochi and the Corgi, that's so cute. And Belle sitting down reading as well. But I just love the way you've set up this portal scene here for, you know, to highlight the book you're reading. I think this is a really good wow factor. You did a great job with the design of the portal. It feels very cohesive. You know, the fact that we have two completely different worlds here. And the fact that the book is open in front of her and her eyes are on this doorway, it really, I mean, you're really communicating the concept here extremely well. So not only did you nail the theme, but you very heavily played up the final part of the theme. Which stated, decorate and dress to tuck yourself safely away in nature and into your favorite book. So you're really into your favorite book with this. You know, we can see it. We can see what's going on in there. And we see the new Bambi. We see the Sakura dragon. We see little bunnies, witch blossom flowers, the snippets. You made it feel so magical and enchanting inside of here. Really, really like what you've done here, Jen. This is outstanding. Not to mention, you've got really good lighting. You know, sun behind the camera. We can see your shadow going in this direction here. You're hanging the red lanterns here, getting some beautiful light On this side, you have a silhouette behind your forest. You've Belle. You have loads of companions. This is an outstanding scene. I like that you built this, on a floating island as well, but you made this feel so much like the bind. You use leaf strewn path and all of these trees, and then we look here and the leaf strewn path ends, and then we get this dark green ground here with a little bit of sun-dried clay path here. Incredible work, incredible work. I think this is extremely deserving of 4K. And I think with the wow factor set up the way it is, I think it's I think it's a very, very, very high likelihood of 4K for this. I would be super shocked if it didn't get 4K. You'd have to pop up against some, like, absurdly good snaps. Yeah, wonderful job. Wishing Star is next. So we got option number 1 here. And then option number 2. Wishing Star said, I had some really strange glitches happen while making this week's snap. Belle's book disappeared. Dude, I had that happen the other day when I was actually showcasing Belle's reading thing on stream. Yeah, I hope issues like that get worked out with the update. Anytime I move the camera and none of the snaps with her blue dress would save. Anyway, these snaps are really similar. One has sparkle motif. Since I don't have the fireflies, and the other one has a flying book. Is there enough difference to matter? So this one, I see the flying book right here. And in this one, I see a little sparkle motif. No, I think they're very similar. I think these would likely rank about the same, Wishing Star. But if it were my choice, I'd probably go with the one that has the flying book here. I think that's a really cute feature. And I think the Storyteller's Fire does draw a little bit of attention to it, which is fun. Excellent pose here. I love the candles and the little orbs of pixie dust coming up. You've really done well to deliver on the forested aspect of the challenge as well. A little snippet here. Good way to fill out that space. And honestly, for builds that play up these autumn colors, I think the green dress actually looks better than the blue. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know if, I can't say whether or not everybody feels that way, but I can at least share my personal taste. And the fact that you have on this, like, dark green, kind of cardigan here as well. Matches very nicely with Belle. Love the way you styled the hair. Like, the white and the brown. And some really fantastic details throughout the image. Feels very magical. I think the only... My only thoughts when it comes to 1v1s with this, things that could give this a challenge. Since we've seen a lot of 4K results that play up very vibrant colors, matching up against a snap that is extremely vibrant, that has like really, really high levels of lighting, and I don't think you need to boost saturation much in the bind. But if we look at the lighting here with this one, all of the colors are very, very prominent, and then here as well. They're very vivid. And I'm not saying vivid is better, because it's subjective. When it comes to what's better for Dream Snaps, everybody can have different opinions on that. But when it comes to what we see performing very well, very often with Dream Snaps, vivid snaps have a very strong history of performing very well. So perhaps a slight saturation boost, if you wanted a secondary review, could be worth considering. But again, these are both really good. And I feel like even if you don't change it, these are likely 4K submissions. I think you've done a great job on your forest. You've done a great job defining your book nook. If you wanted to, you could include like Cogsworth or Lumiere on this open yellow rug right here. Could be fun. But it's not necessary. And yeah, between the two, I really like the one with the flying book. You also have a nice little flying book out here. But yeah, really, really fantastic job here, Wishing Star. Great scene building. You know, my only minor concern for the 1v1s would be if you get unlucky enough to pop up against some snaps that are very vivid. There's a lot of voters that gravitate towards these vivid scenes. But again, it's not something that's absolutely necessary. So if you want a... Well, if you're not over the bugs and issues and you end up wanting a secondary review, I would love to see a scene with, you know, a slightly enhanced saturation. And then also, if you have them, the hanging lanterns can be a great way to bring out more of those vivid colors in your darker pockets. So like back here where it's all shaded and back here where it's all shaded, hanging a little lantern in these areas will create these beautiful little well-lit zones that burst with color. Again, totally optional, but I think it would make the snap even more competitive against scenes where these vivid colors are very prominent. But yeah, fantastic work here. This is one of the stronger snaps I've seen. Good job. Poppy is next. All right, we got two options for Poppy here. Hi, and thanks for the reviews. 2 snaps this week. Definitely tested myself with the camera mode last week and this. First is what I have submitted. As always, appreciate your thoughts. All right. So this one's the one you have submitted, and that's another option. I certainly think you made the right call with this one. They're both good, but this angle on the avatar isn't quite as flattering. This one, however, I think she looks really strong here. So great pose. Belle looks fantastic here. We have Gaston, and you have a very nice forested vibe. So lots of trees. You have that Belle's cottage in the back, which is a great house to use here. Before I tore down my bind, I used to have that in there. We do have a lot of buildings in the back. We have like the Autumnal Clock Tower here. We have this building. We have Belle's cottage, and we have the library. So all the houses are pretty much on theme, which is good. And I think it's fine to use a little town like this as long as it still feels forested. And it does. You know, you have the sycamores, you have the bushes, you have some big trees. You've got some great hanging lanterns here, bringing some more light into certain pockets of the scene. Now, this is really large for a Nook. But, again, I really don't foresee voters being super picky about that. You never know, though. You never know. So it's something I consider when building my snap. And there are several snaps that have seemed to build out, you know, these smaller spaces. I guess just to be cautious of that, you know. Again, though, I would be really surprised if people are super hung up on the definition of Nook. I wouldn't be surprised at all if, like, all 3 of the top photos ended up being spaces with, like, these bigger areas. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it was, you know, snaps like this. You never really know. But yeah, colors are really good here, Poppy. This is what I meant when I was talking about playing up vibrancy. So you've got great light coming into this scene. It feels forested. It has that very good bookish feel to it. And, you know, this could be the Nook right here. You know, you could have your own little Nook right here because you do have a little pillow, little rug here. And you have kind of sealed it off, like with another pile of books here and a book here. So these can just be separate Nooks. You know, like we have a little reading Nook here. We have a little reading Nook here. But yeah, I think you did a great job with the avatar presentation, with the villagers. Lighting and color is very strong here as well. I don't think you need to add anything else to this, but, you know, if you did, again, Lumiere and Cogsworth could be really fun. You can do like one over here, one over here. Totally optional, though. As is pretty much all of my advice. But yeah, this one, where you're a bit closer, I think it makes the avatar look better, and we get this nice candle here. Though for balance, I think it would be very cool to have another candle here. So that way you can fill in this bottom left-hand corner with the candle, and then you can fill in, you know, we'll have this corner candle, and then we can have another corner candle. Could be fun. But even without changes, I think this has a great shot at 4K. Heathen Dove. These are the two snaps I'm trying to decide between. I tried to get Belle closer to the camera on the second one, but when I trapped her, she refused to go into her reading pose. She just walked around aimlessly or waved. I can't wait to hear what you think. Yeah, I recommend using the toggle for Belle. Yeah, wonderful job. This is beautiful. Now, I like the angle on the first one a bit more. Like this more straight-on shot. This one is tilted a bit lower. But the reason I like the first one more is that the book kind of comes into the frame. It goes all the way down into the shot. And this fills out the corners really well. And it features the avatar extremely well. This one, you have more of a pan, you know, down into the shot, which moves the book up out of the frame a bit. And the corners don't feel as full here. And it doesn't feature the avatar quite as well. So if you could deliver this angle with Belle, I think you'd have the best of both worlds. I love the yellow hanging lanterns here. These look gorgeous. You have wonderful colors here. The fireflies combined with the storyteller's fire and the candelabras. This rich silhouette in the back of the scene. And you have a nice little nook here. So yeah, this angle, not to mention this angle, look at how much better these yellow lanterns look versus here. We don't really get to see them anymore. And these are definitely worth featuring in your shot. They're so nice. The yellow lanterns, you know, layered on top of these rich oranges. This is so beautiful. Especially with the fireflies as well. So I think this is definitely the angle I would go with if I were you. I would just try to get Belle reading in this one too. And as far as anything else you could do with this, you could put a couple of little items around your Nook. Nothing tall that's going to obstruct the background, but maybe some small fun items from landscaping. So like this little stack of books with the red leaves on it could be really fun. Like this little guy. You know, the way I set up my Nook, and again, you don't have to, you know, do exactly what I did by any stretch of the imagination, but I've kind of sealed off the area around our little Nook here. My lights aren't on yet, so we got to go to a different time of day. But we have a little pathway behind us, and the Nook is surrounded to be its own little secure, sealed-off pocket. You don't have to take it as far as I did here, but I think having, you know, a couple of minor items around. I like the pine cones. You know, you could just do one of those little foresty book items right here if you wanted. But even if you don't add anything else to the Nook right here, I think you're fine. This is an absolutely gorgeous photo. The colors are very vibrant. Voters have shown time and time and time again that they love scenes like this. So if you were able to deliver on this, but add this pose in, I think it would be the best of both worlds. But yeah, you made a really beautiful scene here. You did a great job playing up the forested aspect. Great job on the avatar presentation. And I just love the yellow lanterns paired with the fireflies and the storyteller's fire. There's so many good things going on here. Really good job, Heathen. Really good job. Nicole Lay. Hey, Sabai, first time getting a review from you. I often score 2.5K to 4K every week, but I enjoy watching your streams and the process and wanting to join in. Nice. Welcome, Nicole. Welcome. Thank you. In one, I opted for an indoor shot this week to try something outside the box. I also did an outdoor shot. Please let me know your take on this and would appreciate any feedback. Okay, so we have one scene here. One scene here. I like how you made an indoor shot, but you made it look like it was outdoors. Like, that's pretty fun. People used to always do the opposite. People would want to, they would want to create an outdoor scene that feels like it's inside. But I think this is the first time I've seen somebody create an inside scene that feels like it's outside. That's fun. All very good options. Fantastic lighting, first of all. I'm not surprised you get 4K to 2500 every week. Like I often say, one of the biggest factors when it comes to performing well in Dreamsnaps on average is lighting. And it's very clear to me in this first review of yours that you've really dialed in lighting. So lighting here is stunning. Great sunset time of day, good light pouring into the scene. And even in this one, for indoor scenes, the big trick with lighting here is to play up the light that cascades in from the windows. And you've done that here as well. And yeah, same lighting here, just different on the colors. All three of these are great options, I think. I think the one that would probably do best with more voters on average would be this one. The colors are very vibrant. It's really going to stand out well in the voting phase. This one is super interesting. Like I said, I don't see a lot of indoor shots that feel almost like they're outside. And that's super cool with this one. I think you've done a great job designing the Nook. And you still made it feel forested by having this archway here, having the little mushroom here. So we still have a really good forested vibe. And with the way you've surrounded yourself by nature, you're still playing up all the aspects of the challenge. I didn't really expect to see this week an indoor submission that actually accomplished the theme. So this is quite a surprise. Very cool. And this one's really good too. A lot of people do like the shots that have this more kind of natural color to them. These also do very well. So you don't always have to go with the more saturated, like brighter, colorful options. But the reason these ones, I think, are usually safe candidates, and I usually go with them, is because I have a theory that they work well for the average selfie submitters, because there are a lot of people that, each week that just, they don't really participate in Dreamsnaps. They just use it to get a few extra moonstones. That's why you see a lot of selfie submissions, a lot of quest photos, just photos that are kind of thrown out there for quick moonstone. And I believe they approach voting in a very similar way. They don't put much thought into what they submit, and they're not going to put a whole lot of thought into voting. Either they're going to pick very quickly, they're going to get their 50 moonstones, and they're going to dip out. So a lot of the times, if you can capture their attention with your photo, you can lock in the vote with them. And that's why I might be wrong on that theory, but one thing we know for sure is that vibrant photos have a very strong history of performing well. Now, of course, that's not to say that, you know, these more tamed, natural variants can't do well. They definitely can, and they do. But these are quite popular. I really like both of these. But if these were my snaps, I'd probably choose this one. Again, the indoor one is super fun. Very interesting take on the challenge. I would say the only downside to going with this route, you know, you get a great wow factor of doing an indoor scene that feels like it's out in nature, which is really cool. But being in the outdoors, you can really play up that forested vibe to such a high degree. And I think that's definitely worth doing this week when it comes to being competitive. So yeah, beautiful work here. Awesome first review. You've already included Lumiere and Cogsworth, which is something I've talked about a lot today. You know, you have a great silhouette in the back, playing up the forest vibes really well. If you end up wanting a secondary review, you can submit up to 3 photos. I would love to see this with a couple of different outfits, you know, different outfit options. Not that I dislike this outfit. I think this is a great outfit. But I would love to see how the photo feels when we play up I would say a little less white on the avatar. There's a lot of fun colors in a lot of the outfits. There's a lot of white on, like, the apron for this one. So I would just be curious to see it. This still might be the best outfit to go with this scene. But if you have time and you want any secondary reviews, I would be curious to see it with other options. Not that there's anything wrong with this one. But with all these beautiful colors, you know, I'm curious about outfits that can play around with the color composition of this shot. Great job. Give me 1 second here. Get into our next review. Yeah, we already did Wishing Stars. We have Silver Tab next, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right. It's foresty, it's booky, it's down for the nookie, question mark? Thank you for the reviews and suggestions. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Beautiful lighting here, first off. That's like the first thing I notice. And it looks like you have some hanging lanterns back here because I see this light casting back here. That looks gorgeous. Storyteller's Fire. You have a very well-defined Nook. I like the way you've filled in this area. You know, the scrolls, the books right here, the books on the side, the candles around it. Very clear that this is our Nook. We have Belle here. I would say if you have the green dream style for Belle, I do think it looks really good with the bind colors. But, you know, the blue and white is fine as well if you don't have it. Again, great job with the light casting back here. Very foresty. If you wanted to, you do have an opportunity right here to include, you know, Lumiere or Cogsworth potentially. I don't think you need much in the foreground. You got your corners filled out well. Candles here. Candles here. I believe you've set your light bloom to 1% because these wicks down here look very crisp. If you wanted to add, I see you have the fireflies up here and the storyteller's fire, so you have some nice, you know, sparkly magic effects. If you wanted to add some of that to the base, you could put a little pile of pixie dust to the right of this candle and a little pile of pixie dust to the left of this candle, and you can get some little sparkles rising up at the base here. Could be nice. It would balance well with the sparkles you have at the top of the scene. Overall, very solid work. Great lighting, great delivery of the theme, great placement for Belle, great pose. If you do end up going to the green dream style for Belle, a green cardigan on the avatar could look really nice here too. But again, it's not something you have to do. Very good work here, Silver Tab. Beautiful, beautiful. We have Dreamer next. All right. So, my first thought on this Dreamer, I'm a little worried it's really dark. So again, you know, you've done a lot of these reviews, so you probably know where I'm going with this. If you pop up against snaps that, you know, have abundant lighting and their scene is very clear and visible, and you don't have good light coming into the image, it could be very hard to lock in the votes. So, you know, when these photos are both small, notice how with this one, we can see everything that's going on very easily. But with this one, when it's small, you really kind of have to look closely to, like, see the elements of the snap. So, my first recommendation for you here this week, Dreamer, is going to be to reconsider your lighting here and how you've built your scene. Aside from that, I would get away from the edge of the cliff and actually build out a forest. You know, like, give yourself enough space to put several trees instead of just having, like, you know, the leaves here. Like, let's try to, I would advise trying to have a lot of trees in the back, but when you're this close to the edge, it's gonna be hard to do that. Now, a good place to consider building your snap this week, Dreamer, would be, you know, the sun sets on this side of the bind. So if you come to this side of the bind, which I think you are in the bind, and you get away from the wall a bit, you can still have the sun behind the camera like we discussed. And you can have some great light coming into your scene. My concern with this one is it's going to have a lot of uphill battles in 1v1s if we don't address lighting. You know, these are the photos you could end up matching up against here. Notice how they all have that forested vibe. They all have that little book nook, but they also have this beautiful lighting that makes it very easy for the voter to see and understand what's going on. So, and also, you know, if you're going to do the ground pose and interact with the book, keep in mind you can use the technique where, you know, you get a much better shot of the avatar. Won't matter next week, because next week we should have some improvements to free mode, which is going to allow you to highlight the avatar much better, and you won't have to go through these, you know, these techniques to, like, get the camera low and stuff like that. But getting away from the wall would allow you to build more of a forest. Again, you want to always build your scene in a way to where the theme is extremely obvious. And with the scene you've created here, not only is light an issue, but you've also surrounded yourself with all these, like, potion bottles. You know, I wouldn't really go in that direction. I would focus on the books. And you don't even need, like, a crazy amount of books. You just need a little book nook, you know? Now, that doesn't mean you can't use a lot of them. Like, there's a lot of books here. But this is kind of what the theme is directing you to do. So if we look at what we have here, this little pocket right here, this rug they're on, this is the book nook. It's secluded, it's sealed off. You know, we can see right here, there's scrolls, there's a pine cone. We have all these forested aspects, and then we also have the books. And then the background is a forest, and there's some more books here. But lighting is very, very important. And I'm worried that this Dreamsnap is going to have a lot of difficult matchups if we don't address lighting. Messy Mother Crafter. I made a few different versions using my same setup. I never used so many characters before. Is it too busy? What can I do to improve? Well, let's see. Let's see. So we have this one, and this one. Well, first off, I like the lighting here the most. It looks like you're using that sunset time of day here. The colors are very rich. These ones, we have more of the daytime lighting, and there's also a lot of shade on the avatar and on the villagers. And it's kind of the same in this one. So a lot of these snaps you've seen today are from people that are very consistently capturing those 4K Moonstone rewards. And you can see one very common theme among these submissions is that they are all really making the most of their lighting. So they have all this beautiful rich light coming into the scene. Everything is very well lit. So my worry with these two is that we don't get much vibrancy. Everything is kind of shaded. Whereas this one, we are getting some good light. There's great light hitting Max. There's great light hitting you. Great light hitting Belle. Now, as far as your question about it being too busy. So, busy is a tricky thing. I think there's no such thing really as having too much detail in your snap, right? So like when you have a whole lot of things going on, like everywhere we look in this photo, there's details, right? We can see all these different elements. But when we get into the busy version of that, it's when you have a lot of things that kind of obstruct us from being able to see into the theme or into the scene you've created. In that case, I think that could be a risk here. So the swirling papers are really fun, but when they're played very close like this, they're going to cover a lot of what you've built. And then villagers can do the same. So when you feature the avatar up close and the villagers somewhat close, and we have the papers, it's really, while the lighting here is good, my worry is that if you get matched up against some of the other snaps we've discussed, it's really hard to see your forest here. And I also am having a hard time finding your book nook because we can't really see much of the scene. So my advice here, using villagers is great. But more villagers isn't always more competitive. It really comes more down to like how you're placing them, how you're using them. Having villagers is great for storytelling. Whether it's just one or a couple. Like in this one, we have 4 villagers. But notice how in this photo, they have one human-sized villager a good bit further back so we can still see into the scene. And then we have 3 very small villagers. We have Tinkerbell, we have Cogsworth, and we have Lumiere. Notice how each one is positioned to where they're not really blocking or obstructing anything important. Like Lumiere is in front of this bottom of the bookshelf, which we can see. Cogsworth is just kind of in front of some grass here. Tinkerbell is in front of this castle, which we can still see very well. And Belle is right here at the end of this bookcase, just partially covering this stack of books. So we can still see into this scene very well. my worry with these is that it's very hard to see into the scene, and that can definitely have a negative impact when it comes to locking in those votes during the voting phase. So what I would focus on, if I were you, if you want a secondary review, is reworking your scene in a way to where we can easily see into the full environment. So if you want to have like Belle's cottage here, you can always move the cottage back a little bit further. We can add smaller, shorter trees to the front, and in the back we can have tall trees. You want to layer your photo in a way to where voters can see into the environment, because that's going to allow them to appreciate that environment a bit more. So the way this one's layered, in the front we have a book and a small stack of books and some small candles. And then as we move further back, we have slightly larger items like this book log and this fern, but we can still see over them. And then once we hit the midground, we get these taller items like the autumnal tower and some trees. And then we have an opening here, so we can see straight back to this pergola. And what I would do if I was to submit this is I would add even more trees behind that, and then add a layer of lights behind that to create a very pretty yellow silhouette. But I would consider rethinking the approach here. So the keywords in the theme, the things I would consider the two most important things are forested. So we need forest elements, and if you can have an entire forest, even better. And we need a book nook. So a nook is a small corner or recess that's specifically dedicated to one thing. So a book nook would be dedicated to books and reading. And forested would just be really playing up the trees. You can use buildings in your snap for sure. A town can be forested. There are towns that are in forests, that are in these heavily forested areas. So I don't want you to feel like you can't use buildings. But you really want to play up the trees. And I think it's great to use villagers, but you got to always consider the trade-off. Having the villager very close to the frame can be good if they're not obstructing or blocking anything important. But if they are, it can definitely hurt the photo. So you got to be very careful with that. And I love the swirling papers, but unfortunately they're very obstructive. I saw somebody using them earlier. Well, it was on our Saturday reviews. They actually had the swirling papers kind of just coming up in the corner, which was really good because we can still see the scene very well. So you can either have, and I do like the way, I love how you have Max positioned here. I love the expression of the avatar. I think it goes really well with the swirling papers. So you can definitely still use them the same way you are, but I would go out of my way to make sure we can see more of what's going on where there is open space. And yeah, for your lighting, definitely go with the way you have the lighting set up in this first one, where we get that great light kind of pouring into the scene. Amanda Rosie is next. Amanda said, I really love the idea of a green forest. I hope it's not too different or off theme. No, not at all, Amanda, not at all. At the end of the day, just needs to be a forest. Doesn't need to be any kind of particular color, so you're fine. And then you have another option here with Miko. Oh, that's super cute. Look at that little chubby raccoon. It's so cute. Yeah, I really like this one. I love that you added the glasses here. Miko looks fantastic. You even got Tiny Alice. That's fun. Belle sitting down reading. Aurora with the bird. This is great because it kind of plays up what I was just talking about with villagers. It's great to use them, it's great to have that element of storytelling, but you want to have them positioned in a way to where they're not obstructing the scene. And the fact you have Belle in the chair back here reading, you have Aurora with the bird here, and then Tiny Alice, you know, they're not really hurting or blocking too much. Great lighting here too, by the way. Fantastic light. I do see you added some green street lights back here for a touch of a green silhouette. And you even put the Aurora back here kind of behind the house. So yeah, very nice. It definitely feels forested. I think you did a good job on your book nook here. And I love Miko in the corner. I think players are really going to like that. I love the little mushrooms along your pathway here too. So yeah, great improvements from the first shot. Overall, very solid. You know, ultimately, performance is just going to come down to what your matchups are like. There are a lot of forested book nook shots where, you know, even with these bind builds where everything is the fall colors, where there's like a good bit of color diversity, where there's yellows and reds and oranges. And then in some of these green ones that are kind of, you know, a green forest like yours, you'll see there's also multiple shades of green. We have this light green on the arch. We have this deep, you know, like kind of almost teal or very lightish green here. There's purple. And then we have this vibrant green moss. So we have these different colors kind of blending in. We have this color diversity here. Using the big sycamores. I love all the vibrant rich green here. Whatever you do, don't delete this one. Make sure you keep it saved to your gallery. But it might be cool to, you know, experiment with your tree line. Like if you moved the trees, and I think you're probably putting them here just to cover the yellow from, or the red from whatever color this pergola is, which is fine. I think it's red because I can see a tiny hint of red here. But if we were to... Yeah, if you move the trees back, you're going to show the red, which I think you're trying to avoid. But you don't have to. You could... Yeah, we can see a little red here. I mean, this is a creative way to hide the red with the big sycamore leaves. But if we can blend maybe a couple of other greens in here somehow, could be worth experimenting with. Not 100% necessary, but might be fun to play around with. Either way, I think this is very solid. And if you do make any changes, just make sure you don't override this one, because I think this has a great shot at 4K. You have really good lighting. You built your Nook really well. Has a strong forested vibe. Featured villagers and pets extremely well here. So, great job. Autumn is up next. Is this too dark? Appreciating advice. Well, let's see. So it looks like the sun is off to the right. And I wouldn't really say it's too dark. You do have great light hitting the avatar here, since the sun is off to the right. Now we do have a lot of shadow and shade here. And it does feel very forested. I like the mushrooms. Did get a good shot of Belle. Though there will be a lot of scenes where the sun is more behind the camera like this, and they catch a lot of light, you know, throughout the whole scene versus the sun off to the right. But considering your sun is off to the right, you actually did still get really good light on the avatar and on Belle. So I don't think it's too dark. The other thing is with the sycamores, the leaves come down really low. You bringing in Horty?
Horty appearance.
Hi, buddy. You got Horty dropping by. You guys can say hello to my cat. Let me see if he wants to say hello. You put him close to the mic. He wants to get on the table. Okay, maybe not. Hi, buddy. Look at that big boy.
He's like, put me on the table.
Yeah, you can drop him off if you want to. Hopefully he'll be good. I just got a lot of snaps to get through, so as long as he... You want to take a little nap on your cat bed? Maybe he'll be a good boy. He looks like he'll be alright. Did you just wake up from his nap?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there he goes. Hi, buddy. You gonna hang out with me?
Good boy.
Alrighty. Yeah, he's gonna hang out. Yeah, with the sycamores, the leaves come down really, really low. And the cool thing with a lot of forest builds is you can get a lot of very well-defined, like, tree branches and tree limbs, like, rising up through the build. And then you can play those up with, like, silhouetted backdrops, which can be really fun. But it's trickier with the sycamore because the leaves come down, or I don't think it's a sycamore. What is it? Is it? What? I forget the name of the tree. Maybe it is a sycamore. But yeah, the leaves come down very low, so we only get a small bit of space here to kind of view into your forest. Which is, you know, I'm not saying is an inherently bad thing, but against some of the other builds out there where, you know, we can really see below the canopy, below the top, and we can see all these, like, twisting, turning branches and, you know, the beauty of a lot of the trees in there. You get through that, you get a lot of great detail in your forest. Whereas with the heavy use of the sycamore, you know, we only get a small glimpse into below the canopy. Again, not saying you can't use the sycamore. Just thinking out loud about how shots where the canopy of the forest is very low are going to measure up against shots where the canopy is a bit higher and we can see more details into the forest. Shots that have, like, you know, a lot of diversity and detail tend to perform very well. And diversity is something I talk about a lot of my snaps. That's why I give a lot of examples of all kinds of different items you can use. Because one thing you always want to avoid with snaps is, like, copy pasting too many of the same items. You want to make sure, you know, the scene will feel a lot more natural if everything feels diverse. And it seems voters really appreciate, like, that diversity in the space. But it's hard to get that in the forest if the whole top of the scene is just the sycamore leaves. But again, you know, still a good photo. I don't think it's too dark. If you have the glowing lilies from the Dapper Light Star Path, those yellow glowing lily pads could look really nice in this pond. If you wanted to add some extra little gold bits to this photo, that could be fun. I do love your big gold glowing mushrooms, though. I think that's really nice. I'm just curious how the photo would look if the canopy were a bit higher and we could see the details of this forest even more. Now, these things likely won't matter if you don't pop up against photos that have those detailed forests. But if you do, you know, it could pose a bit of a challenge. Wag is next. Hi, Sabai. I got tired of waiting for Belle to sit down. I feel like my character might get lost in the background. but I want to dress her in something that matches Belle and Aurora. I really appreciate all the advice. Have a great rest of your week. Thank you, my friend. Oh, yeah. Well, you got Belle reading, which is great. Good pose for Aurora here as well. You definitely got the book nook here at the front of the scene. Well defined. I like the way it's sealed off and you actually have Belle in the nook with you. Then we have a very good forested vibe in the back. I do think when it comes to if you're going to be playing up the bind trees, I don't think they look the best with the pink, but that's my personal opinion. So you can take it with a grain of salt. But, yeah, I can't speak for voters on that. And I don't really have enough data to know if voters feel the same. But I will say as far as some of the beautiful bind shots I've seen, they seem to feel most natural and most beautiful from my perspective when they play up the natural colors of the bind and then to add extra beauty to that instead of adding pink, you know, throwing in things like fireflies or the storyteller's fire or candles, getting additional gold elements to play into the scene. Or, as we discussed, things like the glowing lanterns that you see here and here. I do think that the pink trees, especially like the blossom tree, can be really beautiful additions to forest, but they stand out so much better against a green backdrop versus against a red, yellow, and orange backdrop. And you do have fireflies. I see them here and here and here. So I think, you know, I would advise sticking with the natural colors of the bind trees. I just don't think the pink blends as well, but again, you can take that with a grain of salt if you'd like. And for your son, I would recommend moving it a tiny bit higher to where it comes into the frame. Like half of the circle is out, half is in. Make it look like the photo was lined up that way on purpose to where we get this light flare right at the top. Villagers look really nice here. And again, good forested vibe, good book nook. I love the silhouette you have behind the clock tower. But I would also recommend sealing off the forest rather than leaving the space behind it open. I think the silhouette would be more prominent without the blue behind it. So if we had more trees back here, could be worth doing. But yeah, overall, solid snap. Has a good shot at 4K. Again, you know, clearly defining the theme here. I think that's super obvious. I like the style of the avatar you've set up, though I would consider altering the pose. This straightforward shot when you're doing the fox pose is not a beautiful or flattering angle on the avatar. You know, you got to think about it like, you know, let's say you're taking pictures to upload and you want to look your best. You want to be beautiful. Well, it's that way with Dreamsnaps too. You want everything to look its best. So if you were taking a photo for that, like let's say you were on a wonderful date night and somebody takes a picture of you and your date and your head is tilted down like this towards the camera and you get this kind of angle, it's not going to be the most flattering, and you can still, do the reading and get a flattering angle at the same time if you altered your positioning. So setting your shot up where you're angled this way is going to enhance the beauty of the pose, and it's also going to show your makeup better. It's going to show your eyeshadow better. And if you're going to do the fox pose, using the standing book works really well with where the eyes go, because that's right where the fox is. So I would reconsider the angle of the pose here. just to elevate the beauty of the avatar. And I would love to see the photo without the blossoms or magnolia trees. And if you decide to keep them, then, you know, that is your right. Su Lee is next. Wow, lots of detail here, Su Lee. Lots of beautiful detail. This is my placeholder for this week. I had to redo it as Pumbaa crept into my shot without me noticing, and all you could see was his pink nose. Looking forward to feed. Looking forward to your feedback, and thank you for all you do for the community. You're welcome, Su Lee. You're welcome. I don't even see Pumbaa. Where is Pumbaa? Or maybe this is the retake where you've already removed him. Very solid, though. Great forested feel. Loads of trees. And loads of detail here around your book nook. I like that you have a little carpet here. You've surrounded this well, the flowers. You filled out the bottom left and bottom right-hand corner, like I talk about all the time. Great companions. You know, you have the raccoon, the owl, the rabbits. We have book tiles. We have garden stones. I love the way you set up your own pergola. A lot of us have been using the little, you know, pergolas in the, that come from the bind. But you use this new set that we got at the beginning of this update. And this looks really good, especially with the hanging lanterns. So great job using these red hanging lanterns, as we discussed. You know, this light casting in here, this looks so good. And you also have some great light casting here on Merlin and Belle. Very good forested vibe. Now, I do like the big red pillow behind you. But if it weren't there, it could be super fun to have, like, Lumiere right here instead. But I feel like you're already working with a lot of villagers. So adding more to the mix might be more of a headache than it's worth. Overall, extremely solid shot. You know, you have great color diversity. You have really good villager positioning. We talked about Merlin and Belle being very good. You know, Merlin lives in a library. Belle's a big reader. I love all the pets, all the animals. And the forest feels very magical. Johnny, thank you for the 7 months, my friend. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I like the fireflies over here on the right. I do think it might be worth having some fireflies on the left as well. And you probably do. They probably just flew out of frame here. But, you know, we see these rich fireflies on this side. If we had fireflies in front of this dark brown from this tree, they would pop really well right here. Because we have some here, but this is all so well lit. And this has a lot of rich color. But right here, where we have this very dark brown from the tree, fireflies here would look outstanding. Overall, very solid. Loads of detail here. Like, there's certainly a lot going on. But it's not what I would consider to be too busy. Because we can see everything very well. The theme has good form and composition to it. We have a little pathway leading up this way. Clearly defined little nook down here. And again, fantastic job with the lanterns here. Yeah, only thoughts here would be, you know, I think it could be fun to have fireflies overlaid on this dark brown here. And if you wanted to give yourself even more of a headache with villagers, you know, positioning a villager here instead of the big red pillow could be fun. I think Lumiere could be really fun. As he's providing your reading light, or even Cogsworth to help keep track of time. They're both short enough to where we could still see everything else going on. And since you already have Beast and Belle, Lumiere and Cogsworth could be really fun to use. Beautiful work here, Suli. Absolutely beautiful. Mama Llama is next. Very nice. So a very balanced shot, very symmetrical. We have the two pergolas. Book right in the foreground. Again, I would recommend a different angle for the avatar. I do think you get a better beauty factor out of her for this pose in particular when you angle it slightly differently. Let me pull it up again. You can still be nice and close to her as well. Like, you can get even closer than this. But the benefit of angling your pose this way is that you can get that joy and that expression on her face. Like, you can see the smile. And you can see the eye color really well. You can see the makeup really well. The only downside of that in your shot is that, you know, with the way you have her positioned, you know, we can see the clock tower really well. But if you did decide to take that route, you can always scoot her back just a little bit. And I do think it would be worth considering because it looks like you have some fun eye color here. It's just hard to see. And, you know, this angle of the avatar's head just isn't the most flattering. And I think you can still convey this same kind of pose and still get the same value out of it while playing up the beauty of the avatar as well, with a slightly different angle. Strengths of your scene here is that the book nook is very clearly defined. And we do have some forested vibes. And it's, you know, it's got really good balance. It's a very symmetrical photo. But one of my other small concerns is that, you know, we've seen a lot of shots that are very forested. Now, you have forested aspects. Like, you have a forested style scene. But there are a lot of scenes out there that feel more like a forest. Like, they'll use one pergola and a lot of trees to make it look like they're in the forest. With this one having, like, one big pergola here that's built up and one big pergola here that's built up, it doesn't feel as much like nature. You know, it doesn't feel as much like a forest. Not when you only have two big trees. It has more of a forest feel, I think, when you have a nice mix of trees. Again, not a route you absolutely have to take. You got a good beauty factor. You got great balance. You have good lighting. Voters like all of those things. The forest thing, I think, is only really going to matter if your 1v1s end up being matched up against scenes that do feel more forested. That would be my one concern if it were my snap is, okay, how are the voters going to respond when I pop up against snaps that feel forested? Where they featured their book nook and this beautiful forest. So that would be my one big concern with the scene. And you can still keep the symmetry. You know, perhaps one way to do it would be to move away from the pergolas and instead embrace a handful of beautiful pine trees in their spot. And you can still have this great silhouette behind them. Again, you can keep this one saved to the gallery. And you can try an alternate version of this that plays up, you know, several different trees. And you can still make it symmetrical. But we can have, you know, a more defined forest in the backdrop. And if you like this one more, you can stick with this one. And if you like the other one more, you can go in that direction. And that's the great thing about the gallery. But yeah, looking good so far. Looking good so far. Casey is next. Oh, I love that you got Aurora kind of reaching for a book here. That's really fun. Everyone's reading. I love this. This is really good, Casey. This is really good. You did a fantastic job with all the villagers. The fact that they're all actively engaged in reading. Like, Anna's over here reading this note. Belle's got a book open. Aurora's reaching for a book, which is super clever. And then you're, you know, and this is the, oh man, you nailed the angle. This is what I was talking about. Look at how beautiful the avatar is when using that same pose from the side. So we have this angle of the face. You can't really tell that she's smiling. And it's just, it's not the most flattering angle when you're looking down the bridge of someone's nose like that. But if you're on this side perspective, just look at how beautiful she looks. You see a great side profile of the face. You see this light smile. You see this beautiful green in the eye. You see this gold in the eyeshadow. Yeah, you knocked it out of the park here, Casey. Your forest is very strong. I love the willows mixed in with these oranges and yellows and reds. Beautiful green silhouette in the back. I love how you've kind of blended the fall and, you know, the summer and spring colors here. A lot of people that built in the bind, you know, they didn't really add much green, and you don't have to. But having the green dress and then having the green willows and the green light in the back, this gives you a very, very nice blend of colors. And you did a very good job with the villagers here. Very good job with the pose. I think this is a guaranteed 4K submission. Beauty factor is kind of off the charts here. Well done. No recommendations. Lisa says, I have 3 to choose from. I tried the fox, but hated how it looked without seeing my face. I like your suggestion of the sunbird and paper. So, yeah, Lisa, that's exactly why when you use the fox pose, you got to set it up at the right angle. When you say you tried the fox pose and hated how it looked without seeing the face, you're probably talking about this angle that we've been trying to, you know, work with people on. And guys, the fact that Lisa said that, she typed that before I said any of this. So that's why I'm saying I think it's risky, because it's not flattering. Because that comment right there from Lisa kind of shows you that I'm not the only one that's going to feel that way. So if you have, you know, 2 people using the fox pose and one looks like this and one looks like this, they're going to be way more likely, I think, to choose this one. But yeah, for you, Lisa, you know, just keep in mind when you use the fox pose, you can still see the face. You just have to set up the angle a certain way. So it's all about how you position the avatar when using that pose. I would not have them facing directly towards the camera, because then you're going to have the shot looking down the bridge of their nose and their head tilted. And yeah, you will not see the smile. It's going to be harder to see the makeup. It's going to be harder to see the eyes. But it's so funny that the very next, you know, submission brought that up. Okay, so we have this one with a sunbird pose. You have this one here with Minnie in the back. And then we have this one. So 3 options. I probably wouldn't go with this one. The issue with the papers, they're fun, but they can be really intrusive. And if you match up against snaps that really show you their entire scene where nothing's heavily obstructed, it's going to be very hard to beat them if we do have these large obstructions right at the front of our scene. So I would be very careful with how you use those papers. This one's much better. But I think this might be the best of the 3. For this one, the mix of the pink trees just don't look very natural with the mix of the, like, the yellows and the reds. And we also have this, like, kind of harsh fog in the background that just looks like a very, very pale blue. Whereas with this one, you actually have some lights back here. You know, we get a nice green glow in the back. You don't have any of that pale fog coming through the snap. And while I'm not a very big fan of the pink in this snap, at least most of it's hidden. And you know, the trees themselves, the pink blossom trees, the trunks of those trees look really, really good. So I would understand if you wanted to keep them in, because they have a lot of fun texture. And at least a lot of the pink is hidden, because it doesn't feel quite natural with the bind colors. But in this picture, it's not as impactful, and you get the cool-looking blossom tree trunks themselves. You know, there's just a lot of really great bind submissions out there that are playing up, you know, you don't have to mix in pink trees to make the bind beautiful. Like, it has an extremely high beauty factor on its own. Some of the best things you can add to make bind scenes even more beautiful are golden notes, because they play really well with autumn colors. So fireflies, the storyteller's fire, these bright yellow flowers, this yellow birdhouse, you know, all of these kind of items they're going to pair so nicely with the bind colors. Remember this snap? We talked about it earlier. I mean, I know I'm not the only one here that saw this and was like, wow, that's so beautiful. Why, though? Why? Why does this stand out as so beautiful to us? Or at least to me and some of you. Well, note these beautiful golden lanterns hanging down in both corners. This is what I mean when I say these golden notes play very well with the bind. Not only do we have these golden lanterns hanging down, but we also have a very thick array of these golden fireflies and this golden light coming up from the spirit fire and these golden candelabras and this golden light in the backdrop. We have all this beautiful gold coming in through all these autumn colors, which just gives us a very, very good beauty factor. Whereas pink doesn't really do that in the bind, not like gold does. So you don't, you know, when it comes to making a bind scene beautiful, I think one of the safest ways to do that is to play up the natural strengths of the bind. Or, you know, you could do something like this if you really want to make the bind feel different and add an array of greens to it. There's multiple ways to approach this, but using like a natural bind layout and adding you know, a lot of pink trees, I think it's not going to match up as good against scenes like this or scenes like this. So this one, Lisa, I would say is the best of the three. And you got a good shot of Belle here. I will say her green dream style has been very popular for bind builds, and it does look very good in these builds. If you don't have it, the blue outfit is fine. The other thing is this bottom left-hand corner. I would definitely try to get something down here. The bottom right-hand corner, you have it filled out with the books. But I would also recommend something over here. Now, with this being your book nook, I also don't think the leaf-strewn rug here is the best rug, since the challenge told us to make, you know, a cozy book nook. Cozy was in the, oh, hello snippet. In the first sentence, I would give yourself something nice and soft to sit on that doesn't have... I mean, you could just sit in the ground. A lot of people are. But I think there's a lot of rugs that are going to feel a lot more natural in this space. I mean, we can look through some other submissions here. See, she's just sitting in the natural ground, which looks fine. In this one, we're on that red leaf rug. And this one, they're using the glowing leaf rug. I think this could be really good for you as well. Again, playing up that natural beauty of the bind. There's a lot of things you can sit on that are going to deliver on that aspect very well. Like this one, notice how it has all these gold notes that we discussed. And the glowing leaf rug, you know, it's also got a lot of gold notes. So even the developers are aware that these golds play very well with the autumn colors, because a lot of the rewards we get for the bind and from the bind have these golden notes. So that glowing fall leaf pile or fall leaf rug, I think would look really good here. And I would definitely consider filling out, you know, your bottom left-hand corner and your bottom right-hand corner. And don't forget about things like candles. You know, you do have some candles here on the sycamore. There's some candles right here, but you could have some in the foreground as well. But yeah, between your current options, I would say this one's probably the best of the three so far. It has the best lighting. It has the most structure as far as the forest goes. And it feels the most natural. Main points to address here, I think, would be filling out this bottom left-hand corner. Adding a tiny bit of detail to the foreground, maybe with other candles or an open book. And you do have an open space here if you wanted to bring in Lumiere or Cogsworth. Franzi is next. Beautiful colors here. Unsure if this catches the eye enough for 4K. I'm using my I'm used to putting my avatar more close up, but I like the pose for the theme this week. I got something cool for you, Franzi. Did you know you could have the best of both worlds? Like, you could do this pose and get closer to the avatar? So, and with the next update, you won't even have to... Oh, my lights are on now. Let's go. With the next update, you won't even have to worry about this because they're actually fixing free mode. But for the seated pose, if you crouch while you're in selfie mode, and then immediately uncrouch and change modes, your camera stays low. So you can do the pose you're doing and still be close to the avatar. This is what a lot of people are doing this week because, you know, just like you're aware, these poses are very strong for this week's theme. They're really good for storytelling, you know, for like showcasing that the avatar is reaching for a book or actively reading a book. Now, as far as if this is eye-catching enough for 4K, I believe it is. You have really good light here. You have some very nice, vibrant colors. You have some beautiful fireflies. You have a good forested feel. Now, if you do use the trick I'm showing you here, where you can get close to your avatar while on the ground, and you can still have that beautiful, you know, portrait mode view, it will change the angle of your scene a bit. You know, you won't have this foreground element anymore. So if you use that approach, it's going to require you to reconstruct your foreground. And you also won't see this high anymore. However, it does provide you with a unique opportunity. You could come out a little further. That way, you know, when your camera does go down, you can still see up into all of this. And then you can build your foreground, you know, around that new rendition of the pose. As this is right now, Franzi, this definitely could still get 4K, you know, even without these changes. So, if you end up not wanting to change the way you've structured this photo, and you want to keep all of that the same, the main thing I would recommend doing would be adding a villager or two. You know, just Belle reading a book would be awesome. You can always just toggle her on, and she'll immediately go into reading, and you can just pause her. You'll see in almost every submission we've seen so far, you know, there's been a villager presence. And the challenge did mention Belle by name, which is why she's in 90% of these submissions. What I recommend considering is in those 1v1 voting rounds, if your photo matches up against a photo that's equally beautiful, like, you know, it's hard for them to choose. They're like, man, these both have good lighting. They both have good composition. They're both nailing the theme. How do I pick? Well, this one's using a villager, and this one's not. They took that extra step of like going out of their way to bring a character into this. That's why you see so many snaps using villagers. It just simply makes your dream snap even more competitive. Because if this snap was matched up against a snap that looked identical, and one had these villagers and one didn't, it would be a very easy choice to choose this one. So I would highly recommend adding a villager to this, even if you don't change the angle of the avatar. But if you have time, Franzi, if you have the time, the nice thing is, what you can do is you can add Belle to this and resnap it and save it to your gallery. And you'll have a solid photo with a solid shot at 4K. And then once you're done with that, then you could make a second shot where you come away from the edge a bit, come out a bit, and you get close to the avatar just like you're used to doing, but with this trick. So that way you get the best of both worlds. You get to use the pose that you want to use, but you also get to be close to the avatar, which makes you more comfortable. Considering you said that's what you usually do. So now you'll be able to use the pose you want to use and highlight the avatar while in this seated position. So again, the way to do that, you already know how to push the camera up because you usually get close to the avatar. So you go into selfie mode. I usually tilt my camera down like this, kind of look at the sky. On the left side of your screen, you'll see the button options to crouch. For me, it's left trigger plus Y. Now to stand back up, it's the same. I have to hold left trigger and press Y. And the Y button also changes the camera mode, like that. So what you have to do is crouch while you're in selfie mode. And then left trigger Y, Y. There we go. And on that second Y press, I released the left trigger. So I held left trigger and pressed Y to stand back up, immediately released the trigger, and then press Y again to change modes. And now we have this very fun angle where we're in portrait mode, but we're still close to the avatar. But yeah, as stated, this is a beautiful snap. I think even if you don't change it, it has a shot at 4K. I definitely think it stands out and catches the eye enough. But there are some ways you can make it more competitive, like adding villagers. Or, using the camera trick to get closer to the avatar. Barry Bethany, hello, hello. Hey, Zabai, thank you for your help last week. This is my second ever snap, so I hope I picked up some of the skills you taught me last week and from your videos. Here's my snap. There are 3 photos. All right, well, let's take a look. We got number 1 here. One with the same outfit and the other in a similar one to yours. I don't want to copy your outfit, no matter how cute it is. No. Don't ever feel that way. I'm not even guaranteed to use the outfits or the builds that are in my videos, Bethany. So anything you see in my videos, anything, you are more than welcome to utilize. I might not even use that outfit. I don't know. And it does work very well with the bind. So please don't ever feel that way. My only request when it comes to my videos is that people try to avoid just kind of directly copy pasting like like I would say if you draw inspiration from this, I wouldn't recommend putting the pergola here, the clock towers here with the exact same trees, with the exact same candles, with the exact same pixie dust, with the exact same logs. And the whole reason why is because I just want people to draw inspiration from these scenes, and I want people to be able to grow and learn and put their own spin on it. But outfits, and the decor I'm using, the biomes I'm using, the settings, and also I can't do anything about it if some of the people who watch my YouTube video do end up completely working to replicate the scene I made. That's just part of making the videos, I just have to accept that. So I don't even get, it doesn't even bother me that people can and will do that. At the end of the day, I'm making these videos to give you guys ideas for the challenge. So I showcase that outfit on purpose because I thought it was a great outfit for the challenge. So you can use the exact outfit I'm using. You can use the exact decor I'm using. My only request is that you put your own spin on the scene, And even then, if you don't, then it is what it is. If you submit for review and it looks exactly like this, I might mention like, hey, I'd rather see like your own design. But, at the end of the day, people will, kind of heavily replicate some of the scenes out there, which is fine. But for the sake of reviews, you know, I love seeing you guys put your own spin on things, and I love seeing you become inspired by the concepts of the scene. But in terms of outfits, yeah, you can use the exact same outfit I have, because it's very likely you'll style the character differently. You might use the same outfit I'm using, but you'll probably have different colored eyes. You'll probably have different accessories. You'll probably have different eyeshadow. You know, there's so many ways to style the avatar, but please, please, please never feel like you can't use something because I used it in a video. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. I encourage you to use it. If you're interested, that is. Anyway, that one is also the one before I added foliage. I can't for the life of me get Belle close, as she loves to hide in the back, no matter, even if I trap her. I have one sitting, but I'm on the switch light. The one I really like is close up sitting, but I can't get rid of the shadow. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Again, thank you for their help last week, of course, of course. So let's see what we got here. We got option number 1, option number 2, and then option number 3. Oh yeah, this is definitely the best shot right here. Yeah. I can see why you like this one the most. So this one's pretty, but I would avoid having like these big open areas. Like we have a lot of opportunity for more on the left, a lot of opportunity for more on the right. And a lot of the snaps you'll be up against, you'll notice a lot of people that are really good at snaps and that are consistently getting 4K. They've really filled out the whole scene. So, and you don't need a whole lot of space. You can have your background like pretty close up. Like, you know, you can see they're pretty close to the clock tower, pretty close to their trees. So they only had to decorate like this little region here and then put some details in their forest. So you never have to like, you know, use this entire biome. But instead of leaving these areas empty, you can just put like a big tree here on the right, a big tree here on the left, just to fill it out. And then you'll want details on the ground here. That's why this shot is the best of the 3, because it feels finished. You know, there's no big gaps. There's no big openings. Everything is very cohesive. We can see you have a clearly defined Nook here. It has a good forested feel. You got a great shot of Belle. And you have great lighting. So there's a lot of really good things involved with this snap. If you do change it and you end up changing, you know, into that little jumpsuit that you like, you know, like if you end up going with this one with the green pants, like I think that would look fantastic in your scene. So yeah, like I said, please never worry about that. Always welcome. But the way you set up your foliage here is nice. You got the spinning papers in the back. You have smaller items in the front, and we can see into your scene really well. So I have a couple of minor recommendations for you. I'm not sure if you have fireflies, but with these like darker colors up here, they could be really pretty. Where we have like this very dark red and this very dark red here. A little bit of firefly action could be really nice, but if you don't have them, don't worry about it. I'm assuming you might not have those red hanging lanterns I covered in the video, but those could also be really cool here. Now for foreground, you did a great job on the foreground here. The way the bottom right-hand corner is perfectly filled out. But on the bottom left-hand corner, we can see that this corner here is empty. You do have an item right above it, and we have an item right to the left of it. But if you were to, you know, take this stack of books and move it into this corner, now we've sealed off this corner and created a very cohesive pocket here. Now, once these books move over here to the left, it'll open up their space. And in that space, you can put, you know, another candle. You can put another little pine cone, a little mushroom, whatever you may want. Another open book. So you can have an open book here and an open book here. I wouldn't do the same book, of course, but, you know, there is a book like this that you could place right here. And then you can move these books over here to the left. So that would fill out the corners of your scene really well. And it would open up your Nook just a little bit. And yeah, if you want to change the outfit, you know, by all means, by all means. Overall, it's a very solid Nook. And yeah, I'd say you're doing very well applying what, you know, we've covered in the videos. You did excellent on the lighting. You did a really great job on the framing. You got close to the avatar. You showcased the villager well. Excellent job. Yeah, only advice here would be to continue to try to work and grow on foreground development. As I often discuss, you know, I always do my best to fill out the corners in my snaps. So you'll see in this snap here in the bottom left-hand corner we have candles, and in the bottom right-hand corner we have candles. The space in between those candles, we have a little bit of pixie dust here on the left, a little bit on the right, just giving some gold orbs to the foreground. And then right in the middle, we have an open book as we reach for another book here. And we've kind of surrounded our little nook here with some extra details. Yeah, overall, very good job, Bethany. Very good. Switch Mama is next. Oh, you're using that Bluebird outfit. Cool. Hello, this is what I made this week. Thank you. And thank you to you and your community. Keeping Dreamsnaps fresh and fun. Of course, of course. Okay. So between these two options, Switch Mama, I would say this one is probably a bit better. But one thing I highly recommend doing here, it almost looks like you don't have eyebrows. Because you have these very thin brows. You've turned your hair dark brown, but you left your eyebrows light blonde. So let's color the eyebrows brown, a dark brown as well. So, you know, because when we zoom out, it almost looks like there's no brows, which is not a very flattering look for the avatar. So let's add some nice dark brown coloration to the eyebrows, maybe the same color we have for the hair. The outfit's fresh and fun. I like the green silhouette behind you here. You got a lot of really fun details. I like the fireflies. For the spirit fires, I think going with the orange color is probably going to be better with the colors you have in this scene. I mean, the blue does work good with like the blue you have like on the outfit. So if you wanted to stick with blue, you could. But you do have like a lot of red here, a lot of yellow here. And the vine grass has like all of this, you know, reddish and orangish color. So playing up that with the spirit fires, I think would be really nice. You can always keep your outfit different from the rest of the colors so it pops really well. You got a great shot of Belle here. And you have a few trees. The only, I think, minor risk here is it doesn't feel very forested because there's not really a forest. You know, you have a lot of big walls. You have the greenhouse wall over here on the side. And again, you know, as we've discussed, you'll likely be up against a lot of snaps that include a forest for that forested Book Nook vibe. So there's a lot of snaps that are making that theme extremely clear. And again, I recommend doing this on all of your snaps because it's a very good, safe way to approach Dreamsnaps. You know, especially when it comes to the title, you want to try to design the snap in a way to where people can actually just guess the title, even if they have no idea what the challenge is. I might not guess it right away, but if I looked at this scene, I would know it had something to do with reading for sure. And with all the trees in the back, I would be like, okay, you know, either forest or nature. And if I kept seeing snaps that had these forests, I'd be like, yeah, this is definitely, you know, some kind of forest theme. So with the word forested being in there, again, you don't have to do this. A lot of people will just vote based on beauty as long as you have elements of the theme. So the fact that you have trees at all is enough to do the theme. So I'm not saying you have to do this to accomplish the theme. I'm more or less saying that it's a good way to make your snap even more competitive, because if you get the unfortunate luck of popping up, you know, and a voter views your snap and that particular voter is like, well, I'm not going to vote for a scene unless it's forested, because people like that do exist. And as it turns out, when we vote on this, people will have unlimited skips. So, you know, if you come across somebody that's like, yeah, I like both of these photos, but neither one of them feel forested to me because I don't really see a forest, then you know, it could come back to bite you. Though I don't think most voters will be that way. I think there's a very good chance this can get 4K because you did really good with the lighting and with the colors and with the overall beauty of the snap. So I think it's likely to do fine. This is more or less just kind of a heads up for future challenges. You know, if you see a word like forested, just try to make sure that you play that up to the best of your ability. I see one big tree, which is the pergola tree. And then you have 2 clock towers. But luckily, they have, like, trees kind of growing into them. But the fact that you didn't place any standalone trees just makes me feel like reminding you, you know, to always be very hyper-aware of, like, the name of the challenge and what's within the theme, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think as this is, it could still do really well. I think the main thing you should consider here is coloring the eyebrows. And anytime you change your hair color, always be mindful of the brows as well. Another minor struggle this could potentially face is that, you know, there are a lot of people finding super creative ways to pose this week, where they are doing a bit of storytelling, not just with their avatar, but with their villagers. So it was really good of you to use Belle reading a book in your scene. But there's a lot of, you know, players who are showing themselves reading as well. I think this is a beautiful shot of your avatar, though, so it should be fine. And you have surrounded yourself with books. But that's just another thing I want to mention, you know, to you for not necessarily this challenge, but future challenges. When you choose how to pose, if you can choose a way to pose that plays up the theme, it's another great way to be competitive. Sim Lily, hello Sabai, thank you for your videos and your help for Dreamsnaps. Here's my Dreamsnap for the week. Your advice is appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Very nice colors. I love the lanterns in here. Very cool. You have Belle in the back doing a bit of reading. So, great forest in the back. You got plenty of trees. I would try to mix in a little bit more color into your forest. Every tree is orange. There might be yellow down here, but it's hard to tell because the yellow light might just be turning them yellow. But if you mixed in some red treetops as well, there's like a little bit of red leaves around the clock tower. But a lot of these trees you're using have alternate versions. There's yellow versions and red versions. And I think mixing in a tiny bit more color into your tree line would be worth considering. The other thing is something we've already discussed today, filling out your corners. So this bottom right-hand corner is empty. You do have something in this bottom left-hand corner, which is interesting because your snap is very balanced. You know, you have this clock tower in the middle here. You have these 2 archways on the left and right. But then we have an item in the foreground here on the left and nothing here on the right. So if we want to keep that balance throughout the whole shot, that balance is going to be extremely important here in the foreground. Now, the other thing I would point out here similarly is your avatar doesn't have to be this tiny in your scene. You know, as we've shown, you can use this camera trick. It's in my Thursday video if you want to check it out. Overall, though, I think solid. You know, you've created a very cohesive book nook, very easy to see. You have a good forest in the back, and you've played up these lanterns. The main thing I would kind of address here would be your foreground. And with some of this open space, you know, might be cool to add Lumiere and Cogsworth potentially. Maybe just Lumiere because you have enough candles. Uncle Rod says, howdy, senpai. Here's 2 different takes on the challenge. I look forward to your thoughts. Thank you as always. You're welcome. Oh, cool. You got like a bind and a nice little green one. Oh my god, I love that hat. That's so nice. That's cool. Yeah, this is a really cool one. I like how they're like different versions of the same shot in a way. It's pretty fun. All right, this one's really fun. Great bind colors, really playing up the bind build. I love that you use this house. This one's so fun with like the little falling petals and stuff. Great nook here. Got yourself a little cozy carpeted area. Playing up a lot of nature vibes with the outfit. Great pose. The main thing I would do to to build on this one even more would be to add a little bit to the foreground. A couple little candles, like maybe candle here, maybe candle here. A little bit of pixie dust at the base, because you have these beautiful golden fireflies at the top. And you can get some beautiful little golden orbs down here at the bottom, too, with the pixie dust. Could be fun. But I don't think you need anything else here. Absolutely gorgeous scene. And then this one, I really like this one. I love the fit. Like the hat here with the green mushrooms and the green dress. This feels super magical. And I think it's a really, really good little book nook. The little hobbit house here. And the fact that you added the pink petals falling in the scene. And you have like the magnolias and the blossom trees. You have really good color blending here. In the foreground on the left, you have like the wheelbarrow with that same shade of pink we see. You have the swirling papers on the side of the shot, so they're not, you know, cutting off our view of the scene. It's really hard for me to say which one of these you should go with, because I actually love both of them. But I have seen a lot of bind shots. And shots that play up, you know, that have like a greenery kind of approach to the theme are there. I'm sure there will still be plenty of these, because not everybody has Story Veil, so I'm sure we'll still see a lot of these out there. But this does feel very unique, and I think that would help it stand out well. And again, the outfit in this one I think is super cute. I actually like the outfit here a lot more than I like the outfit here. Like, this outfit's cute and fun, but in comparison, like, this is so cool. Now, with both of these photos, I actually have very similar advice. And that would just be to play up foreground elements a little bit more. You did fill out the corners well, like this corner is full and this corner is full. But we still have a little opportunity here at the base. And if you wanted to in this photo, if you went with this one, you can have Cogsworth, like, right here. That could be super fun. Maybe a little candle here. Pixie dust for sure, because we have all these fireflies. For this one, you know, you could do something similar. You could do pixie dust on the outer edges to get like some gold sparkles rising up on the side to play up the magic feel. And then you could do candles around you as well. Almost make it feel like you were reading a little spell book or something. But yeah, these are both great options, Rod. I think these both have a very good chance at 4K. This one, we can see a bit more of the scene. We see a bit higher into the canopy. We see a bit more detail in the trees. And we can even see a nice silhouette in the back. So this one definitely has some strengths. Though there's a lot of bind shots. Then again, I haven't seen many bind shots using this house. And I haven't seen any bind shots like this one. So don't let that deter you from going in this direction. The strengths of this one, super adorable outfit. Very unique. And also a nice unique twist on the challenge itself. The little hobbit house with the archway here, the falling pink petals, and the pink and green dress to play with the pink and green environment. It's just such a nice blend. Regardless, you know, whichever one you end up choosing, I would just spruce up the foreground a tiny bit, get some fun features in there. But yeah, really good job this week. Beautiful scenes. Nursey is next. We have option 1 and option 2. Wow, that's cool looking. Hi, Samaya changed my submission from her laying on the pillow to the ancient robot pose. Added a few extras around her. I feel like it looks better. I was so afraid the phone was going to be too big of a risk. Oh, yeah. You know what? I hadn't looked at this one yet, but I think that's a very good point. I think you were really smart to consider that. With it being a reading nook and with the challenge saying to tuck yourself into nature and into your favorite story, I feel like there probably would be some voters, especially if you pop up against somebody that's like actively reading, since that's happening in a lot of photos. If you come across somebody that has a book open and they're interacting with that book, even if your scene's really pretty and you're on your phone, yeah, I definitely think that was a wise choice. So yeah, I think good call there. Good call. Now for this one, oh yeah, I also like how you've changed the scene. Like in this one, you had, you know, I do love this giant red pillow, but it is very large. And with the pillow gone, you know, you can't add items onto the pillow, but you can add items onto these carpets, these little rugs. So now that you've switched to this, we have like this little stack of books. You have this little book here. We have these roses, all these fun little details. We have the little log here. Good job with the character lighting here. Nice little silhouettes. And even with this being, you know, a good bit of this being shaded, using all of these glowing gold lights with all these archways is a great call. It makes this feel really magical and pretty. You have this nice candle in the bottom right-hand corner. I think it could be fun to have a little candle in the bottom left-hand corner as well. Not 100% necessary, though. Overall, it's a super fun shot. Now, I don't think you could really add Belle, because if she's standing, she'll, you know, and there's not really a space for her back here. So, with so many people using Belle, not having a villager, you know, like so many scenes have villagers, and I think that will be something voters take into consideration. But what you could use is a shorter villager. So what if you brought in Lumiere and you had him right here, or Cogsworth, you know? That way you're not using Belle because she would be standing kind of out of the shot, or she would be buried behind these archways. But you could bring in either Lumiere or Cogsworth just to indicate that you did take the time to bring in a villager and that they are related to Belle. So, and I don't mean like by blood, you know, I mean, one's a candle, one's a clock, and they used to be humans, but that's, you know, besides the point. What I'm getting at here is, you know, I think it is a good week to utilize a villager if you can. And with the way this shot is set up, there's not really going to be much of an opportunity to bring in Belle. So yeah, Lumiere or Cogsworth right here could be really fun. Lumiere could be providing reading light. Cogsworth can be helping you keep track of the time. But yeah, very wise call, I think, to pivot into this shot here. And yeah, the avatar looks so pretty here, by the way. Like, she looks beautiful. This is what I mean about the avatar being one of the most impactful beauty elements of a Dreamsnap submission. The avatar is just gorgeous in this game. There's so many ways to showcase that. And, you know, the gray eyes, the dark brown eyeshadow, the light freckles, the outfit, the hair. She looks really good, and I think voters are going to take that into consideration. And the scene is quite charming. It's quite charming. It feels forested. It's a well-defined book nook. Very magical. Well done. Caroline is next. Caroline said, thank you for your feedback. I am happy with it overall, but any suggestions are welcome and appreciated. All right. Yeah, I can see why you're happy with it. I think it's very solid. We have some good light coming in here. You got some good forested vibes with all the trees. Very nice, very nice. So you got a very defined book nook. I do think if you had Belle reading, that would be great to see here. And I don't know if you have the green dream style for Belle, but with the autumn colors, I think it would look really nice. And I think, you know, the white is very, very bright here in comparison to a lot of the other elements. And that nice green that you get from her alternate style, I think just balances really well with a scene like this, because you do have some green right here. There's a little bit of green right here. So it could be really nice to have her in that style. But if you don't have it, don't worry. It's better to have her in this style than I think not have her at all. But if you were able to get her reading, that would be great. I know that can be tricky, though. Next week, we won't ever have to worry about that, because it's going to be very easy to get the villagers the way we need them to be. There's going to be so many villagers in whatever Dreamsnap challenge we have next, I think. But if you use the toggle, when you turn Belle on and off, she'll automatically crack open a book and you can pause her. But, you know, there's no guarantee she'll pop up right here, which could be tricky. I love the hanging lanterns here. Excellent job there. Got some beautiful light casting here. Some beautiful light casting here. It's been very cool seeing people use these this week. I know a lot of people miss the Vitalis lanterns. I just hope they don't break these next. I'll be so sad. Yeah, and I like the kind of light coming in here on the side. So yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. I don't think you really need to change much. Your foreground is very good. I love how much you filled out both the bottom left and bottom right-hand corners. You got some pretty little, you know, orbs here with the pixie dust. And you have the pretty firefly orbs up at the top. But it looks like 2 batches of fireflies. You could probably go a little heavier with the fireflies if you wanted to. Those gold orbs, those gold sparkles, you know, the gold colors, they just really complement this bind setting. Yeah, overall, I think it's a very solid snap. Ultimately, you know, performance will come down to what it pops up against, but I think this has a great shot at 4K. Well done, well done. LOTR, I tried 2 different nights, and I cannot get Belle to do her book pose. Her and Aurora just keep staring the back of the scene, and I can't figure out why. I've moved their traps multiple ways and made sure I wasn't hanging out with them, so this is the first shot I got with them, both looking at the camera. I might try again this weekend. So if you want to get Belle in the book pose as a guarantee, I would use the toggle. If you're trapping them, you know, there's a bunch of different poses they could do. Like, she might wave, but there's no guarantee that she's going to do the book pose. Whereas, I don't know if she's here right now. Yeah. Bam, book pose, just like that. She immediately wanted to talk, of course. Now, the fun thing is we don't have to keep her there either. If you move your camera, you'll change where she spawns. And again, next week, this won't be a problem anymore. But as we move around, you know, we'll get her in different places. Like, you know, that could be a good spot. But even if you don't get her in the perfect place, I think it would be worth doing this just to make sure you have her reading. Even if she's, you know, like right here, if anything, I would probably want her right here, like right off the edge of my path. But this is a great spot for her too, you know, and having her actually reading, I think is worth it. So yeah, I know the toggle's not in the best shape right now, but it'll be fine next week. And at the very least, you'll be able to guarantee you have her reading. The forest vibe is very strong, LOTR. I think you did a great job, you know, layering your trees with the silhouette. Looks really good. I do like the new ones a bit more. Yeah, I think this third one is the best. They're all very good, though. Great job filling out the foreground. Really good detail throughout the shot. Great diversity in the types of trees you have. I mean, you have like the sycamore. You have the willow. We have this little jungle tree. We have these winter trees. We have this arch. We have the bookish trees. You got so many different types of trees. Very fun outfit as well. You got the hanging lantern here over by Belle. A couple hanging lanterns here. Yeah, I love seeing you guys using all these lanterns this week. Great lighting. And yeah, all the pets around, very, very fun. Like you're doing a little story session for the animals. I only have like one very small recommendation. You know, in your first photo, where we have like the purple backdrop of the book here. And this one and this one, I like the shots a lot more than the first. I think this is the one I would go with. But if you end up messing around with it anymore, the only thing I would slightly recommend altering would be this book pile here, mostly because we have this very solid yellow here, and we already have all this yellow here, so this book pile kind of just creates a lot of condensing of the color yellow in this pocket, whereas in that first photo, it was kind of refreshing to have the purple break it apart a little bit. Again, that's a very small thing. I wouldn't even really worry about it unless you're going to be trying to get Belle reading, which, again, you don't have to do. This probably took a lot of time to set up because you have all the pets around you. You have multiple villagers, you know. So setting this up again would probably be a big headache. And I think as this is right now, it's a 4K photo. I don't think you need to do anything else. But if you end up going to get Belle in that book reading pose or something using the toggle, and, you know, you're going to be gathering all these critters again for some reason, I would try something else here or just showcase the back of the book. I think that'd be fine as well because it's still going to be coming up in the foreground. But yeah, you don't have to do anything with this. I think this is very solid, and I think you could just roll with it. Beautiful job. Breezy is next. Got number 1 and number 2. The bind kept making Belle glitch out, so I brought my build to a floating island, hoping the green grass wouldn't take away too much. I decided to also make a second one standing to see how I can make this pose work with the book stand. I like the sitting one, but something feels lacking. Would love to know what you think. I tried to get other characters in as well, but they weren't cooperating too well. The photo mode update can't come soon enough. Oh, I agree with you there. Very exciting. Okay. Yeah, I also like this one. All right. Here's my thoughts, Breezy. Here's my thoughts. First off, I think this is the angle you should go with. But I think I see where you're coming from when you said it feels like something's missing here. And I think I got you covered. I think it's a couple of things. And you can always try these for a secondary review. And maybe you'll feel better about it. But I do love this option because it gives us a very good view of these hanging lanterns. We get this beautiful color here on the side. We get these fireflies out in the open here. And if you're worried about the green, you could do a bunch of leaf-strewn paving. You know, you could just fill it up with that. A lot of people do that when they make bind builds on floating islands. You don't have to, though. I think the green grass is okay. But if you're worried about the green grass pairing with, like, the fall trees, you could always, you know, lean heavily into the leaf-strewn path. In fact, there's actually a couple of examples of this I think people did where it looked really nice. You know, like this one, they just leaf-strewn, and then they added the leaf piles, you know, to give some more of that fall leaf texture. So it's always an option if you want to take that route. You definitely don't have to, but just throwing it out there. Now, that's not what I wanted to talk to you about the photo, though. When you're talking about it feels like something was missing here. So, first off, I think part of what may feel off about this shot for you is the pose itself. So, we've talked about this a lot today. This is not a very flattering shot of the avatar, right? There's a tricky thing with these fox poses to, like, have to still, you know, look at how beautiful Belle looks. But the angle here, like looking down the bridge in the nose, you did catch more of a side profile here than some. But you still can't really read the smile as well. And it's just not a flattering angle. So with the fox poses, we had a fantastic example of this earlier, thankfully. Where, you know, this player absolutely nailed the beauty you can get out of a fox pose when positioned in just the right angle. I'm going to move this back to the front too, because I'm sure I'll come back to it. But when you set it up to have kind of this side profile, you can see the smile really well. And you can see the eye really well. You can see the eyeshadow really well. And this angle with the fox pose is actually very flattering on the avatar. Whereas if you have their face pointed towards the camera at all, it's a lot less flattering. So that's the first thing I think I would consider there. Now you could bring yourself all the way down to the foreground just like this. And that would actually fix the other thing I was going to say that may be causing you to feel like this photo is missing something. I think, you know, it's definitely not missing anything in the background. It's definitely not missing anything in the midground. I think the only opportunity is probably here in the foreground. Because, you know, we have so much detail everywhere, but when we look down here at the base of the shot, you know, it's a lot more empty, which makes sense because it's an open area for reading. So your options there would be to reposition your avatar in that position. And now you'll fill that portion of the scene. Or, you know, you could do a little candle here. Maybe a little, well, you already have a lot of pine cones. But you can always do a handful of different items. There's all kinds of small decor you can have around you. You can have a little coffee cup. So maybe a little cappuccino next to you, you know, who doesn't like a little coffee when they read. You could also, you know, consider things like Lumiere or Cogsworth if you wanted them down here. Since you're using the toggle for Belle, if you are using the toggle, you could also just hang out with Lumiere or Cogsworth and they'll just kind of chill here. So that's another way you can fill out the foreground. But yeah, I think the main things I would recommend here would be to reconsider the angle in which you're capturing the avatar using this fox pose and find a way to detail the foreground a little bit more, and that way it'll balance out with the rest of the photo. Beautiful, beautiful scene so far. And yeah, don't worry about the leaf-strewn path. I was just bringing that up if you had a problem with the green grass, but honestly, I don't. I think it's fine. Lilo, welcome back, welcome back. We got 1 and 2. Hi, somebody. These were the 2 best shots for me. I'm thinking the one with Belle closer up because the voters do like it more. However, the shot, you can see more furniture in the other shot. Okay, so when it comes to, you know, villagers closer up, they don't have to be this close. I would say voters appreciate the villager being this close just as much as they would being this close. But when you're featuring the avatar, I think it's important to still make them visible here as well. But yeah, Belle does look beautiful here. She looks gorgeous. I think it's a very great shot of Belle. And I like that we can see outside that there's a lot of trees. I love the way you played with lighting here, like the green light coming in on the side. The way you got these this lantern right behind you to get this gold silhouette on you, because you're kind of small in the scene, but at least the silhouette draws attention to you. Oops. I do think this is the stronger of the two, to be honest. Just because Belle is really crushing it with the beauty factor here. Like, the beauty factor is, she's cranking it to the max, which is nice. Though one of the most important things about this challenge is the book Nook itself. And for some voters, having Belle right in the front like this, and she's not reading, and she's, you know, she's covering you reading and covering a lot of the book Nook, some voters might, you know, turn to your competition if they feel like the competition is providing a better look at book Nook. So I can see why you'd be a little worried that she's covering a lot of the decor. But I mean, even here, it's not going to be much different. She's still going to be... She's interacting with you more here. So this one gives you more of a beauty factor for Belle. This one gives you more interaction with Belle. I really like the orange butterflies here. I think that's really pretty. Overall, though, I mean, you know, both options have a really good beauty factor, and I think both options have a great shot at 4K. The scene itself is very different from most of what we're seeing, because it almost feels like it's inside of an area, but it's still surrounded by nature, and it's still surrounded by a forest. So I feel like it still accomplishes the theme. And like I said, it has a really good beauty factor. So I feel like this has a great shot at 4K. But there will be a lot of shots where it feels more like the player has tucked themselves away in nature because they're kind of out in the elements. They're not in a sealed-in spot. They're more in like a little, you know, a little corner of the woods. In this one, you know, we can tell you're in a forest. But, you know, with the big walls and like the cupboard and stuff, it feels almost like it's in like a little reading shed, which definitely can work for a book nook. I'm just bringing up that there could be voters out there that prefer, you know, the builds where they fully tuck themselves away in nature and not in something man-made. Because, you know, the wall's clearly man-made. So it definitely feels like you're inside here versus in nature. But you did bring a ton of nature elements into the build, and that's why I think it's still very much on theme. And I actually really like it. I would definitely vote for this. I'll tell you that right now. I really like both of your photos. I think these are super pretty. I love the orange butterflies. I love the green light. I'm just mentioning, you know, like let's say you do go with one of these and it gets 2,500 or something, you know, that may be why. You know, I'm just throwing out there potential challenges this could face, but I'm not telling you need to change it because I really like it. But yeah, it's super cool. Time will tell whether being inside of like more of a man-made structure had an impact. But I mean, who knows? Maybe this will get rank 1. It's hard to say. Ultimately, it just comes down to what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. But I really like the way you've structured this. I really like the way both of these shots present Belle. They have pros and cons. This one has Belle interacting, which I think is very important. This one plays up her beauty to a very high degree. And the setting sun here does kind of wrap very nicely around Belle's head here, which is pretty cool as well. So this still has a lot of beauty, you know. But yeah, they're both really pretty, Lilo. Go with your heart on this one. That's my advice. Go with your heart. Jesse joins. I have these two as my current options. I'm really struggling trying to get the camera close as my avatar is sitting. I think the image I captured turned out nice, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. Okay. So we have this one and this one. Okay, I don't know why that didn't open. Hello? There it goes. Just took a while. Okay. One thing I really like is that you have Merlin waving his wand as all these papers swirl around. That's actually a really clever idea. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more of that with the swirling papers in Merlin. Really cool, really cool. You know, we have lots of trees here. So Jesse said you're having a hard time getting the camera close because your avatar's sitting. We covered that in the Thursday video. There's actually a way to get the best of both worlds, just like we're showing here, if you want to get the camera close. Now, you don't have to. You know, there's ways to structure your photo. Like, if you're going to be smaller, I would just feature a villager more prominently, like we see here. But there are a lot of scenes where people have been able to get close to the avatar while sitting, just like we see right here. Like, look at how close they are, even though they're using that fox pose. It looks so beautiful. You could do this exact same thing. I covered this in the Thursday YouTube tip guide for this challenge, which is why, you know, I always heavily recommend, if you're going to participate in these reviews, if you want to get the maximum benefit, I would watch those videos before submitting, and then the tips I give you can be more focused on, you know, things I maybe didn't mention in the video. But yeah, if you want to get close to the avatar, you can, you know how this item here pushes the camera up? You know, just like we see in all of our other snaps. What you can do here is you go into selfie mode, you crouch, which it's on the left side of the screen, left trigger, hold left trigger, press Y on Xbox, could be different on your platform, and then when you uncrouch, when you stand back up, you immediately switch camera modes. So now our camera is low, and now we can be low as well, and we're still close to the avatar. And I can be even closer than this if I wanted to. You know, you can get even closer. But this is going to allow you to, you know, kind of have the best of both worlds, where you get to use the pose you want, but you still get to make the avatar like the center focus of the scene. So the big advice I have for you, since, you know, you mentioned you're struggling getting the camera closer, would be to use that trick. And again, if you want to revisit how to do it, it's in the Thursday video. You can skip right to the example scenes, and it'll walk you through it. The biggest thing with that trick is timing. You just want to get the timing down, and you'll be able to get close. Now, if you're going to use the fox pose, my biggest recommendation there is be careful with the way you angle the avatar. You see how in this one we're kind of looking towards the face, but it's not a very flattering angle. If you get a side shot of them using the fox pose, you actually get a really good beauty factor out of that. It's a more flattering angle. You know, just like if you were going to upload a picture of yourself on Instagram, you probably wouldn't take a picture from the bridge of your nose down. It's nobody uploads photos like that because we as humans just automatically know it's not an appealing angle. Consider that in Dreamsnaps as well. So the way you position the avatar, try to catch appealing angles. You know, you really want the voter to feel like everything in the photo is beautiful. From the avatar, to the villagers, to the decor, to the lighting. You know, always good to consider those beauty factors. But yeah, you can definitely get close to the camera here if you would like to. And if you can get that down, you can submit for a re-review, and then we can work on some of the other things. But, you know, that's why I recommend checking out those tip guides. Because if you were aware that you can get closer to the avatar like that, then we could focus on some other things with this shot. Gryffindor Panda is next. Oh, very nice. Looks like you're using the trick here. Though, same thing, Gryffindor, you know, you want to be mindful of the angle here. Side profile with the fox pose is going to give you a better beauty element on the avatar versus looking down the bridge of the nose here. Keep in mind, angling your avatar this way doesn't always mean it's not going to do good. It's just that if it pops up against, you know, a photo where the avatar, where everything else is evenly matched, if the avatar in the other photo is looking better, then they might be the one to win the vote. So it's all about being competitive. For your scene here, though, Gryffindor, I think you've done a good job with the build. You're definitely really stepping up your Dreamsnap game. It's been great to see your growth. You filled out this bottom left-hand corner really well. I like the gourds and the books here. You have some flowers in this corner here. You have some good trees. So you have a nice forested vibe here. Though I do think, you know, the picnic blanket here, I think there's much better options. I know it features books on it and it features a candle. But if you... There's a reason that you don't see too many people using that approach this week. The reason people are putting down their own rugs is because they can decorate them their way. The issue with the picnic blanket here is that you get no say in how this is presented. The basket's going to be here. These books are going to be here. These pillows are going to be here. And the candle's going to be here. I think you did position yourself well for that. But if you placed your own little rug or carpet, you would be able to layer your items around it the way you wanted, which could be good because there's so many good things that are both forested and bookish that could work well in this challenge. Not that I dislike the way this looks, but judging from some of the other scenes I've come across, there are some really good looking setups when people, build it out on their own, like the pine cones and the little candles and some books stacked on it, and then you don't have to have like the big basket there. And some people, they're like, this one is just in the grass, which is totally fine. I would also say, Gryffindor, it does look like you did a great job getting the camera low. But you could, if you swapped out this rug, or this picnic set, I think that's one of the reasons you're back here when you could be like a little closer to the front of the scene, is because you can't fit this much further back. But if you put a small rug here, you can move these candles down into your foreground. You can move this book back a little closer to the frame, and then you could do the fox pose in a bit of a more appealing way where we have you at the front of the scene and we can see that beautiful side profile instead of looking down the bridge of the nose. I would experiment, Panda. I would experiment with the fox pose, change the angles. What you do is you just go into selfie mode. And when we face forward here, like let's say I just face directly towards the item here. If I use the fox pose, this is how it looks normally. You're going to be slightly angled to the left. And that's why we see so many like this. You can tell right here that this is not flattering, right? So if I were to turn a bit, now my dress goes into the foreground and we get a very flattering side profile where we can see her smile. We're not looking down the bridge of her nose anymore. And we can also see the outfit really well. And if I were to hide the fox and I had a book there. And again, another great benefit of this is that now we get to have the dress come down into the foreground. I would have a book here if I was going to do this. But I think this is a great way to use the fox pose. And if we go to my example scene, you'll see I was doing a very similar thing here. I'm not turned as far, but we still get more of a side profile here where we can see the smile. We're not really looking down the bridge of the nose. We're getting the side of the face. We can see the eyes. We can see the makeup. We can see the smile. It's more of a flattering angle. And that's exactly why this player set up their shot the way they did. Because, this is a talented player. They understand how to convince people to vote for them. They understand maximizing the beauty of their snap and making it as competitive as possible. They likely tried the fox pose in a few different ways and were like, you know what? It's not really cutting it. It's not beautiful enough. I got to try to change the angle. They tried to change the approach, or maybe they nailed it on the first try. I don't know. But either way, they really maximize the beauty here. And these things, like I said, they don't always matter. They only matter if you pop up against competitive snaps. But at the end of the day, that's the name of the game. Snaps are getting more competitive with each passing week. So, trying to make your snap as beautiful as possible is a great approach to getting 4K. Either way, Gryffindor Panda, you've definitely been showing a lot of improvement. Keep it up. Lisa, we have another Lisa. Oh, nice. It's my first Dreamsnap review submission. I'm not sure that I'm posting the picture correctly. Oh, no, this is fine. I'm excited to hear your tips. I tried the crouching suggestion, but could not get it to work. Gotcha. Yeah, it's all about timing, Lisa. It's tricky to do. It's tricky to do. It would be really nice here, though. But you do have a beautiful scene, even with you being a little bit further back. I love the fireflies here in some of the darker spots. You got Belle actually reading, which is fantastic. The little red leaves here descending from the tree for the autumnal clock tower looks really good. And it does feel heavily forested, which is very nice. And yeah, when it comes to the camera trick, you don't even have to bother learning it now, because next week we shouldn't ever need to do it again. So starting next week, as we read in the patch notes, we're actually going to have some changes coming to the free camera mode. And they said we should be able to get the perfect angle for our shots with those changes. So we might not need to worry about pushing the camera up anymore with items or doing this crouch technique in order to, get these scenes. Now, if you do want to use it this week, I could give you just a quick recap. It's all about timing. It's tricky to do, but it just takes practice. But now if you learned it, it wouldn't really matter, because it's not going to be... I don't think it's going to be necessary next week. But you go into selfie mode, facing the item that pushes your camera. I like to angle my camera down all the way so it's facing the sky. And then if you look at the left side of your screen, there's an option for left trigger plus a button is stand and crouch. So if I hold the left trigger and I press Y, I crouch. And if I keep holding the left trigger and I press Y again, I stand. So as long as I'm holding left trigger, I'll just go up and down while I tap Y. Now, if I release the left trigger and I press Y, it changes the camera mode. So what you want to do to make this work is you simply hold the trigger, and then when you stand back up, you release the trigger and immediately change the mode. And it's the same button that you press to stand. So it's just, you hold the left trigger, you stand, you release, you press Y. And then, you'll have it there. So left trigger, YY. And now here we are. But again, probably won't matter next week. So if you don't want to bother learning it, you could always go with the way you've designed this scene. And then in the future, I don't think it's going to make a big difference. Now, with that said, I do have some minor recommendations here. With this little set, of course, you, unlike some of the other, if you had your own carpet, you would be able to add some details in here. But since you're using this, you might not be able to. Not to worry, though, because not all details have to be furniture items or pocket items. What could be really fun here for you, Lisa, would be Cogsworth and Lumiere. They could be really fun to have here. If you can get them in there. You're probably using your toggle to get Belle here, since you have her reading. So if you wanted to add just one, like either Lumiere or Cogsworth, Lumiere would be really fun because you have this candelabra right here behind you, and he could be your reading light. So if you hang out with Lumiere, you don't even need him doing a pose. You could just have him chilling right here. But that could be a great way to add an extra detail onto this little rug scene. You could also equip the footstool dog if you have it. I know it was 3,000 moonstones. Not everybody has the footstool dog. But since you're using Belle, and especially if you use Lumiere, now you would go from having just one Beauty and the Beast character to 3. And if you wanted to use Lumiere and Cogsworth, now you're at 4. But yeah, the footstool dog is short. You can equip him to Belle, or you can equip him to you, but you're hiding your companion, so that's likely not going to work. So you can equip the footstool dog to Belle and hope he walks over here, or you can put a companion house slightly out of frame and have him walk in to here. might be annoying to capture them here, but the easiest thing to do here would just be to hang out with Lumiere or Cogsworth and have one of them standing right here. You can just leave them in that place, and as long as you're not, as long as you're hanging out with them, they won't leave. They'll just stand there. Now, when you submit your photos for review from the gallery like this, the only downside is that this blue bar actually covers the base of your shot, so I can't, I can't see all the way down. I do see you have candles right here, but I don't know if you have anything in this region. One thing I recommend in pretty much all snap reviews is a good foreground presence, especially in the corners. The corners are huge. So again, this bottom left corner is filled out with this pine cone and the orbs from the pixie dust, and then we have a little pine cone over here. Doesn't necessarily have to be those items. If we look at my little scene here, in the left-hand corner foreground, we have these candles, and in the right-hand corner, we have candles. And then beside those, we have pixie dust, and right in the middle, we have a book. So we've added these small, shorter elements to the front of the scene just to give it these fun layers. Now, your photo is very well designed. So this is a fantastic first Dreamsnap review submission. So first off, really good job with this. Not a lot of areas for improvement, There are a couple of things you can do to make it more competitive, but as far as, the overall composition goes here, I can tell you've definitely got a talent for Dreamsnaps. So here's some fun ways you can make this more competitive. One, we've already discussed, getting Lumiere, Cogsworth, the Footstool Dog, 1 or 2 of them on this rug could be really fun. A great way to add extra detail right here. I look at open spaces in Dreamsnaps often as opportunity, so we do have an opportunity here. The other thing would be to add some additional small elements to your foreground. If you have Wish Blossom Ranch, you already have these beautiful golden orbs from the fireflies in your tree line, so having some nice little golden sparkles, at the base could be worth considering from the pixie dust. You have this little candle right here in the foreground, so we could do the same thing on the left. We don't need to worry about the right because you have the clock tower coming into the foreground here. But since we do have a little candle here, we can always do another one here on the side, or we could do something like the book logs that you have here. We could do little mushrooms. There's some fun mushrooms. You can do whatever this little item is here with the books and the red leaves, or you could do one of those red bushes. I actually have one right here. These little red bind bushes. So just having their leaves kind of come up into the frame could be fun. But there are a lot of fun ways you can play up your foreground decor. My big tip when it comes to playing up the foreground decor is just always make sure you're using items small enough to where they don't obstruct the scene, which it seems like you already have a great understanding of that because you used a taller item here because it's not obstructing anything. We just have the clock tower. And where we do get to see into the scene, you're using a small candle. So I would just fill out this left-hand corner a bit more as well, and maybe add a couple of tiny details at the base. And then again, you do have a little bit of an opportunity here. Now, the only other opportunity you have here, I would say, that could be fun if you're going to go with this angle and this particular corner of the biome, would be the red hanging lanterns. They are super fun. They're super beautiful. We used to have the Vitalis lanterns, and they used to cast light like this. But sadly, those days are over. Maybe they'll come back. I don't know. When we get the new update, maybe they'll fix the Vitalis lanterns. But these red hanging lanterns, they're under the Mulan tab. They're not found under lighting. and they do have to go on top of tables. But you can also put them on top of the frozen river kit if you don't want anything popping up into your scene. But the reason they're so good is like back into your forest where you have some of the darker pockets. Like if we look, you know, back in here potentially. Or back here. Hanging a little lantern down here would cast some beautiful light into this pocket. And over here would cast some beautiful light onto the shaded portion of this bookshelf and onto the side of this tree, onto this red bush. Could be very fun to play around with. Again, it's totally optional, but it is a great way. Playing around with lighting elements is a great way to make Dreamsnaps more competitive, especially lighting elements that actually cast light, because they're very rare. There's not a lot of them in the game. The Vitalis Lantern was one, but now there's just two left. There's the Chandelier of the Deep, which is a lot harder to use because it's got a very big footprint. You'll need a very large table or area to place it. And then you have the red hanging lanterns. These have a much smaller footprint, and they also have a very good color, you know, for bind builds. But yeah, I think they're going to cast light no matter what time of day it is. I wanted to show you how it looked with them off, but I think they're going to be on either way. But even at night, like, you can see how much color they bring out into the scene. But yeah, overall, very solid job. Great first review. If you end up, you know, finding yourself able to get the camera low, at this point now, the downside would be if you did get the camera low, it's going to completely change the angle of this. So you wouldn't see as high up. You wouldn't see as far back. It's going to change a lot of things with a shot. So if you do figure out the crouching trick, then you'd probably end up having to redesign things anyway. So for this week, I would just go with this because I think next week it won't matter. But yeah, if you're looking for ways to make this more competitive, I think you have a few options, but not many because you've done a good job with the build. Great first review. I bit my cheek when I was talking. Whoops. All right, Claudia's next. Oh, another first-time review. Dang, let's go. And a lot of first-timers here. Claudia said, "Hey, Semi, it's my first time sending you my Dreamsnap for a review. I love your videos. Been watching since January." Hey, let's go. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. And I also started doing Dreamsnaps in January. With your tips, I started getting 4K consistently. I even managed to rank in the top 100 and top 1,000, but over the last month, I've been getting 4K one week and then 2.5K the next. I struggle to maintain that 4K streak. So I would love to know your thoughts on my Dreamsnaps this week. I also struggle to choose between the two. Thank you for any advice. Love what you do. I just wanted to mention that I don't have Storybook Veil. I don't have the Fireflies. I also got Rift in Time recently, so I'm using the Crystal Tree instead. Okay. Well, let's see what you got so far. And you know, this is what I mean about Dreamsnaps. You know, they're getting more competitive. So you should definitely never be disappointed when you get 2,500. Still means you're doing very well. So 2,500 is a very good performance. But I understand wanting to be in the 4K range, right? Like, it's good. You open your wallet less, you know? So, first off, you know, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised you've been able to stay in the 4K range consistently for a bit. Especially with you starting as early as January. Because, you know, that's only a few months, but you definitely have a natural eye and talent for snaps. So I can see why you're already in the top 10% of players, you know, like consistently. If anything, you're actually in the top 5% very often because, you know, you do get 4K. You just, you know, every once in a while you get 2,500, which, you know, you're still in the top 10%. It's just getting harder to stay in that top 4% range. But the fact that you started in January and you don't have Storybook Veil and you don't have some of these premium items, yet you're still performing so well, I think is a great testament to your capabilities. and I'm excited to work with you. So, with that out of the way, let's talk about what we can do here. Overall, as this photo is right now, I do think the closer one is a bit stronger. As the photo is right now, I think it has a great shot at 4K. Now, whether or not it gets 4K ultimately is going to be determined by what you pop up against and what your competition looks like. So let's talk about what a lot of people here this week, Claudia, are doing to make their snaps more competitive. So we'll start with the... Horty, no, buddy, I'm still working. My cat's yelling at me. We'll start with the final portion of the theme here, which says, decorate and dress to tuck yourself safely away in nature and into your favorite book. So a lot of people are emphasizing that they're tucking themselves away in their favorite book. They're making that portion of the theme very clear, and they're aiming to impress voters with poses unique to the challenge. So take this one, for example. You know, I feel very confident that this is a guaranteed 4K. And I don't say that about a lot of photos. There's a handful of photos I'll see each stream. And to my credit, I bit it again. Now it's swollen. Sorry, I'm going to be slurring my speech a little bit. I'm sorry, you guys. I bit my cheek, and now it's probably going to keep happening. Horty, no. So, to my credit, I have not been wrong about that yet. Every time I've seen a photo and said, I can guarantee this gets 4K, I haven't seen one fail before. And for this one, I'll guarantee that this gets 4K. Now, if I'm wrong, hey, you know, I finally missed. But that's why I very, very rarely say that. What I usually say is that this scene has a great shot at 4K. A good shot, a great shot, or a chance. You know, there's kind of like tiers to like my thoughts here. If it has a chance, there's a good bit more room for improvement to make it more likely. If it has a good shot, it's fairly strong, but there's enough out there to give it a hard time. If it has a great chance, it's very likely to get 4K. And if I say it's guaranteed, I think it's doing pretty much everything perfectly, and I can't really recommend anything. And it has such impressive factors that there are few photos that can beat it are few and far between, which means the likelihood of it not getting 4K is extremely sparse. So there's a lot of people out there that point out that dream snaps can be really random and that you never know, you know, how a snap's going to do. And to a degree, that's true. Like for City by Moonlight, when I saw Beyblade submission, I said this is guaranteed to get 4K. I expected it to be a top 100, but it got rank 3000, which Beyblade is almost always in the top 100, but that was an interesting challenge. There were a lot of different approaches in play, and some people preferred certain things versus other things, but I was still right. It was still a guaranteed 4K. There were some photos that could beat it, but not enough to stop it from getting 4K. That's why I only say a photo is guaranteed for 4K if I think the number of photos out there that could beat it are so small that there's almost no way it can be stopped. And that's how I feel about a photo like this. I think there are definitely photos out there that can beat it, you know, especially with the right voters, the right, you know, things happening. But with the wow factor of how they've presented their villagers, with how beautiful the avatar is, with the way they're playing up a very popular concept this week with the bind theme, but putting their own personal spin on it with the willow trees and the green light in the back. This is and you know, the magical elements with the fireflies combined with the gold orbs from the pixie dust. All of these things in tandem make this a hyper competitive photo. So going back to yours, now that we've covered that, this is really good. This has a good shot at 4K. Though, as far as what made, this shot so competitive is how they're playing up this portion of the theme. So the idea is to make a forested book nook and to tuck ourselves away in nature and into our book. This player not only went as far as tucking their avatar into their favorite book, exactly as the challenge was defined, but they did it for every single villager in the scene. Of course, Anna's reading a paper, but still, everyone here is reading. That's crazy. That's a level of commitment that is going to really impress a lot of voters. So finding these creative ways to make the theme extremely strong within your image are, the key ways to making a extremely strong dream snap and, maintaining that 4K streak. Because there's so many good snaps out there. There's so many great snaps out there. It's tough. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let's see. Who was that? I know one of you guys gifted a sub. Oh, it was, B19. Thank you, my friend. And the follow. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Thank you for the gifted. All right. So, one thing we could do here with this one, Claudia, the sunk pose is super cute. Like, I do think this has a nice cuteness factor. The avatar looks really beautiful here. But if you pop up against photos that are, going above and beyond with the theme, it could be harder to beat them in those matchups. So one of the things I'll touch on with this one is if you want to, really sell the concept of the theme, finding a unique way to showcase the theme with your pose could be worth considering. Now, the other thing we see with a lot of these players that are showcasing the theme this way, they've built their, the primary part of their nook down here at the base of the scene. We kind of see that a lot this week, especially with the seated shots. Again, this is not something you absolutely have to do, but it's been a rather popular approach. There's a lot of scenes like that. The flowers here are a really pretty foreground element, but it makes the books a bit harder to see in the back. What I'm getting at here is when it comes to what you choose to highlight in your dream snap, things that directly connect with the main essence of the theme are going to be, dang, 34 months, let's go, thank you, are going to be the most important things to highlight. So if we go back to this snap, notice how in the foreground, flowers are beautiful. We all love flowers. But notice how in the foreground of this photo, they're highlighting things that tie into forests and books. Now, flowers, they can tie into forests, of course, but these items have both qualities. They have these open logs with the books inside, and then over here, we have books with the leaves on top. And then we have a stack of books behind her, and Aurora reaching for that stack. In this scene, we have the flowers all in the front, and they are a beautiful foreground quality. But the books took a back seat to the flowers here. And, we can't see the Nook too well. So the Nook is a little book and reading space, kind of like what we see here. Now, of course, I'm not saying you have to change any of this for this week, Claudia. These are things you can always consider for future challenges. One of the ways I've been able to maintain my 4K streak for as long as I have has been being very intentional with the items I prominently showcase in my snap. They're almost in some way directly tied into the essence of the theme. Now, of course, like I said, the flowers are beautiful, and there's actually nothing wrong with your snap. Like, I think, like I said, this actually has a great shot at 4K. So as far as ways to build your snap to try to make that a guarantee is just to really, really focus on prominently displaying the things that tie directly in with the theme as much as you can. There's a lot of snaps this week. Let me go to some of the other really strong ones we've seen. I really like, I think Mama Duke's was really good too. This one's also very nice, but they're doing, you know, kind of what we talked about as well. Like here, right at the front of the scene, you know, we have elements of nature and the elements of books, and we can see into this book nook really well. Like nothing is really obstructing our view of that nook itself. And Mama Duke's has a very simple submission here, but it's very strong. So she's got foreground elements, you know, and we have an item here, like mentioned. It has both elements of the challenge. It has the forested and the books. And so does this item, and so does this item. That's why Mama Duke's has featured these where she did. Mama Duke's has been on a 4K run for a very long time. And I didn't even remember what item she was using, but I fully expected when I clicked over to this photo for her to be kind of proving my point here. The items she's choosing to prominently highlight at the very front of her photo as the very subject and focus of her photo are the items that most closely correlate to the title of the challenge and the description of the challenge. So yeah, absolutely beautiful snap here. You know, just keep in mind those notes, if, you know, when it comes to being more competitive, beauty is very important, and you've definitely figured out how to make a beautiful scene, which is why you've been doing so good. That's why you're always in 4K or at the least 2500. The best way to avoid falling into 2500 is to really impress the voter with elements of the theme combined with beauty, to where your photo is built in such a competitive way that photos that do have the potential to beat it are few and far between. It's not an easy thing to do, and you don't need a lot of growth. Like you're all, you know, like I said, you're already very good at this. You're already in consistently the top 5% of players, and if you don't land in the top 5%, you're in the top 9, you know, 8, 9, 10%. So you're already in the higher brackets. You have the book theme, you have the forest theme, you have fantastic beauty elements, even without the fireflies. You know, you use the sparkles from the wind here, and you combine that with the swirling papers, which is very creative. The memory here, you know, you have a lot of good ideas and good concepts to approaching challenges, I can tell from this submission. So there's not much you could be doing better. But I think there are some small things you could do to make an even more competitive scene. And hopefully, you know, I hope that advice helps, because it's a lot harder to give advice to somebody who's already doing very, very well. When somebody's like, hey, you know, I'm already consistently getting 4K, but I want to stay there. You know, I got to kind of give you a little bit of a different perspective, I think. Because that's tough. You know, staying in 4K consistently is harder than managing to get it, you know, like every now and then or every few weeks. Horizontal is next. All right, Holly, what we got? Got these two here. Holly said, hi, I love this theme. Reading with a cup of tea is the best. So this is what I've done for this snap. I've done 2 because I didn't know which background I preferred. What do you think? The poppy and the bluebell are quite obvious in this snap too, which is I love as always. Yeah, I see them here. Very nice. So one, we got Bell scooted more to the right with some greenery, and this one we're playing up more of the red notes. Honestly, these will probably rank very close to the same Holly. I like the autumnal tower here, and this does add the beauty of these little flying books. And this one's fun too, because this like foresty house, it just has really cool architecture. I do think this foresty house does, since these are background items, I do think this house stands out a bit more because you get this beautiful warm glow of light from the house. And as a background item, I think that's gonna make this a bit more of an impactful option. But they're both great options. And like I said, I think these would rank very close to the same. Now, as for the scene itself, I like the book Nook. You know, it feels very forested here. And you've got some great elements in play. You have the scholastic sycamore here. You have the book log. We have a couple little candles here. I like the little tea. And a great shot of Belle sitting down reading. Overall, very solid. If you wanted to do anything for a secondary review, you could experiment with bringing in either Lumiere or Cogsworth, but I don't think it's necessary. I think this has a good shot at 4K. If you have the red hanging lanterns, the trick is you would need to put them on a table, but they could be fun in some of the darker patches, like if you were able to get one hanging, you know, back here in front of this green tree. It could be really nice to get a little bit of light in this corner, especially with the vignette border darkening out the corner. But yeah, overall, very solid. Now, there are going to be a lot of scenes out there that, you know, like the one we just discussed, where there's a bit more depth of field and a bit more detail built into the scene. Like this one with how far back the forest goes, the fact that we can look deeper into the forest and see the trees back there, you know, in front of the silhouette. You know, those could pose a bit of a challenge if you pop up against snaps like that. And the other thing I would consider, again, is the angle if you're going to use the fox pose. Keep in mind, you'll get a much better beauty element out of your avatar if you try to catch that side profile. So when you do have a little bit of a side profile here. So at least you're not facing it dead on. But if you turned a tiny bit more, we would be able to see the smile a bit better. Like in this one, you can see the smile, you can see the teeth here. And I think in the example photo I showed too, it's kind of similar there. You're very close with the pose though. I think you would only need to shift it a tiny bit. And again, that's a small change. It's only going to be necessary if you come up against other, you know, high potential snaps. But yeah, overall, it's a solid photo. I really like the house here on the side. I think biggest challenge for a scene like this would be, you know, as we discussed, scenes that have more of a depth of field, where we can see a bit further back into the forested builds. These are going to be tough opponents if everything's a bit closer in. But there are a lot of scenes that are a bit wider with more depth. But the thing about these scenes is they take a lot more time. So you're not always going to have time to do something like this. And if you don't, something like this is totally fine and has a good shot at 4K. Fim says, Hola, senpai. Happy review day. As always, wanted to thank you so much for your time and advice. Sorry to hear. No worries, no worries. You're very much appreciated. Thank you, Fim. Thank you. All right. Beautiful work here. So you have a nice forest build in the back. I like the swirling papers on the side. Very cool. Now, since you went in the bind direction, with like the autumn colored trees and the autumn colored outfit. I do think the bind would have been a good choice for you this week. But, you know, a lot of people love building on floating islands because you have a bit more flexibility there. And I don't dislike the green either. You know, I think that's nice. It's just hard, you know, it's hard to gauge how it'll do against scenes where, you know, they're playing up the bind builds, but they are also using, like, you know, that natural bind element at the bottom as well. The other thing as well, Fim, is there are a lot of scenes this week where players are going out of their way to kind of focus on that last portion of the theme where it talks about tucking yourself away in your favorite story. Again, not entirely necessary. The avatar does look beautiful here. Great beauty factor. But I do think a lot of the shots where people are really able to pull off the reading pose and have it look really good, they may be, you know, they may be able to give you some trouble here and there. So depending on whether or not you pop up against them, they could play a role in performance. But overall, the beauty factor here is very strong. You know, you got the fireflies, you got the floating candles. You featured Belle close to the frame with a book in her hand. You got a good beauty factor in the avatar. The hair is styled very nicely. It's a great outfit choice. You also featured more than just one villager. You know, we have Lumiere here as well. And again, I don't think voters are going to be super uptight about this. But with the challenge being forested Book Nook, you got the forested element, you know, really dialed in. Just be conscious of the Nook portion. Like, you know, when you're cleaning and you got to get into the tight spaces, people always say get into all the nooks and crannies. And the definition of Nook is a small, isolated pocket designed for, you know, like a book nook would be a small, isolated spot designed for reading books. But you do have the rug here, which kind of shows this as your book nook. But what a lot of people have done is they've kind of cordoned off their book nook from the rest of the build a little bit. Again, I don't feel it's something you absolutely have to do, but I do think it's a competitive way to approach. So, you know, in this scene, as an example here, I'm just going to hide these pets. Belle's just lurking back there, apparently. This is designed to be the nook, this little spot where I'm in, and that's why we've surrounded it with items. We have a background, and if I were to submit this, I would add way more to it. You know, the point of this example scene was to just highlight the nook itself. So we have more books in the back, but we're playing up the forested portion of the challenge heavily, and we're playing up the nook being this spot right here that we're featuring at the front of the photo. So, you know, the rug here is good, and you do have some items surrounding it, but it's kind of connected to everything else within the build. Again, not saying you have to change it or alter the whole build. I think scenes like this are going to do just fine, and I really doubt voters are going to be super picky about... Oh, actually, I can tell you right now, most voters aren't going to care. But there have been a few voters, even people that have submitted this week, that were like, hey, I tried to really make sure it felt like a nook. You know, there's been several photos I've seen where people have sent them and they've said that or attached that to their image, and sure enough, I look at it and I'm like, okay, wow. And I didn't even mention that in my tip guide. I probably should have. But I wasn't thinking about it at the time. So, you know, and there's also nothing wrong with having, like, several nooks. Like, this can be a book nook, and this can be a book nook. But featuring the book nook at the front of the scene, I think, is a good play. Overall, though, very, very solid snap film. Very strong lighting, very high beauty factor, good villager feature, lots of details. I think this has a great shot at 4K. Becca. We got another first-time review. Dang, I think it's like our third or fourth first-time review today. Hello, new member here. Have loved hearing your snap advice and learning a lot in the process. Excited for my first review from you. I don't have Belle's green dream style, and I'm having a glitch this week where every time she pulls out her book, it's invisible. Oh my god, I had the same thing. It's so frustrating. I love to try and capture a critter somewhere for fun. Do you think this is a good idea? Any placement suggestions? If so. I'm on the Switch, so any general detailed snap advice plus real-time lighting schematics, if that's a thing, is greatly appreciated. I think Switch sliders are not accurate in effects with the percentages. Thanks for all you do with the community. Thank you, Becca. Thank you. All right, all right. So, first off, you know, great pose here. I love the way you've angled the fox pose. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. I think you got a really good angle here. So, great first impression for your first review here. The fact that you gave us a side profile of the villager with this fox pose. Very flattering shot of the avatar here. Great villager presence too. You know, Aurora with the bird landing on her hand. Very cute. Belle, I'm sorry you couldn't get her reading. That's frustrating. I hope they work out some of these bugs. If you have the footstool dog companion, you could attach them to Belle and, you know, have them in the scene. As far as a critter, since you're using the fox pose and hiding the fox, any companion attached to you would also be hidden. So it's going to be very tricky to get a companion in here, aside from attaching them to a villager, or putting a cozy companion house outside and just having them kind of walk in. Now, you do have a pretty well-defined nook here. You've kind of surrounded it. We have, like, the bookish tree, and then we have these bookish trees all around the outer edges here. Since the challenge did ask us to make it cozy, I do think one fun thing to consider would be a nice little cozy carpet or rug to sit upon here. And potentially a couple little candles, like one little candle here, right in the foreground, in front of your book, could be very nice. Just because, you know, candles can add to that cozy aspect. They give you an additional little beauty factor. And it serves to play a role in the photo, as it can be a little bit of reading light. Now, for the forest, I would be very careful to use the same assets heavily. The fairy tale tree is really fun, but in terms of what we see performing well when it comes to forest builds, there's almost always a lot of diversity within them. So there will be, you know, several small trees, several medium-sized trees, several large trees. It gives the forest a lot of depth and dimension and makes it feel more like a movie scene. So I can pull up a couple of little examples here from some older snaps. So we have this one from Vibrant Jungle Fiesta. Now this is a jungle forest, so it's very different. But if we look back here, you'll see there's like a lot of diverse flora. You know, we have some smaller trees with this little jungle tree. We have the magnolia tree. And then we have these larger Eternity Isle trees. There's the red Japanese maples. So we're blending together small, medium, and large trees to assemble that forest. And another good example of this would be Dark Cottagecore Dreams. Of course, this is more of a spooky forest, but similar approach here. You know, we have these small trees sort of towards the foreground of the forest, mixed in with some taller trees as well. And then we have some medium trees as we move back, and then some other large trees. This makes the forest feel very convincing and tends to go a long way with voters. So I would caution, you know, the downside of having a high number of the fairy tale trees is that, one, I can see you putting a silhouette behind them, But since we don't have any canopy here, like since we don't have any medium trees to kind of hide these light poles in the back, you know, the silhouette is going to stop right here. And then we're going to see this guy here, but there's not a lot of texture within the forest to make it feel quite like a convincing forest, because the canopy is way up high and there's not really much flora down here in the lower ranges. The other thing is, you know, right behind you here, we can see straight to the back of your floating island, and we can see that this portion is empty. It's a small portion, but it does matter. So when it comes to my snap approach, I always design my snaps in a way to where you can never see through them. You can see over them, and there might, you know, if I build it in a particular biome and I want to show something on the other side, like these giant butterflies, then, you know, we can see through it to the cliff, but that's kind of part of the scene. My recommendation is, you know, here's another forest. This is, I think, a great example. I probably should have opened with this one, but this is also on a floating island. And within this forest, we can see bushes, we can see small trees, we can see medium trees, and we can see tall trees. You know, they're all kind of blended in there. And then way in the back of that, we have a heavy row of green streetlights to create this beautiful green silhouette in the back. But you can't see the light poles because, you know, the canopy covers them. And as we were discussing, you also can't see through the snap at any point. This allows the snap to feel like a movie scene and not like a movie set. Now, you don't have to spend this much time on your snap to have this effect. One of the routes you can take, if you're limited on time, is you can build everything a bit closer in. So, for Pattern Party, I spent like 30 minutes on this, and it ranked around 112 or so. For this one, I built the tree line directly behind the avatar, and I built the silhouette directly behind that. So when you have less time, you can just bring your elements in, and you can still fill out the entire snap and execute the theme. But we still don't want to be able to see through it at any point. Any open space where we can look directly through the floating island, I recommend viewing as an opportunity for added details. So this spot back here, I would reconsider. And then the fairy tale trees I would reconsider. I think a nice little rug down here at the base, maybe some candles, could be really fun. And yeah, if you want to add companions or pets, if you have the footstool dog, they could be nice to attach to Belle. And other great villagers to use would be, you know, Lumiere or Cogsworth could be fun here. But I would focus more on the way you display the forest here and making sure that we seal off the snap so it feels like a movie scene. Great job on the pose, though. I think you have an excellent angle. I would definitely stick with the angle of the avatar you have here if you do decide to make any changes. Danielle is next. All right, Danielle, looks like you went with the bind setting here. And it also looks like it's raining in your snap. I see some raindrops. So, unless you want it to be raining, Danielle, always remember you have control of the weather when you're in camera mode. So, you can just go to weather and you can select that sunny day option, and these raindrops will be removed. Now, for the spirit fire in the back, since you're playing up the bind colors, like you have these oranges and reds and golds, I would set the spirit fire to that kind of orange gold note that it has. If you interact with the spirit fire, you can actually change it. And we had some great examples of this earlier. The thing with the bind and, you know, the bind flora is it works really well with gold and orange notes, especially when it comes to light. And the developers know this. You know, this isn't just me telling you this. If you look at some of the items they've given us, for example, these glowing leaf rugs, notice how these glow with like all this gold color. It's because it looks really good in builds like this. If we go to Mama Duke's submission here, this is a very close-up shot. And this is what I mean when I say you don't have to build a super big, super elaborate, super crazy snap that took you 6 hours to make to have a really good shot at 4K. Mama Duke's here is kind of an expert in this because she will target a small specific area and highlight the theme in that small area very heavily while playing up very strong lighting elements. So, you know, it's forested, but it has these beautiful golden notes. It showcases the avatar very well, and it plays up the theme in multiple ways. So I would focus more on the orange and gold notes from the flowers here. And I would also reconsider the pose, like this book couch being at the front of your scene and you being a bit further away, kind of tucked behind it. I would consider putting your book nook at the front of your scene. Again, you know, we can look at players that are doing that very well, like what we saw with Mama Duke's here. This is the book nook. This is what the challenge is about. It's about the forested book nook. So highlighting that right there for the voter to see the moment it pops up, you know, the theme's going to resonate very, very strongly here. So be mindful of your weather. You know, if it starts raining in your photo, you can always alter that. I would consider playing up the gold notes with the Spirit Fire. And I would recommend restructuring your foreground. Sweet Lady Sue is next. Interesting location. We got you in front of the Library of Lore. Okay. Hi, Seb. I always appreciate hearing your thoughts and tips. Anything you would change / alter? Thank you. All right. Well, I like the pose. Very good at communicating the theme. Reaching for a book. Got an open book in front of you. I like how you've placed your own little rug and kind of decorate around it. The teapot. Little cup of tea here. Mushrooms on the side are really fun. The steps for the Library of Lore back here are really cool. And you have lots of trees featured on the side, which is nice. Gives it a very heavily forested feel. This is a very unique location for this week's challenge, Lady Sue. Hey, thank you!
Becca here from the recent review. I love learning and playing with my Snap. Thank you so much for the great tips.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Excited to try and incorporate.
Absolutely. You are very welcome, Becca. Always love having a first time reviewing the stream. We've had many today, so thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate the support as well. That is very kind of you. And yeah, if you have time to change it tonight, and if you get the changes done before 3 p.m. tomorrow, feel free to upload for a secondary review. I would love to continue working with you. Let me update the goal here as well. Thank you, thank you. Actually, I don't even think I have the goal on the stream anymore because I hit it earlier because we were showing... we were showing off the corners. Yeah, I did have it hidden. That's okay, we can keep it. Alright, alright. So yeah, very interesting location here. How this does, hard to guess, because it's a very unique spot, very unique type of way to approach the build. I love the large mushrooms, and like I said, I do like the way you've set up your nook here. I think it's very clearly defined, and I do like the fact that you have all these trees kind of around the steps here, and you even have trees like coming out from behind the steps, which is really cool. So I can definitely see this doing well. We do have a few opportunities, Sue, within the photo. We have a good bit of open space here. a good bit of open space here, and a good bit of open space here. Now, of course, when you have open space, that doesn't mean you want to just drop more decor, because then that just makes the picture feel cluttered. But for open space where you don't want to use decor, keep in mind things like companions or additional villagers could be really great considerations. So since you have Belle reading back here, like Lumiere or Cogsworth here next to you could be super fun. Or you can have one of them here. Or back here, you know, we could have a slightly taller villager since it's further back and it wouldn't be obstructing as much. And I do think bringing... I see you have the pixie dust here for like the gold orbs. And you have some pixie dust here. I think bringing that pixie dust more towards the center here. And then putting maybe some candles actually in this corner here. I know you have some right above the corner. But having some fill out this corner and kind of seal off the edges. Like on this one, I feel like these come all the way down to the bottom and they come onto the rug a little bit. On this side, the candles are off the rug and a little bit more off to the side. So, a very small change, but it could be a good way to balance the foreground further. Keep in mind this rug that you're using does have a lot of fluff. So, we can't see the plate for these and they're clipping into the rug. And also, your book frame is clipping into the rug. And this book frame is clipping into the rug. And the plate for the teacup is also clipping into the rug. Now, that's not your fault. It's just the way some of these rugs are designed. But there are some really good rugs in the game that you could use that would add some fun color to this scene. And you would be able to see the plates and the book cover itself and the plate that the teacup is on and the bottom of this little book stack. So, it's up to you, but you could always try some alternate rug options. Because there are a lot of rugs where things won't clip into them. It's mostly these fluffier, thicker rugs. Erica, thank you, my friend. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Welcome back. JMR is next. Well, the color here is very fun. I'm still super short on time getting our life back together. I use an existing area in the bind. I really don't like using existing builds, but I just didn't have time to build something new, and I'm trying to make the best of it. It's darker than I would like. Do you have any quick tips on how I can slightly improve this? As always, thank you for your help. It's giving me some light and dark patch of life. Well, JMR, much love to you and your family. I know it's a difficult time for you guys. Keep your chin up, my friend. And honestly, you know, I think you did a really fantastic job using a pre-existing build. I can tell you've made some great adjustments to the area already. You've added the hanging lanterns, and I love the light we're getting from them. Adding in these little elements of fireworks and the butterflies was a really clever touch. So I like that you've taken a pre-existing area and really, you know, jazzed it up a good bit. Some weeks you're not going to have much time, and I really love when you guys tell me that when you submit, because I can keep that in mind when doing the review. So there's a few things I think that could be good to consider here. You've already done a lot of things I would recommend. Like, you know, adding the lanterns for one. And I think you've done a good job adjusting, you know, for the fact that this was a shaded area by using a lot of good luminescent qualities like the candles and the fireworks and these little butterflies that actually kind of glow. You have a good angle here on the avatar. You are going to be kind of small in the scene. I don't know if you saw the tip on... And this won't matter next week, thankfully, because next week they're making some improvements to free mode. But if you crouch down and then change camera modes right when you stand back up, you can actually get your camera on the ground. And you can, you know, use those ground poses like you're using here, while simultaneously still being able to be close to the avatar and featuring them in the middle of the scene. Though if you did that, it's going to be more work. I'll tell you that right now, because we're not going to see the top of the tree line anymore, because the whole camera is going to come down. And we won't get this same beauty here. So if you did decide to do that, you would likely have to move away from this a little bit to still capture this beauty. So if you're limited on time, it might be worth just keeping your pose the way it is. You did get a really good angle on the avatar. This side profile with the fox pose is a lot more flattering than the straightforward look. As far as other things to consider that may be easy to do, bring in either Lumiere or Cogsworth. If you have the footstool dog, you can attach the footstool dog to Belle. So you have the little footstool guy kind of walking around. And then if you also add, you know, if you're using the toggle for Belle, you can have Lumiere or Cogsworth hang out in the foreground right here because they're pretty small. They would look pretty good, like, you know, with this pumpkin right behind them. So then you would go from having one Beauty and Beast character to 3. You know, you would have Belle, the footstool dog, and Lumiere and Cogsworth, one or the other, and that would only take you a couple of moments because you would attach the dog to Belle, you would hang out with Lumiere or Cogsworth and put them right here, and you would use the camera toggle to activate Belle. So that could be a nice, easy way to add in another feature. Another thing, since you do have these beautiful sparkles up here from the little fireworks you have going off, if you put a tiny bit of pixie dust at the bottom of your scene, you can get some nice little sparkles rising up down here too, which will play well with the fact that it's more shaded in this area because those golden sparkles will probably stand out very well. So those are some very easy little things you can do to, you know, make this even more competitive. But considering you didn't have much time and you used a pre-existing build, it turned out beautifully. Dreamy Dewdrop. Beautiful snap here. I love this. This is so good. Hey, somebody a little busy this week, but thankfully I got time to get this one done. As always, I'd love to hear your advice and tips on what I can do to improve my snap. Thank you so much for taking the time to do these. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for the kind words, Dreamy Dewdrop. Well, first off, look at that. We got the Beauty and Beast cast in here. We have Belle right here reading a book. We have Cogsworth right here looking happy as ever. And we have Lumiere right here. Fantastic job. I've been talking about this a lot today. Horty's cat hair is on my face from when he was over here and it's making my face itch. But yeah, fantastic job. Fantastic job. I love the way you built this forest out. Using the purple spirit fires here is really nice with like the pink. You even have the red lanterns in here casting some good light. I love that you put the lanterns beside these bookshelves. Casting this, you know, these bookshelves would not stand out very much and they would look very dark on the sides. But since you put in the lanterns, you know, they look fantastic. We have the aurora and the tiny bit of open sky. And you even got lucky to catch a little pink butterfly right here at the top. Very nice. The outfit is super fun. The avatar looks absolutely stunning. The eyes are beautiful. Eyes, makeup, eyebrows, hair. You know, this is kind of what I'm getting at whenever I talk about playing up the beauty of the avatar. You can do so much customization on them. And if you approach it like this, you know, the avatar can be one of the strongest beauty factors in your photo. Really good job. Also, fantastic angle on the pose here, reaching towards the book here. I love the orbs from the pixie dust down here at the base. You got a nice little rug to sit on. I mean, I don't really have any advice for this, Dreamy. You have done very well. You're already doing a lot of the things I've talked about today. Hey, thank you for the 6 months. Let's go. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Oh, what up, dude? Good to see you, Anthony. Good to see you. Of course you're asking for someone else. Of course, of course. Welcome back, my friend. So yeah, you're already employing a lot of the things I've talked about today. You know, playing up the beauty factor of the avatar, playing with light, using a lot of diverse flora for your forest build, utilizing multiple villagers, making sure the scene's not obstructed, using a pose that communicates the theme. So yeah, very, very solid work here. Likely, extremely likely for 4K. Great submission. I want to say it's guaranteed, But either way, I'll put it this way. I would be shocked if this didn't get 4K. I'd be very surprised. Excellent work. Beyblade is up next. Hi, Zeb, I have 3 photos today. I just realized Super Butterfly is near my perfect shot. So I'll add 2 contenders in the comments. All right, we're going to open a separate tab because that one's getting pretty full. I miss you too, Anthony. Great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Welcome, my friend. Hope you've been doing well. Number 2 and then number 3. All right. I just realized the stupid butterfly is in my near perfect shot, so I'll add 2 contenders in the comments. One in this one. Butterfly. I don't see any issues with the butterfly here. Are you referencing this one here in front of the chair? I don't think it's a bad thing. I do think your new pictures are stronger, though. It looks like you might have added those hanging lanterns outside of your shot. Yeah, I think you might have put the red hanging lanterns behind your camera. The lighting feels different. It feels much warmer. Feels like you're light casting here. Yeah, I definitely think that's what's happening. I think I can tell from the log here. Very nice. Yeah, these second 2, this one's already really good, but these 2 are definitely, I think, your strongest. I would say this third one might be the best because you got a really good angle on the owl here. This one is a good shot of the owl kind of flying in the back. But I like how noticeable he is here. Very good shot of Belle. Very good diverse forest in the background. And again, Beyblade is another very talented player. They've got 4K, I think, for every snap they've done for the past, like, 7 months or so. Could be longer than that, I don't know. But Beyblade is a player that has been consistently in the top 100 many, many times. And it's funny because, you know, when I was talking about that earlier, when I was talking about making, you know, snaps more competitive and ways to really showcase the theme, all the players that are on these non-stop 4K streaks, they're all kind of doing those same things I brought up. Like, items that combine every element of the theme are very close. So since it's a forested book Nook challenge, we see these logs with these books inside of them at the front of those photos. And then they've also made their Nook the center focus. Like, here they are on this little rug right at the front of the scene. And they've surrounded this area. So this is the little secluded spot that's, you know, they have more stuff going on in the background, but they've kind of sealed this off a little bit so that it's very clear this is the Nook. And they've made the Nook the primary focus of the entire photo. Yeah, very solid here, Beyblade. I would say this one's definitely my favorite. The way the papers are coming in here on the side, the owl, the book featured here, little raccoons, very cute. The new outfit is really fun. I mean, if you wanted to, I think you could have a nice little foreground element here, maybe with a little candle beside this book. Could be fun. Because we do have like a little opportunity right here. Yeah, and the avatar looks really pretty right here. Looks super cute. Well done. Catterday Girl says this will be my first time. Dang, another one? We got like, that's like 6 first-time reviews today. Wow. I've been watching your videos since the Wild West Wonders and have benefited from your advice. I've had a 5-week 4K streak, but it broke on City by Moonlight. Downing my snap now, would appreciate your thoughts. I only have the Storybook Veil DLC. Okay. Well, it's a good DLC to have, for sure. Because if you have Storybook Veil, you have a lot of very good forested Book Nook items. And you don't have to use those items to be successful. But they're great options. So we have 3 options here. This one's fun with the waterfall. But I do think the Scholastic Sycamores feel a bit better in the bind setting. I think they also feel pretty good in like some of the green grass areas. I mean, this could still get 4K, but the Ever After is like, you know, the texture and the trees, everything's so much darker here compared to some of the bind stuff. I think it's going to blend better here. So this one we have Alice as well. I do like this one a lot. Like, Alice is a fun addition, but without Alice, we're kind of more focused on playing up the Beauty and Beast cast, you know, with Belle here and with the with Lumiere here. I mean, if you can get Cogsworth in here too, I think that would be super fun. I don't know if you have the Footstool Dog, but you can also attach that to Belle. That might be too much if you got all of those elements, though, because there's not a ton of space here for villagers, and you wouldn't want them kind of overlapping. The foreground here is very nice. I feel like you've made it pretty clear that this is the Nook. You know, you've got a little carpet here. You've got some good foresty elements in this bottom right-hand corner and some good books in this bottom left-hand corner. Don't be too doubtful of your snap. You know, City by Moonlight, that was a tough challenge. And voters were kind of all over the place. The snaps that did the best were the ones that had the big moon weather setting. They did really good. All 3 of the snaps in the top 3 featured that. And a whole bunch of them in the top 100 featured that as well. I think they were very tough to go up against for a lot of people. But also, there was a pretty diverse range, I think, in the way people voted for that challenge, as there were some very unique approaches available in that challenge, like using the moon weather option, or doing elevated shots, or using time of day, or I actually had some people visit my stream that had never seen my content, and they came to ask why their snap didn't do good, and they did the zoomed out shots, because a lot of people that don't follow Dreamsnap's content, they don't know that voters tend to kind of dislike the shots where you zoom way out. And I had several people say, I thought that's what the theme wanted us to do because that's what was in the example photos. And to them, I pretty much said, well, yeah, it kind of is, but also voters just don't like them. So the theme was kind of, you know, even in the example photos, it was showing there were 2 out of 3 of the example photos were really zoomed out. So a lot of players who don't follow Dreamsnaps closely, they thought that that's what they were supposed to do, and that's what they did, and then they ended up getting 900 moonstones for it, and they were confused. So I had a few people come by and ask me about that, and I also think that there were a portion of people that thought that's what they were supposed to do, so when they voted, they were, you know, also going to be looking for shots like that. So I think it made voting kind of tricky in that one. And like I said, there was a wide range of different types of snaps. By far the most popular were the snaps with, you know, the big moon, you know, when you use that moon weather mode. But even those snaps weren't guaranteed to do well. It just depends on what you popped up against. Though with all of that said, Catterday Girl, you know, the fact that you were able to get 4K 5 weeks in a row shows that you definitely don't need to doubt your work. You have what it takes to get 4K. You're a top 5% player. On average. And on average is really what you want to consider when it comes to Dreamsnap performance. You know, if you're regularly getting 4K, you're doing very well. Anybody can miss out on 4K. I can, even Beyblade can, Mama Dukes can, like the best people in this community can, if you pop up against the wrong things in those 1v1 settings. Who knows, you know, maybe next week I won't, maybe next week my streak will end. If it does, then I'll just accept it, understanding that I came up against some stiff competition. And I'll look at my snap and kind of evaluate what I could have done to work more to gather that voter favor. So, with the snap you have here, I think this is very solid. There are some fun things you can do. One of the things I talked about in my tip guide, if you have them, there's these red hanging lanterns, and they look so good with like the bind builds. Since you have the ground shot, it's very easy to hang these lanterns like into your scene. And if you get them close to trees or close to the autumnal clock tower, you can get this beautiful, vivid light casting off of those elements. So if we go back and we kind of look at the scene, I don't know why all these villagers are coming in here. I intentionally moved these big trees here, and I made shaded spots. Like, this is all shaded, and this is all shaded. But I did that because I wanted to play up the glowing lanterns. So shaded spots can often be opportunities for things that cast or create light. So in this scene, you do have some great shaded zones, like back here. Like where we have all this darkness where the sun isn't hitting the side of the tree. And potentially back here, where if you employed those hanging lanterns, they could look magnificent. Back here, we can get some beautiful light bouncing off this tree. Now, the tricky thing with them is if that's the edge of the biome, you might not be able to put them back there. Because when it comes to those red floating or hanging lanterns, they have to go on tables. But they can also go on the Icy River Kit. So the Icy River Kit works like a table. So you could use one of those Icy River Kit patches. But the footprint of these lanterns is 4x4. So you will need at least a 4x4 table. Horty. No, buddy. I'm still streaming. You gotta let me finish, buddy. The more you scream at me, the longer it's gonna take me to finish so I can play with you. My cat's very needy. So yeah, let me go back to your photo here. But yeah, in these darker pockets, it could be a really nice addition. Just keep in mind you'll need a little table to fit them on. So you will need a little bit of space to get them back here. But yeah, overall, the foreground is very good. Now, for the fox poses, I will say one thing I would be conscious of here, Catterday, is this angle isn't the most flattering for the avatar. It's tricky with the fox pose. The avatar is where a lot of your photo's beauty factor is going to come from, especially when you feature them this well. So, if we look at some of our other photos, let me pull up the other one. There's a lot of seated scenes where people are really playing up the avatar beauty, like we just looked at this scene here. They're using the robot pose, of course, but I know you don't. I don't think you have a turn. I think you say you just have Storybook Veil. But I do have some good examples of people using the fox pose. Like this example is really good. With the fox pose, if you get more of a side profile, you can actually see this beautiful smile coming up on the avatar. You can see the color of their eyes, of the eyeshadow really well. And you're not getting that angle that looks down the bridge of their nose. Kind of like if you were to, you know, try to take a really pretty picture, you know, for Instagram or something, you know, you likely wouldn't angle it like this. But a side profile could be really nice. Or a straightforward profile. Hey, babe, you're going to have to get Horty to stop, or I'm never going to finish. Buddy. Can you get Horty?
Hey, buddy.
He's getting impatient with me. He's screaming at me. Maybe give him a treat and tell him it'll all be okay. Buddy, you gotta let me finish. I'm sorry. It's a busy day. He hates Mondays. He hates Mondays because I always stream much later. I'm gonna have to make it up for him. Gonna have to play with him for like an hour before I go to bed. So potentially changing the angle a little bit here could serve you well. Again, I don't think it's something you absolutely have to do, but I do think it's worth considering. You know, trying to capture as much of the natural beauty of the avatar as possible. And I do think we've seen some great examples of that with some of the other ground poses. But I have seen... where'd it go? But I have seen some photos that have done that very, very well. Like, I think Mama Duke's had a very, very good seated pose. And this player also had a very, very good seated pose. That's the robot pose. So if you don't have Eternity Isle, sadly, you won't have that one. But I think this is a great example of the fox pose. And you don't have to be this close either. You could still be back kind of like you are. But if you get the side profile, you can get a very, very beautiful look on the avatar. And it also works really good with a dress like this where you have like the exposed shoulders. Again, you don't have to go with an outfit like this though. But yeah, you're doing really well with the challenge. I think you've clearly defined your book Nook. You're using a lot of items that tie directly into the challenge. You're highlighting your villagers really well. The fox is super cute. Only advice I have for the way this scene is set up is consider the hanging lanterns if you can get them low enough to get the light casting. Just keep in mind, those hanging lanterns will only cast light if it's after 6 p.m. your time. And changing the time offset will not alter that. So when I went live today, these lanterns weren't working, but once I was live for a couple of hours, they kicked on. And yeah, sadly, you know, time offset has 0 effect on them. So you just kind of have to wait for them. But, you know, they can add a brilliant beauty factor to any shaded or darker spots. And they really make the scene pop and bring out some great color. Thank you for the first review, though, Catterday. Beautiful work, beautiful work. I'm not surprised that you've been getting 4K. You got a great eye for dream snaps. Wonderful angle. Great scene. And communicates the theme very clearly. Miss Joe, happy Monday. I'd love some feedback on these. Which one do you think is more competitive? Thank you. All right, great question. Let's see what we got here. We got number 1, number 2, and number 3. Ooh. Nice. Great angle here, Miss Joe. And you actually set up this angle before I even, you know, this was submitted at 7 a.m. this morning. So this is what I mean with the fox pose here. This is really good. This side profile, you can see the smile. You can see the joy. It gives the avatar a sense of relatability when you can see that expression. And it's a very flattering profile. So yeah, this is a great example of what I was just talking about. Lady looks really cute here. Now these shots are really fun as well. But as far as what I would say is likely the most competitive, likely going to be this one. Mostly because it really plays up the fact that you're in the book Nook and you're in your favorite story. And, you know, this was mentioned in the description of the challenge. Now, that doesn't mean you have to do the reading poses, by the way, guys. There's other ways to kind of showcase this, but these are a great competitive way to do it. Other ways you can grow on this, I would also consider Belle, even if she's like back here behind the book bench. You know, it could look great to have her kind of reading a book here. You can always just toggle her on and have her in the background. Lady looks super cute here. I would definitely keep her. And The other thing I would mention is kind of the same thing I mentioned in the previous submission where, you know, if you are going to do the ground pose, it could be a great opportunity to add those red hanging lanterns in certain spots. Just keep in mind, one of the big tricks with them is you want to make sure we can't see the top of them so that it doesn't look like they're floating, just like, you know, floating in the air. You want the little hangers to go out of the frame. So with these two, you know, you can see this one, the little chains they're hanging on, they go right up to the top. But if they were further back, like these are, you know, you'll see that they're not attached to anything, which makes them a little trickier. So you got to be pretty strategic with how you place them. But yeah, I think you did a great job with the fox pose here, and you did a great job with the profile. She looks very beautiful. You can also add a tiny bit of pixie dust outside of the frame to get some nice little sparkles here. And if you do that, if the lanterns don't work back here, fireflies could be really nice as well. Just to, you know, since this is a darker pocket, you can get those nice enchanting little gold orbs back here. And you can also add some of those gold orbs to the base of the scene with pixie dust. I would just have the pixie dust kind of out of the camera so that the little gold sparkles raise up into the scene. But yeah, very good job here, Miss Jo. Well done. Alfira. Very good job here, Alfira. Beautiful work. Great lighting. Great shot of the avatar. She looks beautiful here. Good job on the eyes and on the hair. We got the open book here. And open book here. We got Belle reading. The storyteller fire. The color from that is very nice. We have the fireflies, some floating candles. I like the spell book over here on the right, kind of above my head. Not a lot of room for them, but it could. I do see a good spot, and you can probably trap them there pretty easily. Lumiere or Cogsworth could be really nice in front of this bookshelf. I think you kind of have a perfect spot for them because they'd be trapped by these books anyway. So you'd just be able to easily pause them being, you know, just chilling over here. And since you have Belle, you know, just another villager opportunity for you, Alfira. Aside from that, the only other opportunity I really see here would involve the foreground. Like you have these books kind of coming down into the foreground. Just keep in mind things like pixie dust could be really fun since you have the gold sparkles at the top with the fireflies. We can get a little bit of gold sparkles. You already have like these little gold sparkles coming up from here. But a little bit of pixie dust could balance out well with these little gold orbs here at the top. Overall, very solid submission. Communicates the theme very well. This is very clearly the Nook. We have some good forest elements. It feels like a forest. You've got plenty of trees. Yeah, I would consider either Lumiere or Cogsworth here. And if you can find a way to add both of them, one over here and one somewhere else, that could be super fun, but you don't have to. You can just go with one of them. But I think you do have a great opportunity for a villager right here. And then for the foreground, I would either do, candles, pixie dust, pine cones. I don't know if I see any pine cones. Those are great in the bind. A little pine cone here in the foreground could be really nice. But yeah, looking really good here, Alfira, as always. Wonderful job. Chica is next. A few options with different backgrounds and characters. You submitted one too many, Chica. You submitted one too many, so I'll look at 3 of the options. The reason there's a cap of 3, Chica, is because we have so many reviews. For a while, people were submitting their entire gallery to me, all 6, and like with so many reviews, it's I have to have a cap on it, or I'll be here until I turn gray and pass away. All right, we have this one. We have this one. And yeah, the first two were very similar. So those are going to be about the same because everything's in the same place except for the papers. And the last two, these two are kind of different. So we'll look at these options. So option number 1, number 2, number 3. Love the outfit. Avatar looks beautiful in all of these shots. And you got some great shots of Belle in every scene, which is fantastic. So this scene appears to have the most depth and the most detail, but it doesn't feel as forested because the main thing you're using for trees would be these clock towers. Which doesn't mean it wouldn't get 4K. Still a very strong photo. I feel like that's only going to matter if you end up against photos that do really feel like a forested book nook, like a book nook within a forest. And I do feel like there will be a lot of voters seeking that out. And they will be more likely to vote for your photo if they feel like you have a forested book nook. So playing up a lot of trees, I think, is going to be really important this week. Now, these autumnal clock towers have trees kind of growing around them, but this is not really what I would consider a forest, and I would be worried that some others may feel the same. Adding the wind with the swirling papers here, I've seen this a couple of times this week, and I love the idea. It's so cool because it looks like a breeze came by and just kicked up some papers. And I love it with this pose too because it looks like you're acknowledging that as it's happening. So out of the shots you have, I think this one has the most impressive pose for the scene you've created. But with all 3 of the photos, I think the biggest challenge you would face in some of the 1v1s, what I would be concerned about, would be getting matched up against submissions that are doing very well to play up the forested vibe. And if we look at some of the most competitive snaps we have here, like if we look at this one, you can see just how much time went into making this a forested book nook, right? Like they really played up the forest. There's a very large number of different trees featured here. And then when we look at some of our other very competitive photos, like this one, when I saw it, I was like, yeah, this is a guaranteed 4K. It's extremely competitive with villager animation. The fact that they have Aurora reaching for this book is a huge wow factor. And the fact that they have literally everyone engaged in reading is going to be super impressive. Like, if this ended up being the rank 1 photo, like, I'd be like, yeah, not surprised. Hard to say, though. You know, like, you cannot predict where things will range because voting can be that chaotic, but you can predict when a photo is going to land in 4K if it's strong enough. And this one is strong enough. But if we look at the forest in the back, you know, they clearly made this a forested book nook. They really played up the forest vibe. And for it to be forested, it's going to be a good idea to show a forest. You don't have to. Again, you can get 4K without doing this, and I would still vote for photos that don't have a forest, to be clear. However, if you pop up against photos that do have a more forested feel, I feel they would be harder to beat. And there likely will be voters that, you know, put the time and effort to make these forested scenes, and they'd probably be more inclined to vote for forested builds. I mean, you know, if this is their image of the challenge, then it's likely what they would vote for as well. And it's something we're seeing a lot, right? That's kind of a red flag, right? When you see a lot of people in a challenge taking specific types of approaches. Like in this week, you know, a lot of the very strong builds we're seeing have a forest. So it goes to reason that this is how they're envisioning the theme. This is like what they're considering, okay, well, this is what the theme is. And if that's how they feel, that's likely how they'll vote. Now, ultimately, you know, those same people would still vote for a photo that doesn't have a whole forest if it's the better of two options. But if you do pop up against a very forested build and you get those types of voters, it could pose a bit of an issue. So overall, I would say, Chica, you do have some very good forest vibes, and you do have some very good book vibes. I love the pose here. You know, the rushing wind with the paper swirling. Excellent job. My only concern would be popping up against the more forested builds. But if you don't pop up against them, I think you're very likely for 4K with this if you don't get matched up against them. So I think this has a good shot at 4K. And a great shot at 4K if it doesn't come up against more forested submissions. Sunshine is up next. Nice wide shot here. Very cool. Hey, Seb, I hope you had a nice weekend. I had fun with this theme, and I'm hoping to be competitive for 4K. Let me know your thoughts. All right. Well, I love this memory here with, like, the writing. Also, very good pose. The bee pose is so beautiful. It's one of my favorite poses because the face on the avatar looks so good when you do this pose. And then putting the book up on a table. It's like, you know, it's almost like in your photo that you're kind of showing that the story is coming to life, you know? That's the vibe I'm getting. Because we see the book at the base of the shot wide open. We see the avatar taking her eyes off the book and looking up with an expression of joy. And we see these swirling papers and this glowing text behind her. And it almost feels like the magic of the story is like, you know, bleeding into reality in a way. Very good elements of storytelling. Very good way to impress voters. So I would say, you know, this is a good competitive photo. I think you've done a good job approaching the challenge in a very creative way. Good forest vibes. You know, you have plenty of trees back here. Good tree diversity as well. I see we have like the little yellow tree. We have this the big green tree we recently got. I see fairy tale trees. I see the pergola trees. You have the red ones on each side. I see the magnolia trees. So great diversity, and bamboo trees. Yeah, you have some great diversity in your forest. And also the villagers all look really nice. You know, Belle, Aurora, Lady, Tramp, Snow White, very fun. And I love all the bookish items around. So yeah, very cool. Very creative way to approach the theme. Great pose, great storytelling, good lighting. I love the sparkle from the fireflies as well, and lots of lush foreground elements with the flowers. So very solid, very solid. It's different from a lot of builds, but definitely not in a bad way. Of course, ultimately, performance will come down to what kind of snaps you get matched up against, but I can definitely see this doing quite well. Very likely for 4K. Bob's is next. What the heck? Is this a photo for ants? Oh, there we go. Okay. Went back and forth between forest or bind, but I really wanted to use the new bookshop, so this is what I ended up with. Very cool. Also, the crouching pose to get the angle right was a pain to get the hang of, but I'm glad I figured it out. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thanks for the advice. Wow, beautiful. Well, you did a great job with the forest. I want to start with that. Very good forest back here. You have the willow trees. You have this beautiful blossom tree here, the fireflies. There's butterflies. And I love that the willow leaves are hanging down into the silhouette. You even got some starlight projectors here just to make things extra magical. That's cool. We got some wind going by here. I love that you have the swirling pages kind of just on the outer edges, so it almost looks like they're blowing in the wind here. Love the pose. Also love the outfit. Beautiful look on the avatar here. She looks gorgeous. Yeah, the new bookshop does look fun here. You do have some opportunities here that could be really fun. You're playing up Belle, who's perfect for the challenge. We have a nice little spot right here. Lumiere or Cogsworth could be really fun here. And the nice thing is, if you're using your toggle for Belle, you can just have Lumiere or Cogsworth hang out with you and stand right here. So that would be a fun way to fill this little pocket. Lumiere could be somebody there to provide you some reading light. Cogsworth can be somebody there to keep track of time. And if you want to get really crazy, you can do the other one right here, because we have some opportunity here on the side. And if you want to get really, really crazy, you have a lot of open space on this path, so you can attach the footstool dog to Belle. And you can go from having one Beauty and Beast character to having 4 with some pretty minor changes. You wouldn't even have the the nice thing is you have the space for it, you know? This is a great opportunity. I would say either Lumiere or Cogsworth here, the other over here, and the footstool dog attached to Belle, and just get him kind of walking around the path. I think that would be fantastic. I also think that would be a great way to impress voters, that not only did you go out of your way to get Belle reading, but you brought her friends. So that could be really cool for this. And you already got great beauty on the avatar. You got a great angle on Belle. The fireflies here are really nice. I would try to get some fireflies a little lower here. You see where we got this really nice darkness in the willow right here? If you have some fireflies near the top in this corner, but if you could get them a little lower, like down here, they would pop really well. You have the butterflies there too, though. I also like this page kind of swirling into the side here. Very nice. But yeah, overall, very solid work here, Bobs. I think this has a great shot at 4K. But I think, you know, considering the villagers and the footstool dog, you could take that to a whole nother level. And you can even tuck Beast back here by the bookshop, since you have a lot of depth of field. He's too big to put anywhere in these spaces here, but since your Dreamsnap does have a lot of depth, you could always trap him in front. Oh, you do have Cogsworth trapped back here. Look at that. I just see Cogsworth back here lurking behind the candles. Yeah, you could put Beast back here if you wanted, but I think Beast is the least important. But yeah, I think the others, the footstool dog, Lumiere, and Cogsworth, could be all really fun to be, you know, hanging out in the book nook with you. Very good job. MJ is next. All right, MJ. Lots of trees. Nice, good foresty feel. We got some swirling papers here. If you have the paper tornado kind of on the side of your scene, I do think it's a wonderful idea, if you have it, to use this rushing wind. It's that rabbit leaf pile we got a while back. The wind kind of comes in. But it could be a really good way to play up these pages flying around. Like, imagine you had wind rushing through your scene and these pages swirling on the side. Could be very fun. I like the starlight projector here. The orange color on the spirit fire is very nice. And I see you're using the Belle library, but with the way you positioned items around it, we can't really tell it's the library because we can't see, like, the books in the window. I'm wondering if it would... I mean, there are some bind-like buildings that can work really well with this environment, with, like, the fall leaves. There's that Storybook Vale bind house that we got with the deluxe edition, if you have it, that has, like, the leaves kind of on the roof. That could look really pretty there. I mean, you could keep Belle's library there as well. I mean, it's a fun house. I'm just thinking about homes where the colors blend very naturally with these trees. If you're interested in a secondary review, MJ, I would love to see a version of this with, instead of the blue light, with yellow light. Gold notes, like that's why this fire with the orange and gold looks so good with the bind decor. Same with the fireflies, it's that nice gold warm lighting. And I think playing that up in the back of the build here would be great to see. The blue light is fun too. But I would love to see it with the yellow light. And you might like it even more. You know, could be worth checking out for the secondary review. And at the base of your scene, you do have a lot of books. But like, I love this candle here on the far left-hand side where we have the Scholastic Sycamore. And I see that you have candles in the scene. It's the ones here attached to the Scholastic Sycamore. I think including some candles down here in your foreground could be nice. I don't think you would need a ton of them, but a couple of them could be very good to feature down here. Or if you wanted to, you can always use the pixie dust to get some gold orbs rising up from the base of the photo to balance with the beautiful gold orbs we have in the back. And just like Bob's Snap, you do have opportunities here. Your path is nice and open, and you have a nice open spot inside of this book nook. So, you know, if you wanted to, if you have the footstool dog, you could attach it to Belle. You could include Lumiere and Cogsworth. They're great this week because it would make sense to pair them with Belle, and they're so small that they're easy to blend into a photo without having them obstruct the build in any way. So open spaces like on pathways or on blankets, you know, areas where you might not want to put items, those areas are fantastic for villagers and pets. Scuttle, absolutely beautiful snap here. Gorgeous, gorgeous. I like that you're using the wind here. Several good outfits. I have 2 outfit options. I built the scene with the red dress, but I wonder if maybe a different outfit might be a better choice. First shot, I do have a second nearly identical option with the lighting of the second. Thank you for all of your help. You've really helped me grow as a snapper. Oh, thank you, Scuttle. Well, you do a fantastic job, my friend. I can't take too much credit. You make beautiful work here. Love the silhouette around the avatar here. Oh, and look at that. Look at that great shot of Lumiere. The way he's peeking out behind you, so fun. We got Cogsworth and we got Belle. Fantastic. I love the sunbird pose paired with the swirling papers. I talked about that in my video as well. I think it's a really fun option because it kind of shows you engaging with, you know, these swirling papers. This one's fun too with the letters swirling through. Now, I will say, you know, this outfit is really fun. I think this is a great option, but if you do go in this direction, I would still try to have your face angled like this to where we can just barely see both eyes and see the smile really well. This is a very beautiful angle on the face. The side profile here is very nice too, but since you're doing this standing pose, you can definitely get away with the shot that shows us more of the natural beauty here. Wonderful colors here. Very forested. We see lots of trees in the back. And, you know, you've isolated this little spot here. I like that you've kind of sealed it in. You've built some books around it. You have the table here. I like the little gold flower in the corner. You're really playing up the yellow lights and the gold. And I've talked about that a lot today. You know, these gold notes, look at how aesthetically pleasing they look with the bind items. You know, it's so pretty. It's beautiful. And again, it's not just me saying that. That's just a natural thing. That's why when, you know, the devs gave us a special item for this, when we completed the Lorekeeper pages, it was a leaf rug that glowed with gold and orange, you know. So these gold notes are just naturally going to work very well in the bind. But yeah, I like the dress. I can see why you'd, you know, be slightly worried about it, you know. you said you built the scene with the red dress, but you wonder if a different outfit might be a better choice. It's tough to say, you know. I think the red dress is really pretty. I think it might be one of the prettiest dresses we have. But I wonder if some voters would be like, I don't know, that's not what I would wear to read. That's what I would wear to a fancy party. I mean, I wouldn't care as a voter. Like, if I was selecting Dreamsnaps and I saw this dress, I'd be like, ooh, pretty. You know, that's great. Like, you can read books in anything. So, you know, I personally don't see a problem with the dress. But I do wonder, based on what I've seen, as pretty as this dress is, and as many people, since so many people have it, the fact that we're not seeing it that much does make me wonder. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to pivot into this kind of outfit. It does work very well with the mind. It might be safer. So, but as for me, I love the red dress. I've got it on today, but I am probably not going to be wearing it for my Dreamsnap. For the same reason. I like it, but I think there's kind of cozier things I could wear. Things that feel a bit less formal, right? Like, you know, since I'm visiting a book nook and I'm just like relaxing and reading, I don't know if I would be this fancy. But the snaps I have seen a couple of people using it, and I love it so much, so I would 100% vote for it. I just don't know how the voters are going to see it. So because of that, I usually would err on the side of caution. But I love it. I love this dress. So yeah, you know, if you end up wanting to go with this outfit instead, I think that's fair. But I did really love the way you had Lumiere featured here. And the lighting is so perfect. Everything is so good. If you do change, you know, it would almost be a shame if you didn't get the same kind of setup we have here. It's just so strong. Either way, you know, this scene is very well made. You've got great lighting. You've got some great angles. I think this has a great shot at 4K as it is. But, you know, if you end up wanting to pivot into this, you can always submit for re-review, and we can see it with the wind and with the swirling papers and see where Lumiere and Cogsworth end up in the final version. Sunshone is next. All right. I tried for almost an hour to get Belle in her reading pose, and she just wouldn't do it. I'm going to keep trying. Thanks as always. Oh, Sunshone, all you got to do is use the toggle, but she's been bugging lately. So if you hit left trigger while you're in camera mode, you can toggle on your villagers, and look, she'll just immediately pull out her book, and then we pause her. So if you're trapping her and like waiting for her to pull out the book, yeah, good luck. It's gonna be very hard. The best thing to do to get Belle reading, honestly, is turn her on and off, and then she'll immediately pull it out. That's what she does anytime you use the toggle. So you might not be able to get her in the perfect spot, but that's actually a pretty good spot right there. But you know, you can mess around with it. But yeah, I would highly recommend applying the toggle in this case. Now for your scene here, you have some great trees, you know, very forested vibe. Though the foreground is rather empty, this bottom left-hand corner, we don't really have anything here. And you have a lot of opportunity for more. This is a really big rug for the Nook area. We see a lot of people doing, you know, for their Nooks. Like this one, you see this small maple leaf rug. So we have, you know, and then they surround their Nook with a bunch of items. That way they're kind of isolating that Nook. Like here with Bob's, you know, we have a little rug here. And then if you look at the little example photo I have here, Sunshone, you'll see I have a little round or oval-shaped rug. Like, this is my Nook. So, a Nook is a small, secluded little spot. And we've made it more secluded by kind of closing it off on the sides. And there's like one way in right here. So this is our little reading Nook, our book Nook. And since it's a forested book nook, you know, we're playing up those forested elements like the logs and the ferns and the flowers and stuff like that. And keep in mind, you know, you don't have to have this far away shot of the avatar. You could do the same pose you're doing and get the camera close to them. It was featured in my Thursday video, Sunshone. So if you go to that video and you skip to the... If you just skip to the example portion, I showcase how to get the camera low so you can actually be close to the avatar while doing these seated poses. Oh. Dang, I was already done. I didn't even have to do Sunshones. They sent it in after 3. Whoops. Kirby, I saw, also said, hey, Seb, I'm sorry I uploaded this a little late. I deemed you to see if it was okay to still upload, but I just wanted to upload in case. Hopefully you can squeeze me in. Sorry it's late. I was running behind today. If you can't review it, I understand. I'm on the base game only. Well, I think it's the last one I have for now, so we'll go ahead and get it out of the way. Though, keep in mind, for both Sunshone and Kirby, I would prefer if you guys didn't upload during the stream. There can be exceptions to that, but my mods can get my attention in the stream, like while I'm doing the reviews, and then I'll let you know whether or not you can upload during the stream. But if you can't make the 3 p.m. upload deadline, you know, you can upload the following day, or you can upload as soon as the stream is done. Or, you know, if it was some kind of emergency, something came up, and you still really want you still really want to get a review today, just get my attention during the stream. You know, you can ask the mods if they can play a sound or something, and I'll come to chat, and then I'll let you know whether or not I can squeeze you in. But I would, yeah, I'll go ahead and get you done today, though, don't worry. I mean, I think you're the very last one anyway, and that'll make it easier to move through tomorrow. But yeah, for future, you know, if you don't get it uploaded before 3 p.m., just wait until I go live, and then, you know, you can get my attention at the beginning or middle or end of the stream. You know, the mods can always, like, DM me or at me on Discord and say, hey, so-and-so is wondering if they can upload, and I'll let you know. Alrighty, Kirby, we'll get you in today, though. Alright, let's see. First off, I see you have some very good lighting here. Got the shadows going back. Good lighting on the avatar, good lighting on Belle. We got a nice little nook carved out here. I like the way you filled it in. And a very good forested vibe. Got some good trees. I think what would be better than, like, the 2D sticker motifs, like, these are cute because they're reading, but I think what would be even more impressive for voters would be if you brought in another small villager. Lumiere or Cogsworth, we've been talking about them a lot today. We've seen a lot of people use them because they're using Belle. And if Belle is in the book nook, you know, having some of her friends there is a great play. And it showcases, not only do the actual in-game villagers look more convincing in your scene and feel like they actually belong, but it also expresses to voters that you kind of went that extra mile and brought in or positioned, you know, these extra elements. So this nice open space right here, you probably used the motif because you wanted to fill that space in with something fun. But I think what could be more fun would be Cogsworth or Lumiere here. You know, Cogsworth could be great to help keep track of time within the book nook, and Lumiere could be a great light source to read by. And you have space for both of them, which is fun, you know. You have a little space in the foreground here. Like, imagine Cogsworth right here and Lumiere right here. That could be super fun. And you have the swirling papers over here. If you have that item, the rabbit leaf pile that looks like the, like swirling wind, that could be super fun to incorporate. You see how Scuttle is using it here? We have this rushing wind combined with the swirling papers. It's very fun. And you don't have to have it right in the middle of your photo. You can just have the ends of the bands over here, like by the swirling pages. That could be really neat to add in. But yeah, you do have a great opportunity to add... Let me close all of these and just open yours back up. You do have a great opportunity to add some kind of foreground item right here. And I think, Lumiere or Cogsworth would be really good in this spot. So foreground elements don't always have to be decor or pocket items. They could be pets. They could be villagers. If you have the footstool dog, you can actually attach that to Belle. So if you have that, you can have the footstool dog here. You could have Cogsworth here. You could have Lumiere here. You have all this good open space. And you could fill it with these fun villagers as a way to impress voters and make your snap even more competitive. I think it's worth considering, for sure. Overall, though, solid work. You got a great forest feel. You got some good detail within the photo. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the outfit. Again, I'm not saying you have to change it. The dark red choker with the gold with like the very light green. I mean, what you could do is, if you want a secondary review tomorrow, Kirby, you could bring in the villagers and the pet like we discussed. And you can do one version with this outfit. And since you can upload 3 photos, I would encourage you to try, one with this outfit so you have it saved to your gallery. So you can go with that one if you want to. And Dree, thank you for the resub. And then you can try 2 additional options, utilizing maybe a different form of outfit. But I would love to see some different potential outfits for this, just to see how we feel about them. Overall, solid work. All right. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock. That was a lot of work. Let me refresh my chat here. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if Catterday's still here, but I know I saw when I reopened chat here, they mentioned they were using the lanterns. But I think they might have had them near the front of the shot. But I think on their snap, I think I was referring more towards the back. Let me go back here. Let me see if I can find Catterday. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Catterday. I think you might have been talking about the front of your shot you're using the lanterns. I don't know if Catterday's still here. But I wanted to point out, the area in which I was recommending them are these darker shadowed spots. I know that you might not be able to fit them here, though, if you don't have room for the tables, unfortunately. But I do think having the lanterns back here, even if it's at, like, the front of this tree, could be really nice. Yeah, and it does look like you have some at the front. It's hard to tell, though, because sometimes it can just be sunlight at the front. But yeah, this tree is very well lit, and this tree is very well lit. But it's more towards back here that I think they could be very impactful for the scene. Yeah, it'll probably be a long one tomorrow too, Ash. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. I'm just glad we knocked out a lot of the reviews on Saturday because we had a lot today. We had several first-time reviewers today. That was awesome. I mean, I think we had, like, probably 6 people that were brand new to the review stream, which is a lot more than normal. You know, we always have 1 or 2 new friends, but we had several this time. Yeah, tables or the frozen kit, but I don't know if Catterday is here tomorrow, I'll bring it up to them. Let me save their snap so I can mention it then to them tomorrow. They might add them in for their re-review. I don't know. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. But yeah, a lot of reviews, a lot of fun. I'm glad we put a dent in them on Friday as well. Okay. Alex, I'm sorry. I didn't think and uploaded during the stream. Oh, you're good, Alex. Don't apologize. You're all good. I don't think I saw you yet. It might have come in. If you upload during the stream, I will only see it if I refresh the Discord. I don't think I saw you here. Maybe you deleted it. No, you didn't have to do that. And no, if you're not familiar with that rule, and if you upload during the stream, it's all good. You're not going to be in any trouble. I'll just like fill you in on the rule. So yeah, don't feel like you need to apologize or stress about it. It's all good. Curly said, how do we get the avatar to sit? It's specific poses, Curly. So it's companion poses. So like the fox pose is one way. This is the robot pose from Eternity Isle. So if I show you my companion here, I'm using this guy. It's an Eternity Isle pet. But you know, there's also the fox pose. So you can sit like this with the fox pose. And there's this little robot pose. So there's several different poses. I wasn't expecting a review today, and it was for tomorrow, says Alex. Okay, all good, all good. Yeah, the main reason I would avoid uploading during the stream is it might get piled in with the reviews I'm doing for that day. But you can always, upload as soon as the stream is after, but I can't talk because I'm tired. You can always upload as soon as the stream is over, or, you can reach out to me if you really need to upload during the stream. I got you covered. You just let me know. Right, yeah, I think we're all good. All right, you guys. Thank you for the amazing round of reviews here. Are there any is there any companions that work for other companions? Yeah, you can. There's a few. I can show you real quick before I get off. There's a few companions that you can sit with. And there's some you can kind of crouch with, but the squirrel is one. It's just not the best for like trying to show that you're reading because you kind of hold him. So there's the squirrel pose, which is like this. You kind of crouch down. So this is one where you kind of sit down. I would say the best base game for this challenge, I think the best base game pet to use would be the fox. Because you can actually make it look like you're reading a book with the fox, which is really nice. It works very well. I covered it in my tip guide for this theme. So with the fox pose, let me get my camera low. For the fox pose, what's nice is right where the fox is, we can hide the fox and we can have a little book there instead. So you can, show yourself reading a book. I wouldn't do this angle though. It's not a very flattering angle. When it comes to the fox pose, I would turn a little to the left. And now when we do the fox pose, we get a really pretty side profile instead of that weird shot right down the bridge of the nose. Now if we hide our fox, now we're looking at the book here. But yeah, some of the other poses that get you closer to the ground, there's not very many, to be fair. You know, Hey Hey's pose has a little bit of a crouch. Hopefully they'll add more. You know, they keep on adding unique companions with unique poses. But I would love to see them add more pets that offer seated poses. The fox is one of the best. The squirrel pose can be really good because since your hands are open, you can actually do a lot of fun things with that. Not as good for this challenge. I mean, you might be able to find a creative way to use it. Yeah, there's the robot, and then... Yeah, there's not a lot, honestly. There's not a lot when it comes to sitting. I mean, you kind of sit on magic carpet when you pose with him, but it's not the same because you're, like, sitting in the air. Yeah, really, it's... Hey Hey has a little bit of a crouch type of pose where you kind of crouch down like this. I don't know why she's smiling like that. That's terrifying. But this pose, finding creative ways to use poses is a really good way to be competitive in snaps. I've actually used the Hey Hey pose for a few things. I think when I did the treasure hunt and I was like robbing a temple, like this was the Hey Hey pose with Hey Hey hidden. So you can do some pretty fun things with some of these poses. And oh my God, Flynn, what are you doing? What is happening in my scene right now? But yeah, if you haven't experimented with the poses, I think the best advice I can give you on that is to go into your camera mode and, you know, just equip each pet, get used to their pose, turn different angles in selfie mode and keep looking at the poses in portrait mode, and always think about, like, how can I use this pose to tell a bit of a story? Like, how can I use this pose to my advantage? So with the robot, you know, or the fox this week, it's a great way to get extra comfy and cozy in your book nook and interact with the books around you. So very, very strong option for this week. But you don't have to do this. You know, you could use a regular standing pose. You could interact with the swirling papers using the sunbird pose. There's really no limit to all the good poses you can use this week. There's plenty of great options. But, you know, this is just a very fun way to play up the theme. And every pose has, like, a few, you know, different ways you can pause it. Like, if you wanted her sitting here really excited, you could do this. During the Inside Out challenge, a lot of people used the robot pose and reached over to comfort sadness like this. So during the Inside Out challenge, a lot of people used this pose to comfort sadness while she cried. And during the, you know, Forested Book Nook challenge, a lot of people are using it to grab books or to read books. So there's all kinds of fun things you can do with the poses. I would love to see them add more to the game, to be honest, but, you know, for now, we have what we have. Flint's moonwalking, yeah, he was just being weird, just walking right on top of me. All right. Well, you guys, that'll be it for today. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll wrap up the rest of these reviews. I just want to give you guys a very big thank you. We had a lot of first-time reviews today, which is really fun. Each week, we have more and more new people showing up for these review streams. If they keep growing, eventually, I might have to just review Dreamsnaps 5 days a week, you know, except for Wednesdays, because, I don't know, some of you guys get them done so early, I can even review them on Wednesdays. But yeah, maybe we'll, you know, maybe we'll start doing them even earlier. I don't know. But yeah, greatly appreciate you guys. And I wish you guys all the best of luck in the Forested Book Nook Challenge. If you want a follow-up review, just keep in mind, you have until 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to upload that to the secondary review channel for tomorrow. If you still want a primary review, if you haven't had your first review, you can upload that, you know, at any point now that we're done with the reviews, and you'll be the first ones to get reviewed tomorrow. If you haven't had your first review, you'll be first up, and then we'll move on to the secondary reviews. And I'm going to go get some rest. Lunaire says I don't have a sub badge. You do for me. I see a sub badge. I don't know, maybe it's just being weird. Yo, Miss Joe, thank you, my friend, thank you. Miss Joe with the very generous $2 dono, thank you so much
for all you do.
Of
Good night.
course, my friend, of
Smiley
course.
face emoji.
Thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate the love. That is very kind of you, very kind. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. After tomorrow, we got update day. So if you're not aware, every Wednesday, that's an update day. I go live at like 8:45 a.m. So on Wednesday, we will not be live at our normal time. We will be live the moment the update releases. Usually a little bit before that. But I can't wait to dive into the new camera changes. Very excited to see how that shakes up. Dreamsnaps is about to get a lot easier and a lot more fun. So I hope you guys are excited as I am. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. And I will catch you guys on the next one. Have a wonderful evening. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.